is war he cannot see. Gangs war he cannot walk. Rex war he cannot read. Hod's war he cannot attack. Mel's weary unborn deed. At Wean the world are lit, and the world that is to be. Money a soul mon see. Souls that are stark and nesh, souls that would dread the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but can win their way. That sees a tween and a tween. This world that lies in light, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim. When ye come hameless here, and can ye are at here. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spake nae word as he walked in, and when they sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bright, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, and yet his een were kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind. small room. I thought the halo of the world was there, say small in a small room. Ooh. Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave and is no return.
Well, Catcherville do Hoolen. Soolin. Oh, Soolin, good bug. Catcherville do.
When from the
Closing. Child, closing, book bug.
Life's glory walks in white upon the hills. The unicorn glitters for mortal sight. Out of their dream, the hunters wake with brightness in their eyes. Gangs war he canna walk, Regs war he canna read, Hots war he canna attack, Mel's will he unborn deed. Atween the world o' late and the world that is to be, a man we uncle sit, money a soul mon see. Souls that are stark and nesh, souls that would dree the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but canna win their way. Hey ye the unco sect that sees a tween and a tween, this world that lies in licht, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim. One ye come hameless here, and can ye are at here. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spak nae word as he walked in, and when a sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bright, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, and yet his een were kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind, and for the while he was near, glimmering in the gloom. I thought the halo of the world was there, say small in a small room. I thought the clock. A star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. When from the dark the day is born, a life's glory walks in white. Upon the hills the unicorn glitters for mortal sight. Out of their dream the hunters wake with brightness in their eyes. The foolish hurry sees what he cannot see. Gangs where he cannot walk, wrecks where he cannot read, huts where he cannot attack, mills where the unborn deed. Atween the world of late and the world that is to be, a man we uncorsect, money a soul mon see. Souls that are stark and nesh, souls that would dream the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but cannot win their way. Hey, ye the unco-sect that sees a tween and a tween, this world that lies in light, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim. When ye come hameless here, and can ye are at here. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spake nae word as he walked in, and when a sun stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bright, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, and yet his een were kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind, and for the while he was near, glimmering in the gloom. I thought the halo say small in a small room. I thought the halo of the world was there. Say small in a small room. Ooh.
Welcome to the third event in the Soutar Festival of Words 2021. My name is Kirsty Brown and I'm Senior Officer with Culture Perth and Kinross, and I'm also joined today by Vince Davidson, who's our Reader Development Officer. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome writer Thomas Clarke to the festival. Thomas has a huge knowledge of the Scots language and has performed all over Scotland promoting just how fantastic the Scots language is. Having heard the Soutar Birthday Lecture last night with the really excellent Professor Alan Riach, I realised that there's actually quite a lot of snobbery still around the Scots language, and just how important it is that we have a role in promoting just how exciting and relevant the Scots language is, just how fun it is. And what he said is that it's amazing because it gets your saliva all going. So I think it's great that Thomas is doing such an amazing job in promoting the Scots language. So Thomas is here today to tell us all about Diary o a Wimpy Wean, which won the Scots Bairn's Book of the Year. And personally, by the end of the event, I'm hoping that I might have learned some new Scots words that I can use in my repertoire. So can we all give a very warm welcome to Thomas?
Thank you, Kirsty, and thanks to all of you for coming out today. I know that certainly I live in the Borders and it is a really nice weather today. So if it's quite anything like what it is down here up in Perth, I'm really grateful to you for sitting in front of a screen for a wee bit to learn a bit about the Scots language when you could be out enjoying the sun. And I hope the sun will still be there in an hour's time, or about an hour's time when I finish talking about Scots. So I'm Thomas Clarke, and like Kirsty says, I'm a writer. I write in Scots, I write poetry, I write books for bairns, I write plays, I write films, I write all sorts of things in Scots. And the thing that I'm here to talk about today is Diary o a Wimpy Wean, which is my Scots translations of the Diary o a Wimpy Kid books by Jeff Kinney. So we've got 3 Diary o a Wimpy Wean books so far. First one, Diary o a Wimpy Wean, I just realised this is back to front, but Diary o a Wimpy Wean, that's the original book. Then at the end of last year, we released another couple of Diary o a Wimpy Wean books. Roderick the Raj, and this was really exciting because this was the first time that we'd had a Diary o a Wimpy Wean book come out at the same time as the English version. So right at the same time as the last Diary o a Wimpy Wean book came out, Diary o a Wimpy Kid book came out, which was The Deep End. If any of you read it, you'll know that it's about the Keffley's been stuck in the house for months, just like all the rest is. They're not stuck in the house because of lockdown, but it's the same kind of idea. The Deep End came out the same day as the Scots version, which is Up to the Oaksters. And me and the publishers were really excited about being able to do this, about being able to make sure that anybody that wanted to read the new Diary o a Wimpy Wean book, Diary o a Wimpy Kid book, could do it the same day in Scots as they could in English. So excited about being able to do that, and I'm so excited today about being able to talk to you about Wimpy Wean, Wimpy Kid, and mainly Scots. Now, not everybody kens what Scots is. A lot of folk, unfortunately, think Scots is English, but with an accent. Now, the reason we know Scots isn't English with an accent is because if I say to you right now, Je m'appelle Thomas Clarke, j'habite à Hamilton, près de Glasgow, en Écosse, you wouldn't say that I was speaking Scots. I'm speaking with a Scottish accent, but that's not the same as speaking Scots, is it? What language am I speaking there? Well, clearly, I'm speaking French. An accent isn't the same as a language. If you've got a Scottish accent, doesn't mean that you're speaking Scots. And equally, there's a lot of people who don't have Scottish accents who speak Scots. Where I live, in Hawick, in the Borders, there's a lot of people from England, from other parts of Europe, from Poland, from the Czech Republic, from Romania, who speak Scots because everybody in the Borders does. It's how you learn and study English. and they speak Scots with their own accents. They speak Scots with an English accent, or with a Polish accent, or with a Romanian accent. So an accent isn't the same thing as a language. Everybody's got an accent. It doesn't mean they're speaking a certain language when they use it. Some folks say as well that Scots is slang. Now, I don't know if you know what slang is, but slang is basically the words that you're not meant to use in proper real life. They're the words that you're not meant to use in classrooms. They're the words you're not meant to use when you talk to teachers or to your grandparents, or when you talk to the GP or to anybody else official. That's what slang is. There's a lot of slang on the internet, and people will say the Scots is slang. Now, the reason we know Scots isn't slang is because a few hundred years ago, back in the old days, 1500, 1400-ish, Scots was what we call the language of prestige in this country. And what that means is it was the language that all the important folk spoke. So your kings and your queens, your lords and your ladies, your noblemen spoke and wrote in Scots. King James the First of England wrote in Scots. He wrote poetry. The laws of the country were written in Scots. In the Scottish Parliament back then, if you went and you watched the Scottish Parliament convening and talking, chances are most of the time they'd be talking in Scots. Scots was more important back then than English was. And the only reason that that's changed now is because English is something that folk speak all over the world. And we're all so used to hearing it on the telly, which they didn't have back then, on the radio, on the internet, that we think of English as being the standard, the default, and Scots as being like the wee brother, the version that nobody really talks. That wasn't true back then, and it's no true now. Scots is spoken by 1.5 million folk, just in Scotland. Outside of Scotland, there's another, I think it's like a few hundred thousand over in Northern Ireland, and all over the world, anywhere where Scots people have emigrated, anywhere that Scots people have went to live and to work, there are Scots speakers. There are Scots speakers in America and Canada. There are Scots speakers in Australia and New Zealand. There's Scots speakers in Japan and China. There's Scots speakers everywhere. If you're a Scots speaker, and I think you probably are, because it's really hard to live in Scotland and no pick up a wee bit of Scots. If you're a Scots speaker, then you will ken a wee bit Scots at least. And we're going to find out if you are a Scots speaker or no now. I'm going to give you a wee test to see if you ken some Scots, okay? So I want you to join in with me. I'm going to tell you a few wee things today, okay? For example, first thing I'm going to tell you today is ston up. Good. We all ken what ston up means. Ston up means stand up. So next when I tell you to sit down, excellent. You all sit down, because sit down means sit down. No, this is a cuddy. This is what we call a cuddy, a horse. Is this a moose?
No.
I don't know.
No.
No.
Bang on. This is a sheep. We've got loads of Scots words for sheep. This is a female sheep though, so it's a yow. That's the Scots word for a female sheep, yow. All right. Is this a moose? Aye or no?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Yeah, this is a moose, a mouse in Scots. All right, we'll do a couple more. Let me think. Right, this one's going to be a wee bit harder. It's hullet. Some folk will ken it and some folk will not. If you're not sure, I'll give you a clue. Hullet is noise that this animal makes. Okay, so it's similar to the noise this animal makes. Is this a hullet, do you think?
No.
No. Perfect. This is a rabbit. Scots word for rabbit is kinnin or mappy. So this is a rabbit. Rabbits don't make hullet noises. What about this wee guy?
No.
Nut. Hullet, nut. This is a fox, or the Scots word for a fox is a tod. Tod doesn't make a noise like a hullet. What about this guy? Aye or no? Is this a hullet?
Aye.
Aye, exactly. Hullet is a Scots word for owl. And the reason is because the noise that an owl makes, whoo, whoo, quite similar to the name of the animal in Scots, hullet. We'll do one more, last one together. And this one's going to be, I think, quite easy, hopefully. Jacket. I think probably most of you ken what a jacket is straight off the bat. But first of all, is this a jacket?
No.
No, it's trousers. Is this a jacket?
No.
I don't know. No, exactly. This is a slipper, or what we call in Scots a baffy. A jacket is, or a jacket rather, is more like this. This guy here. This is a jacket. It's hard to tell because the camera's too close to me, but this is a jacket, which is the Scots word for jacket. Now, what I want you guys to do, now that you've got the idea here, we're going to turn it around. I'm going to tell you a Scots word, and then what I want you to do is to gan around your house quickly. Dinna cause trouble, all right? Dinna go battering up and down stairs and smashing things, okay? Gan around your house carefully and see if you can find a Scots, or sort of an item in your house that's the same as the word that I'm saying, okay? So, to start with, I want you to see if you can find something in your house that's wee. I'll give you just a minute to go and look around your room that you're in right now, or look around your house, see if you can find something that's wee and bring it back.
I put ourselves on video.
Oh, no, sorry, we're not allowed video. Sorry, we're recording it. I'm really sorry. I know you're probably really excited to show Thomas, but unfortunately, because we're recording it, we can't have videos going, which is a shame.
It is, but if you want to tell me in the chat what you've got, I'd really like to know.
In Scots?
In Scots or in English, aye.
Well, mine's from a lug.
Okay. Right.
A lug ring.
Ah, well, that's likely to be wee then. Yep, that's exactly the sort of thing I'm looking for.
A lug ring.
A lug ring would be good. Aye, no, a lug ring's perfect. Everybody else, and a little torch, yep. Scots word wee means small. So as long as you got something that was little, then you were right. A lug ring, or a wee toy, a pen or a pencil, a rubber. I've got tons of wee things. I've got, here's one of my favourite wee things. The child from The Mandalorian. Something toty. A Lego man. Aye, exactly. That's what I've got. A Lego man. Yeah, Lego man. Perfect. So, now, something red. Can you find something red in your room or in your house? And when you find it, feel free to let me know in the chat what you've found. All right. Good. So, yep, Jacob, I'm assuming that your car is red, the English word red. Katie, you've got the right idea. A red fridge magnet. Yep, red is the Scots word for red. So if you found something that was red, you were absolutely right. Yep. Okay, something old. Can you go in your room, see if you can find something old?
Old, I think. Oh, what's old? Banana. Okay. Happy.
This one might be a wee bit harder, but that's a really good example. Katie and Isla. A banana that's brown is probably quite old. Scots for old. So a banana that's had time to turn brown is probably quite old. That's a really good example. An ornament from your nana, something that one of your grandparents used to own or still does own, that's probably going to be quite old. I don't really have that many old things in my house. I'm probably the oldest thing in this room right now. But old. One last word I'll give you is bra. Can you find something in your room or in your house that you think is bra? A beanbag, Jacob. All right, aye. I wish I had a beanbag actually. Like every time I have a beanbag, they get burst and all the white bits.
Wait, it says bra, so.
Are you muted?
So if you think a lion teddy, is that something you think is bra, Katie and Isla?
Aye.
Good. If you really like your lion teddy, if you think your lion teddy is one of the best things in the world, something you really love, then it's bra. Bra just means something that's good, that you like, that you admire, that you're fond of. So most of you probably find loads of things in your house that are bra. Your toys, your clays, your ma, your da, maybe even your brothers and sisters. Bra. Maybe not your brothers and sisters, but certainly your toys and your clays. Right, so now that I've told you a few of the Scots words that I can, I'm going to give you a wee minute to think about Scots words that you can, because I'd really like to ken. Like I say, everybody all over the country speaks different kinds of Scots, a wee bit different. Flittermoose, brilliant. Flittermoose. Do you ken what this? What flittermoose is Scots for?
Bat.
A bat. Yep.
I really like bats.
It's a really good word, flittermoose, because it tells you exactly what you're thinking about. It's a moose. It flitters. A bat. Exactly. And do you get any other Scots words that they'd like to tell me and the rest of the group about? Because I don't ken every Scots word in the world. Like, you guys probably know a lot of Scots words that I don't know, depending on where you live, depending on what age you are. You'll have heard things that I haven't heard. So if you ken any Scots words that you'd like to tell us, please do stick them in the chat now.
Dreich.
Windy. Windy's good. Scots word for window. Got one right next to me here. Windy.
Dreich.
How do you spell that?
I don't know.
No. Dreich, are you saying?
Yeah.
Dreich. Yeah, Dreich is a really good Scots word. The reason I didn't know that's what you were saying is because it's been a long time since we've had Dreich weather about here. It's absolutely gorgeous outside today. Dreich, you ken, means, what does Dreich mean?
Like, not that nice weather.
That's exactly what Dreich means.
Cloudy.
Yes, spot on. Dreich means when it's wet and it's cold and it's black, and we get a lot of that in Scotland. That's what Dreich means, and that's why it's one of the Scots words you hear a lot, because we use it a lot, because it's raining a lot. Ken. Ken's good. Ken is really good. I've never heard the word ken. I grew up in Glasgow, and they don't use the word ken in Glasgow. They use the word know instead. It wasn't until I moved to the Borders that I started meeting people who said ken, and they would say ken who, ken him, ken her, ken where you're gone, ken what you're doing. It means no, obviously. And one of the things about the Borders, right, well, Hawick specifically, wit is a good one. One of the things about Hawick is there's a big statue of a horse in the middle of the town, right, and it's the centre point of the Hill of Hawick. And if anybody doesn't ken how to get somewhere, then we tell them how to get there by telling them how to get there for the horse. So whenever somebody says, how do I get to the library? How do I get to the skill? How do I get to the takeaway? You'll say to them, ken the horse. Well, you get up to there and do. And so the horse statue in Hawick is called Ken. That's its name, Ken the horse. Wit. Wit is another really good Scots word. Wit just means what? And that's one of the Scots words that everybody uses. Like I said, there's Scots words that some of you only some of you use. There's Scots words that everybody uses. Everybody uses wit. Some folk, I don't know if any of you are from up northeast, some folk will say fit instead of wit. If you're in Dundee, maybe, or if you're in Aberdeen, but wit is totally used all around the country. Does anybody have any others? Och is a good one. Och is one of these Scots words that, well, will you tell me, what do you think och means?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Och means a load of different things that don't really translate that well in English. Och can mean, oh yes. It can mean, oops. You know, if you drop something, you're liable to say, och. It can be something that means an exclamation that you're sad about something. It can be an exclamation that you're annoyed about something. It can mean a load of different things. Flair is a good one. Flair is floor, obviously. Yep. Flair's brilliant. Well done, Jacob. Gid. Katie and Isla. Gid. How would you guys pronounce that word? The word you just typed. Loads of people pronounce it differently. Gid is how we pronounce it in here. You'll hear gid up in the northeast. You'll hear good just in Glasgow. Gid, the great Scots word. Fetba, perfect. Actually, I've got you down here. Fetba. I was going to use this for something else, but now that you said it, I'm bringing it up. Fetba is a good Scots word. What's this word for just this guy? Know the shape. The ball. And that's what the Scots word fit becomes, be fit for foot and ball for what? Jings. Jings is really good. Jings is, where did you hear jings from, Katie and Isla? Did somebody tell you about jings? Aye, Oorwilly, exactly. Jings is a word that you hear in Oorwilly and the Bruins, the comic strips in the Sunday Post, a lot. If anybody's got one or two last Scots words, I'd like to hear them. And then I'm going to maybe read you a wee bit for Diary of Wimpy, Wean.
Okay.
Right, so there's three of them. There's the original one, the red one, there's the dark blue one, and there's the newest one, the light blue one. Coo is a good Scots word. Coo is the Scots word for cow. I really was hoping that I would be able to find a cow toy somewhere in his book. I wasn't able to, so I think I'm going to read you a wee bit for the start up to the Oxters. Has anybody read The Deep End yet? The newest Wimpy Kid book? If you have, then, like I say, you'll find that there's a lot in it that's a lot like what our lives have been like for the last year or so. Because Up to the Oxters is about two things. It's about the Heffleys, that's the family, the Diary of a Wimpy Kid. First of all, they start off, they're stuck in the house together. They're all stuck in one wee room. They're getting on each other's nerves. They're really annoying each other. They're scunner way the sight of each other. And that's what it's been like for a lot of us this last year as well. We've been stuck in the house for each other for a long, long time. And sometimes, even if you love folk, spending a lot of time with them can be quite hard. So that's what happens in the start Up to the Oxters. The second half of Up to the Oxters is a bit more like what was happening outside our houses during the pandemic. Now, what happens in the second half of the book is that the Heffleys are in a holiday camp, a caravan park in way in the Midland area, and the caravan park gets cut off. So there's no more supplies coming in, and everybody goes absolutely rage and starts just sweeping everything off the shelves in the shop, just the way that was happening at the start of this lockdown. You went into the shops and there was nothing left in the shelf and everybody was fighting over everything. That's what happens in Up to the Oxters. Everybody goes mental, everybody's fighting over everything, and it's up to Greg and his family to save the day. Crabbit. Crabbit is a really good Scots word. Crabbit means grumpy, and that's probably the reason you hear that a lot, is because a lot of Scottish people are quite grumpy, or crabbit. So I'm going to read you a wee bit for the start Up to the Oxters. Now the thing is, the thing that's a real shame about the Wimpy Kid books and reading them out is that the pictures are that good, and obviously I can't really read you the pictures, and they're really funny, really clever wee pictures, illustrations by Jeff Kinney. So you'll just have to use your imagination here. I'll maybe try and do a bit that's no go our money pictures. All right, So this is Diary of a Wimpy Kid up to the Oaksters. If you've not read it yet, you're in for a treat, either in Scots or in English. It's a brilliant book. August. Look, just because my family aren't that bad doesn't mean I want to spend 24 hours a day with them, 7 days a week. But that's exactly how it's been this past wee while, though. It's not just me that's getting fed up with it either. We're all at the end of our tether. And if it doesn't change soon, we'll be in it, up to our Oaksters. My ma says we've been stuck in the house hour lang, and we need a wee break. But what we really need is a break for each other. But there's hee-haw chance of that happening, because we are absolutely skint. And the reason for that's kind of a long story. And if you've read the book before, Diary of a Wimpy Kid's The Deep End, Scud, you'll remember that the Heffley's house got panned. So that's how they're not able to live in their own house now. We've been biding in my granny's basement for the past 2 months, and we're all about ready to rattle somebody. My ma keeps saying that one day we'll look back on all this and laugh. But well seen, it's no her that's having to share a futon with Roderick every night. Daftest bit is, my granny's got hundreds of room in her house. So I didn't ken how our whole family have to bide in a basement. Soon as we got here, I backseated the guest room, but my granny said it was already ta'en. I didn't think my granny's awfully chuffed about us biding with her, because whenever our cronies come over, she tells us all to stay right out the road. And that's not the best, seeing as how there isn't a lavvy in the basement, and our pals are babies there for donkeys. We're not to use the kitchen when my granny's got folk in, and that means we can't hear dinner until they're all well up the road. But I do last night, Roderick got fed up waiting, because he warmed up some old pizza in my granny's dryer. That's up to the Oaksters. I'll not keep reading you the whole thing. It's an absolutely brilliant book, but that's how it starts with the Heffley stuck in the house together and getting right on each other's wick. I'm going to quickly read you the start of the original Diary of Wimpy Wean, just in case there's any you haven't read any of the Wimpy Kid books yet, just to give you an idea what the books are about. Diary of Wimpy Wean is the first one, and it's about a guy, a laddie, they're all about this laddie, Greg Heffley. He's keeping a diary. He's about, it's never tells you what age Greg is specifically, but he's in his early teens, maybe a wee bit younger than that. And it's about him trying to become basically the most popular laddie at school, whilst dealing with the fact that his family get right on his nerves and are always making him look stupid. And he's always making himself look like it as well. So I'm going to read you just the start for the original Diary of Wimpy Wean. September, Tuesday. Right. Before you say anything, this is a journal. Aye, no a diary. I can find what it says on the front. But when my ma went down the shops, I specially tell her to get you in that didn't say diary on it.
Socks and a jumper, please.
Bro, all I need to know is for some bam to spy me carting this book about and get the wrong idea. The other thing I want to get out the road is that this was my ma's idea, no mine. But she's not right if she thinks I'm going to be writing about my feelings or any of that. So if you're waiting on me giving it, oh, dear diary this and dear diary that, you can walk in the in. The only reason I'm going along with this at all is that one day when I'm pure minted and famous, I'll have better things to do than ston about answering folks' stupid questions all day long. So this book is going to be worth its weight in gold. Nay kidding. I'll be famous yin day. But for now, I'm stuck in high school with this bunch of idiots. So I'll not read you a bit for Roderick the Raj, cause I'll show you again. Just Roderick the Raj is about Greg's big brother, Roderick, who is a Raj, Raj is a Scots word for somebody that's a pain in the neck, somebody that's a bit wild, somebody that acts weird. And it's all about the problems that Greg has dealing with his big brother, who thinks that he's a rock star, but isn't very good at singing or playing drums or any of the other stuff that he wishes he was. And it's about the two of them falling out with each other all the time and eventually falling back in again. So that's the Diary of Wimpy Kid books. And I hope you were listening there, because there was a few Scots words that I'm probably going to ask you about later on. And there was a few things about the books as well I'm probably going to ask you about later on as well. Because we're going to do, right at the end, we're going to do a wee quiz in Scots about Diary of a Wimpy Kid. We're going to see how much you guys can about Wimpy Kid and about Wimpy Wean and about, hopefully, Scots. Now, translating the books into English and English into Scots isn't easy, because the books are set in America, and obviously America's really different from Scotland, and they've got loads of different words for things that we didn't use, and they've got loads of different ideas about things that we didn't have, and their popular sports are things that we didn't play. So it's hard translating these books into Scots and making them seem like they're set in Scotland and they're about Scottish bairns. What we're going to do now is you guys are going to help me translate some of the Wimpy Kid books that I've not done yet. I'm not going to do the whole thing, that would take a long time. We're going to do the front covers, all right? The titles of the books. So, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Dog Days. Obviously, this bit's going to be Diary of Wimpy Wean. If we were translating these two words, though, Dog Days, into Scots, what do you think we would come up with? What's the Scots word for dog? Dug days. Good, Katie and Isla. Days is Scots word for days. So we didn't have a different word for days. Dug is the Scots word for dug. Well done, Katie and Isla. Super. This one is probably going to be quite easy as well, I think. The Meltdown. Diary of a Wimpy Kid, The Meltdown. That's easy enough. Scots word for the is the. What do you think the Scots word for meltdown would be? The Meltdown. Jacob, yep. Katie and Isla, yep. Absolutely spot on. The Meltdown. Same way the Scots word for lockdown would be lockdown, and Scots word for down is doon. So the Meltdown, when that finally comes out one of these days, I don't know when it'll be. Katie, Isla, Jacob, you will get a part mention because you will have helped me to do the title for that. Now, this one's going to be a wee bit harder, right? Because it's no, strictly speaking, a Diary of a Wimpy Kid book. It's a Diary of an Awesome Friendly Kid book. Now, this is a spin-off that's about Greg's best pal, Rowley, and it's his own version of the stories that Greg tells. So if we were to translate this into Scots, diary we keep the same. Of is O, just like in Wimpy Wean. An is the same. Awesome. Does anybody know a Scots word for awesome? A Scots word for something that's really good, in other words. That's no easy. But braw's good. Yep, we've actually got tons of Scots words for things that are really good. Braw's a smashing yin. I just used another yin there. I'll give you 1 wee minute just to have a think about it, and then I'll tell you some of the ones that Diary of Braw Wean. Yep, we'll get down to Friendly Kid in a wee minute. Kid, aye, probably we would have Wayne or Bairn for kid, aye. I think they're absolutely right. So we have awesome and friendly are the two that we'd be looking at. Now, awesome, braw is a good word for awesome. Stoting, belting, bramming, smashing. We've got loads of Scots words for awesome. So any of them would do. I think we would go with braw, like Jacob suggested. Friendly, that's a wee bit harder. Andy, got any ideas what we could translate friendly into? I'll just give you a minute to think about it, because that's no easy. Friendly. Friendly. Excellent, Jacob. That's really good. Friendly. In the borders where I come from, people say friend. You know, that's the Scots word for friend, friend, and folks say that all the time. So friendly would be good. If any of you come from the central, if any of you come from Glasgow or thereabouts, you might say, and in other places as well, actually, you might say somebody's palsy or pally with you, if they're your friend. And sometimes, actually, you would say they were palsy wowsy. So you could have diary or a braw friendly kid, or diary of a braw palsy wowsy kid, or more importantly, diary of a braw palsy wowsy Wayne or Bairn. So those were really good ideas, guys. That was absolutely brilliant. and what we're going to do now, just really quickly, okay, because I see, and again, we're running out of time, is now that you have a wee bit of an idea how to translate things into Scots, what I want you to do is, in your room, don't go too far away, I want you to find a book, or a film, a DVD, or a game, anything at all that you really like and you wish was in Scots if it isn't already, okay? I want you to find it and see if you can translate one wee sentence of it, the English into Scots. So it can be the title, it can be the name of the book, it can be the name of the game, it can be the name of the DVD, it can be a bit on the back, you know, there's the blurb on the back of the book that tells you what the book's about. It can be something for the back of the book, it can be something for the inside, anything at all. But I'm just going to give you 20 minutes to find something and see if you can translate it into Scots. Okay? Go. Obviously, I'm going to be here, so if you're not sure about anything, if there's a word you're maybe needing a hand with, feel free to type it in the chat box or ask me anything at all about how you're going to do this, or if you're needing any help with anything. Arlo was a very tired lion. Good. Right. These are both really good. Okay. Diary of Wimpy Wean, old school. That's Diary of a Wimpy Wean, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, old school. Really good, Jacob. Yeah. Old is the Scots word for old. We know that. Skill is the Scots word for school. You maybe say it differently. People say it differently in different parts of Scotland, but skill, brilliant. Well done. Arlo was a very tired lion. That's really good. What's that from, Katie and Isla? Do you mind telling me? I don't know that one. I think that's really good. There's two words there I think we could translate into Scots as well as was. Very. We've got quite a few Scots words for very. We've got offie, we've got guy, we've got recht. I think offie. So Arlo was an offie, tired. We've got a few Scots words for tired as well. Puggle, is it? The lion who couldn't sleep. All right, okay, I ken the book. I've never read it, but I ken the book. Tired, we could use puggled is the Scots word for tired. There's a few Scots words for tired, but puggled is my favourite. So we would say Arlo was an offie, puggled lion. One day I'm going to translate Diary of Wimpy Wean, old school, and that will be the title, old school, Jacob. That's absolutely brilliant. Katie and Isla, I'm maybe going to have to look into Arlo the Lion Who Couldn't Sleep, because I've not read it, but we do books, we do tons of different books every year, and we're always looking out for ideas. So if there's a book that you would like us to translate, and the company, the book publisher that I work for is called Ichiku. If there's a book that you would like Ichiku to translate into Scots, I'd love to hear it. So Danny Champion in the World, well, Danny Champion in the World is a good one actually, because we've translated just about all the other Roald Dahl books into Scots. We've translated the BFG, it's called the GFG. There's Charlie and the Chocolate Works, which is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. There's Georgie's Minging Medicine, which is Georgie's Marvellous Medicine. There's the Aegis, which is the Twits. We've done just about all of them, I think. There's Matilda came out like 2 years ago. So that's a really good shout. Danny Champion in the World is about the only Roald Dahl book we haven't done yet. So that's something that you should keep an eye out for, because I think that probably will happen sooner or later, Katie and Isla. That's a really good idea. We're going to do 2 more things, all right? First of all, I'm going to give you a wee quiz about Diary of a Wimpy Kid, all right? We're just going to see how many questions you can get right in 2 minutes. Some of these questions, well, in fact, most of these questions are about the book, what happens in the books. They're about the English version and the Scots version. So if you've read any of the Diary of a Wimpy Kid books, whether you've read English or Scots, you should have an idea what the answer is. But if you can give the answer in Scots, specifically. So if there's a Scots word for the answer and there's an English word for the answer, I'd really like to hear the Scots word, okay? Good. Now, normally, the most that people get right in this is about 10. So if you get more than 10, well, actually, no, because there's not as many. Normally, I'm talking about when there's like hundreds of folk in a big room. If you get 10 right, you'll be doing really well. If you didn't worry about it, because there's only a few of you here today. So absolutely no worries. But we're going to try and see how many of these we can get through in 2 minutes, okay? So if you're unmuted, that'd be good, so you can shout out the answers. Just shout out anyway, just as soon as you think you know what the answer is, go for it, shout it out. Okay, Diarrhea Wimpy Wean, the quiz. 2 minutes, let's see how many answers we can get right. What is the name of Greg's big brother? Shout out or
Roger.
Nearly. Rod.
Roderick.
Roderick, yeah. The latest Diary Wimpy Wean book is called Up to the Oaksters. Does anyone know what the English word for oaksters is? What's an oakster?
Armpit.
Brilliant, really good, yeah. Greg's neighbour, Fregley, has got a muckle fluke somewhere on his body. What's the English word for a fluke?
Wart.
Yep, I'll take that. Yep, a spot or a wart or something. Yep, something like that on your face. Who is Greg's bestest pal in the whole wide world?
Rowley.
Rowley, brilliant, excellent. This is a wee bit harder. Roderick's band are called, in the Scots version anyway, they're called Clatty Clutie. Does anybody kind of what a clutie is? If you know the name of the English version, then that would help.
Cloth.
Yes, clutie is a cloth or a nappy. Yep, brilliant. That's really good. I'm very impressed that you kent that. At the end of Roderick the Raj, Greg gets stuck in the women's kludgy. What is a kludgy?
Toilet.
Brilliant. Yep, toilet. How is Manny related to Greg?
Brother.
Brother.
Do you know the Scots word for brother?
Brother.
Brother. Brilliant. Really good. That's super. When Greg gangs to Fregley's for a sleep hour, Fregley ends up chasing him all around the house with a snotter on his finger. What is a snotter?
Bogey.
A bogey, yeah. There's a few different English words for that. Bogey is the one I'm looking for. At the end of the first book, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Rowley and Greg are about to hear a stushy with each other. What is a stushy?
Fight.
A fight. Brilliant. Perfect. When he was wee, Greg made a hole in the wall of his classroom with his bahookie. What is a bahookie?
Bottom.
Bottom. Brilliant. Excellent. When Royley breaks his arm in the first Diary Wimpy Kid book, he has to get a stookie put on it. What is a stookie?
Cast.
A cast. Yep. A plaster cast. He gets a plaster cast on his arm. The Heffleys hear a pet called Sweetie. In Scots, what kind of animal is Sweetie?
Dog.
Dog.
Dog. Perfect. That's it. Yep. Greg says, I'll ask you one more question. We've got time just for this last one. Greg says that the all cheese in the playground gives him the boke. What does it mean when something gives you the boke?
Sick.
It makes you feel sick. Exactly. Brilliant. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this is really good. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13. Mixter Maxter. Mixter Maxter is a brilliant word. Mixter Maxter just means when you've got two things meld in together. Yeah, Mixter Maxter. Absolutely brilliant word. But well done to you all for getting 13 right. That's a lot more than I would normally expect to get if there was a whole class of Bairns answering this. 13 is absolutely smashing. Well done to you all. Now, I'm just about finished with everything that I've got today with the day. I hope that you have enjoyed talking to me about Scots. I've loved talking to you guys about Scots. You are absolutely great, and you have kent so much more Scots than most people your age would ken, or most people anybody's age, because it's hard to learn Scots. You have to make an effort, and you guys are making that effort. And I'm so glad and grateful to you for doing that, because one day Scots is going to be alive because of you. It's your language. It's up to you to use it and to keep it alive. Now, I'm got 2 minutes. So if anybody's got any questions they want to ask about the Wimpy Kid books or the Wimpy Wean books with Scots, honestly at all, please gang ahead. She's still got a couple of minutes. Either ask in the chat or ask out loud. It can be about honest at all. Well, it's funny you should say that. Can you ask them to make a Scottish film of Diary of Wimpy Wean? We would really like to do things like that. And normally, like if I was doing this in real life and like on a stage, I would probably have done a wee scene. Like I would get some folk to act out a scene for a Scottish version of the film of Diary of Wimpy Wean. It would be great to see more films in Scots. And it's something that we're hoping to do one day soon. Maybe no Wimpy Wean, that might be a wee bit hard. But one thing we're talking about is doing Peppa Pig in Scots. Now, I had the Peppa Pig book. I'll just grab it here, actually. The first ever Peppa Pig book in Scots I brought out at the end of the year before. It's called Peppa's Bonny Unicorn. And what we'd really like to do eventually is to do the Peppa Pig cartoons in Scots. And then if that works, start doing other things, doing films, doing other cartoons. So that's a really good question, Jacob. I would love to do that. And I hope that one day is something that does happen. Katie and Isla, how long did it take me to translate them? It depends. It's usually about 3 months, mostly 3-4 months. Up to the Oaksters was a wee bit different though. Up to the Oaksters, the latest one, because I was getting that bits and pieces as Jeff Kinney was writing it. I've Ken Jeff, Jeff's the guy who wrote the original books. I've met him in Edinburgh. He's a really nice guy. If you ever get a chance to go to a Wimpy Kid event that Jeff's doing, he did something in Edinburgh a couple of years ago. He's brilliant, really nice guy. And he was writing this book in bits and pieces, and he was drawing the illustrations as he was going along. So I would get like just a few pages, and then I would do that, and then I would get a drawing, and then I'd translate that. And so that took a wee bit longer in one way, but in another way, it took a bit less time because we had to get it done quickly, because I couldn't spend ages on something. If Jeff was going to have the English version out on a certain day, we needed to have the Scottish version out as well. So 3 months is about right, but sometimes it can take a wee bit longer than that. And do you get any other questions? That was 2 really good questions, but well, if that's it, because we are coming up for the end anyway.
Yeah.
I'll say thanks so much for coming to this event. I hope you all have a smashing day outside or inside, if that's what you decide to say. I hope you have a smashing weekend, and I've really, really enjoyed talking to you. And I hope one day I'll get to meet you as well, because obviously right now this is the only way to speak to folk, but wherever you are, I'm assuming you're in Perthshire somewhere. I would really like to come up and see you. So if I'm ever in Perthshire and I'm ever doing an event, please do come along and let me ken, and please do introduce yourselves and say where you are and what you said at this event, because you've come up with some brilliant stuff always. Thanks so much.
That was great, Tam. Thank you very much. That was really interesting. Some words I've never heard before as well came up there, so it was really good. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for joining in and your questions that you've put to Tam. Hope you enjoyed the event. I did. And there's lots more going on this weekend in our Soutar Festival of Words. Hope you can join us for some of those. So thank you again.
That sees a tween and a tween, this world that lies in late, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim. When ye come hame, you are at hand. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spake nae word as he walked in, and when they sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bright, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, and yet his een were kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind, and for the while he was near, glimmering in the gloom. I thought the halo of the world was there, say small in a small room. I thought the halo of the world was there, say small in a small room. Ooh.
Event of the Soutar Festival of Words 2021. My name is Kirsty Brown and I'm a Senior Officer for Culture Perth and Kinross. The aim of the Soutar Festival is to celebrate the beauty of Scots language, literature and culture. Having listened to the Soutar Birthday lecture last night with the immensely knowledgeable Professor Alan Riach, it became even more evident to me just how important two particular things were in Soutar's life. Obviously language and literature, but also the countryside, from his walks in his local woods to Canoe Hill, and latterly to his view from his bed as he watched the changing seasons from his garden. So bearing that in mind, I can't think of two better people to have in the festival programme. Cameron McNeish and Jim Mackintosh. Cameron clearly has an immense passion for the countryside, but also has made a huge contribution to Scottish literature by producing a number of excellent books, the latest being his autobiography, There's Always the Hills, which Cameron himself describes as the story of a man's love affair with hills, mountains and wild places, and in particular Scotland. Local poet Jim Mackintosh has played a huge role in promoting poetry and literature in Scotland and has an immense passion for language. Jim recently said in an interview, "The beauty and power of poetry is its ability to say so much in so few words, and importantly, the space around carefully chosen and placed words can..." I've not done that very well. I'm going to reread that, Jim, because I've not done that very well. Jim said, "The beauty and power of poetry is its ability to say so much in so few words, and importantly..." Oh, do you know, Can you remember how you said this? Because I've written it. All I'm going to say is that poetry is so important. I can't read my own writing. That's what the problem is. Jim is saying that poetry is vital and important to us all. And to me, that phrase about poetry, you can say so little in so few words through poetry, is the essence of the festival. Jim is currently the Makar for the Federation of Writers, and I'm delighted that Jim arranged this interview with Cameron. Before I hand over to Cameron and Jim, if I could just say to people, if they've got any comments, please put it in the chat. If you've got any questions, we'll be taking some questions at the end. So if you could all use the chat feature, which is at the bottom of your screen, and you'll see a little, I'm just going to check what it comes up at. It says chat. And if you just write your questions in there, we'll be taking questions and answers at the end. And I'm now going to hand over to Jim and Cameron.
Thank you, Kirsty. We'll probably come back to that theme quite a bit, actually. Maybe not necessarily the poetry bit, but and I did set myself an ambition this morning that I was going to try and never mention Hamish Henderson in this entire 90 minutes. I think it'll be almost impossible given he's actually on my shoulder here. But there's a phrase that comes to mind: poetry becomes people, which is a great Hamish Henderson saying. Anyway, thank you very much and welcome everybody again. This is going to be really more about Cameron than me. I'm going to try and set questions and just let him blether away, which is fine. I already have accused him that he can talk for Scotland. Cameron, his latest book is this one here, Come by the Hills, which I've been delighted to be reading over the last couple of weeks. You know when you read a memoir or a biography, and you get to a bit and you go, oh aye, I've done that, or I get that, or I can connect, and you connect with a book, and you think that could be about me. There's so much of that. That's what this book has done for me in the last few, and we'll probably come back to a few of these bits. You recognise yourself in some of the journeys and adventures that Cameron has undertaken over the years. So, Cameron, thank you for the book. My first question, really, I suppose, is the most obvious one. Is way back here, you talk about your adventures and why you picked the mountains. So why the hills? Why the mountains and the outdoors? Why not golf or football or chess or whatever? Why the mountains?
Well, I took a bit of time to come to mountains, Jim. I was, during my teenage years, I was passionate about track and field athletics. I was an international long jumper when I was 18. So I didn't really get totally involved in the hills until my early 20s. Now, having said that, there was away from any hills or mountains. And when I was in primary school, we moved house from one working class area of Glasgow to another working class area, just about 3 or 4 miles up the road from Govan. But there's a big difference in the second working class area because unlike Govan, it had trees and fields and green hedges, and best of all, it had a river running through it. The River White Cart, which starts life away up in the hills of Clydesdale in Lanarkshire and flows down through the south side of Glasgow and into the Clyde and Paisley. And that river became my playground. Me and my buddies, when we were 8 and 9 years of age, we'd all read the tales of Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer. And, you know, it takes a lot of imagination to think of the White Cart as being like the Great Mississippi. Huckleberry Finn had his adventures. But we did, because that imagination was something we had in abundance at that age. So we had great adventures. On the river, we built rafts and we built tree houses on the trees overhanging the river and all things like that. And during that time, we kind of learned something which I think was fundamental for my future career in the mountains. And that was recognizing risk. And and not only recognising risk, but learning how to manage risk. And we'd go out then, in those days, and it may well have been the same with you, Jim, but we'd be thrown out the house first thing in the morning during our school holidays and told not to come back till dinner time. And so we were out roaming about all day long, and we got into all sorts of adventures, and we took risks, and we managed, and all the rest of it. And it was kind of later on when I was in secondary school, and from my school window, I could look out over the city of Glasgow to the dim outline of the Campsie Fells. And there was something about that dim outline, and I just kind of wanted to peep over that horizon and see what was on the other side, because my horizons were pretty narrow living in Glasgow. So I did that. From the age of 14, I used to go wandering in the Campsie Fells. My pals and I we had an old tent we borrowed from the school, from the Duke of Edinburgh Watch Scheme, and we had a couple of rucksacks with pinch pots and pans from the house, and off we would go. And we kind of told our parents that we'd joined the Scouts and we were going to a Scout camp, so there'd be adults there to kind of look after us. But we didn't. We were kind of wandering at will amongst the camps, and it was brilliant. And it was a great way of learning about the hills and mountains. From the top of the Campsies, we looked north and could see Ben Lomond, and we said to ourselves, one day if we're good enough, we'll go and climb Ben Lomond. Yeah. So we did that, and then from there we looked north and saw that great jumble of hills around Crianlarich. So there was this kind of progression into the hills and the mountains. But as I said earlier, during my teenage years, I was very involved in athletics. I was coached by a man called John Anderson, who later came to fame as referee in a television show called Gladiators. Yeah. The wee man who said 3, 2, 1, go, and we're great friends to this day. And I became a Scottish international long jumper. And round about the time of the Commonwealth Games in Edinburgh in 1970, I was training very hard to get into that team, that Scottish team. And I had a number of injuries and whatnot. And I think I kind of knew deep down that I was never going to make the top echelon of athletics, international athletics. And I remember we used to train at Meadowbank Sports Stadium in Edinburgh. And quite often, after training, I'd take myself up onto Arthur's Seat, and I would sit up there and I'd look out across the Forth to the Lomond Hills of Fife and beyond to the Highland Hills. And there was just something about the hills and the mountains that kind of, I don't know, I found it quite a passion, and it kind of touched me somewhere deep inside. And when I decided I was going to crack in athletics, the hills, that was a kind of natural place to go. And I've just been in love with hills and mountains, no matter where they are, and all around the world. They've been my kind of the kind of redeeming feature in my life. When things get difficult or things look a bit dark or whatever, as I called my autobiography, there's always the hills.
There's always the hills, yeah.
By going to the hills, you can sort out so much in your life.
It intrigues me the element you mentioned there of risk, and it reminded me again as this will happen quite a bit here, where it reminded me back to my own kind of youth, which my father was in the police, so we kind of went where he went. So and that was at Pitlochry, and I remember we had these day out adventures, and I remember we used to stop at Robert. And a bottle of juice and a Mars bar, and some years later in full kind of climbing gear and heaven knows whatever else pieces of equipment. And I remember getting to the top and thinking, I can't believe that my mum and dad actually aged. I would be 9 and he would be he was 12, 13. Yeah. It's just short of 3,000 feet, Bairnrhymes. It's not the most dangerous place, but when you say risk, it just seemed to be a different era then, and that of course we would look towards what we thought were the Himalayas, looking at exactly going further north, and yes, and of course that's my brother. He became a kind of a sort of traditional Monroe bagger, really, I suppose. And I got dragged up with a few of them over the years. But I'm keen that although yes, you're drawn to the, as I call them, the lumpy ones and the jaggy ones, and there's somewhere in between the two. That you're not ruling out the lower level expeditions, as Nan Shepherd would call them. That there's room for walking and just being out in the countryside. Is that?
I do now, Jim, but that wasn't always the case.
Were you obsessed? Do you think? Did you?
When I started, I stopped athletics and I became a rock climber. I joined a club in Glasgow called the Lowman Mountaineering Club, and we'd go rock climbing, predominantly in Glencoe, on Ben Nevis, and we kind of looked down on walkers, I have to say, as rock climbers. They were a substandard species. We called them padders.
Yeah.
And
my brother used to say that as well, right, Ralph?
We always prefixed the term Monroe bagger with the word dirty. They were dirty Monroe baggers. That took me quite a long while, and it wasn't until later on when I moved away from that area and actually moved to Aviemore to work for the Scottish Youth Hostelers Association. And it wasn't so easy to find people to climb with or go out midweek when people were working. So that's when I started kind of stravaiging the hills on my own and kind of padding around the hills. So I eventually became one of these dirty Monroe baggers myself.
But then I was going to say, is it old age or just advancing years has obliged you to sort of say, well, you know what, I'm not doing that anymore? Or
I've climbed the Monroes 3 times, Jim, and I don't, I know there's people now who have climbed them 10, 11, 12, 13 times. My interest now has kind of, I still love hills and mountains, but over the past number of years, my interest has evolved, and I've become more passionate about Scotland. Yeah. As opposed to just the hills, and that might be coasts, it might be, as you mentioned, low-level walks, any number of things. And I think that interest really changed a wee bit when I started doing television, because when I started doing TV, it wasn't only hills and mountains we climbed, we did all sorts of things. And then I kind of realised that I live in a country that's many people recognise as one of the most beautiful countries in the world, and there were lots of fabulous areas that weren't particularly mountainous, but what we do have in Scotland is a fantastic variety of landscape, and all within a sort of car's drive of each other. They take the Skye Coolin, which is so different from the Cairngorms, or the Border Hills are so different from Torridon, and we're so lucky we've got all these fantastic varieties of landscape actually within a small space.
I think the classic for me, probably example of that for me is my brother looks scornfully at me when I tell him I'm going hill walking up in Caithness and Sutherland, or I'm going to base myself in Dornoch and go walking. And he's,
what? What's interesting? I was up there in the Flow Country a couple of years ago, and we got off the train. We got off the train from the Thurso, I think. We got off the train, and the first thing we saw was a sign, and it says, "You're going into wild country. Treat it as though you were climbing a mountain."
Exactly.
And it's absolutely correct. I was quite fascinated by that, because it is wide open, remote countryside. Okay, it might not be a mountain, but it's still, you can still get all the problems, navigation.
Get yourself in a fair pickle in the Flow Country.
You certainly could. It's fascinating country.
I think the thing I was going to add, and you could come back on this, is obviously we've been in a bit of a boorish since about last March, well, the tragedy and chaos that's been going on around us. And of course it's obliged us to look at our lockdown adventures, excuse me. And what we found was actually using that original kind of daily exercise and going out from your house. And it made us, my wife and I, then started rediscovering all the kind of local paths and the local history, and stopping and saying, actually, that's the old railway line, or that's where the Bertha Fort was, the Roman camp, and then going and looking for where the road might have been, and even just stopping looking at trees and plants and saying, what actually is that? I'm just name-checking my wife here, who's now the local street expert on umbellifers and cow parsley, but I think that echoes your point, really, isn't it? That the countryside that we spend so much time perhaps that packing up early doors to get to a mountain 2 hours away, when actually all of the stuff that you've missed between your house and there, and you know.
You know, it's remarkable what you say, because, you know, I live in a beautiful place. I live in Newton Moor in, near Abbeymoor in the Cairngorms National Park. So we've had lots of space to explore. And I've lived in this area for almost 45 years. And during the past 12 months, we've discovered walks in places that we've never discovered before. Mm-hmm. And I suddenly realized that I've spent so much of my life traveling from here to other places all around Scotland and other parts of the world. But because we're confined to a smaller space, we've made all these discoveries. And you're right, it's not just the walks, but it's about the history and elements of the culture of the area as well. You know, and that's something else that I've, you know, that I've kind of embraced, certainly in the last 20 years or so. From, you know, when I stopped really just climbing Munros and being fixated by Munros, I've really began to understand that Scotland not only has a great diversity in landscape, but we have a wonderful diversity in culture. From the Gaels of the Western Isles to the Doric speakers of Aberdeenshire, and again the borders again have their own kind of culture and language almost. So all of this has been a fascinating journey for me over the years, and it's something that I've tried to get into these books that I'm writing just now. That it's not just going to a mountain and touching a cairn. That's the great thing. It's everything else you can learn from. Travelling around Scotland, going to hills and mountains. I'll say one great thing about Munro Bang, it gets you around the country. You know, you go to these places in Scotland you probably never go to otherwise. So that is good. And if you can learn of the culture and the history and all these other things, then it's wonderful.
I think it seems to me that there's kind of two extremes. One is you could just, you know, right, I'm blinkered, I'm going to go and climb and tick off the lists. But there's somewhere in between all of that, you should find time to actually understand your local history. 3 miles up the road from on the River Amond there is the beautiful old the remnants of the mills that were there, and the different, you know, all the way up through Perth. Fantastic history and social history, and I think very important, you know.
I took a walk not that long ago with 2 friends of yours, Dr. Margaret Bennett and Ian McGregor, who was whose family is of the travelling people that produced the likes of Bell Stewart and some of these great singers. And they took me to look at some old mills near Blairgowrie. And I've always associated Blairgowrie with the berry fields, and had no idea that there were working mills in Blairgowrie. And Ian told me that his mother used to take him there when he was a wee boy, and he had wee jobs to do, and she would go on with whatever she did. It was absolutely fascinating.
Ian sends his regards, because I was speaking to him just the other night, and I was telling him but he hasn't got access to Zoom and stuff. It's no his thing, he says.
No, I can imagine that.
Yes, Blairgowrie. Well, we mentioned that. I think that was back to what Kirsty had said there. That I might, you know, this kind of, and you touch on it quite a bit. About that sense of place, and this really falls on from what we're saying there. You know, that what my words were around were, if you have to know your history and respect your history, not just the grand subjects of the Culloddens and Bannockburns of the world, but the social history of the mills and the people, whether that's in the jute mills of Dundee or the mills on the Ericht and Blair or wherever, or Paisley or whatever. But if you understand all of that and respect it, then it kind of grounds you in the future, in your present.
Without doubt.
And it gives you that kind of shared responsibility for our shared futures, whether that's looking after the mountains or looking after the rivers or whatever, you know.
You're absolutely right. You know, a few years ago, I began to get very frustrated because people kept writing about wind farms as trashing the Scottish countryside. And I kept thinking, when I go out in the hills, I don't see many of these wind farms. I know there are some areas where there's a lot of them. And, you know, I don't think they're very pretty, but I know why they're there. There's a very good reason for them being there to produce this green energy, which we're now beginning to appreciate. So what we decided to do was walk across Scotland. We'd do a television programme where we'd walk across Scotland from Iona to a place called Port Mahomet, and I'll tell you about Port Mahomet in a minute. But one of the things I wanted to discover on this journey was just how industrialised was Scotland. Mm-hmm. And we came from Ireland onto Mull, and we climbed Ben More, and then we went to across the Sound of Mull to Morven. And the first thing I came across were silica sand mines, and then lead mines just up the road, and then more lead mines at Strontian, where of course strontian comes from. Yeah. And then we get into some of the old drovers trails. And it kind of went on like that, and we ended up at Port Mahomet, where there's been a lot of archaeological discoveries recently, and it's been realised that Port Mahomet, away back in the 6th century, in the 7th century, where it's like the kind of Amazon of the day. There were distributions. It was a distribution centre. Yes. Yeah. Where they made illuminated books and tin candle holders and for sending round Europe to the growing cathedrals that were being built all around Europe. Yep. So when people tell me now that the Highlands have been industrialised, it's just as you were saying. You look at the history and you realise that they've been industrialised for a long, long time.
I'm looking to my right here because on one of my bookshelves here is the book on Port Mahomet and all the.
Oh, fascinating!
It's a fantastic one. In fact, I'm up there in about 3 weeks' time, back on at Port Mahomet. I think that it highlights for me how the layers of industry and social history that go right back. That we're not going to do politics, but the thing for me is that you and I and all of everybody else listening, their history was determined by empire to a certain extent. That, you know, if you look at all the wonderful excavations that have gone on at the Rings of Brodgar, and again, there's another one just recently at Tapa in the north there, where I think, in fact, somebody said it was on the television last night. I think there was a bit on, was it on Landward perhaps? I'm not sure. How far more extensive the Tap was.
Yeah, exactly.
I think if you look at the map and say, right, the centre of the world was Brodgar, and look out that way and turn the whole world round to say, there was the centre of civilization, you know. All the picked routes up the Irish Sea, there was the M1 as it was once described of its time, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm going with that, actually.
It's interesting. You mentioned what I call spirit of place, and I first discovered this when my wife and I were walking in the Southern Uplands Way, and we came to this little place called Risk and Hope, and it's quite near St Mary's Loch, and it's basically a ruin. It's basically just an old farmhouse. Now, Hope in Border language means a meandering burn. And this was a house beside a burn. It was obviously a farmhouse. You could see where the fields kind of tilted up the hills. And we sat there and had our lunch there. And I was just sitting there that I kind of suddenly realised that there was a spirit in this place. Now, I'm not saying I heard voices or so. I didn't. There's nothing like that. But I just became aware that this was a place where people had lived, where children had laughed and played, where people had died. And it just suddenly came very, very real to me. And it's an experience I've had in various other places in the world. That you go to somewhere there's nothing left anymore. But
I was mentioning because it's in that particular bit I was going to ask you about, because it's all shepherd and whatnot.
Yeah.
And the follow-on, I think you'd actually think we'd rehearsed this, but one of the questions I was going to come on from that was that there's a lovely mention on from that where you talk about you get up onto Rannoch Moor and that sense of place and what has happened before there. And I was unaware of this, but it's the graveyards of the navvies.
Yeah.
Can you like to tell us a bit more about that? But I think that was
many years ago, the great hill walker Hamish Brown introduced me to a book called Children of the Dead End, and this was written. I've forgotten his name for him. I'll come back to me in a minute. He came from Donegal, and he went to a feeing fair at the age of 12, where he was hired out to a farmer in Donegal at the age of 12. And he ran away and he came to Scotland. And he kind of lived his life as an itinerant in Scotland. And this is, you know, round about the early part of last century. And he, in those days, the itinerants would move from one big building project to another. And one of the big building projects he moved to was building the Blackwater Dam on the Rannoch Moor to power the aluminium works in Kinlochleven. And it's a remarkable story. And quite often, men from the Blackwater Reservoir, some of the workers, would come up by train.
I'm looking for the name for you. Is it not McGill? Is it not?
Patrick McGill.
Patrick McGill.
Aye, that's right. Wonderful writer. But what's fascinating about Patrick McGill, and I'll come back to Blackwater in a minute, he actually went on, he wrote that book, which is, it's supposed to be a novel, but it's a kind of biographical novel. And from there he went on to be editor of the Evening Times in Glasgow. And then he went on to be the King's Librarian in London.
It's remarkable.
And well, this is from a 12-year-old going to a feeing fair in Donegal. But anyway, during his time at the Blackwater Reservoir, he tells horrendous stories about some of the things. I mean, there's no health and safety, obviously, in those days. And some of the people who died, who were killed, really, building the Blackwater Reservoir, were buried on this little, it's just a little mound quite close to the dam today. And it's like, I don't know if you ever remember these cowboy stories. There was always a boot hill, and it's like a wee mound with the graves on it. And that's just like that. And the graves, the people are remembered by little plinths of concrete, which is, of course, the material they worked with. Little plinths with names like Darkie Robertson and Jimmy, and, you know, with no information. And one interesting one, it was a woman. It was a woman's name, Mrs. So-and-so. What she was doing there, I've no idea. I don't know if she was a cook or I've no idea. But it's just a fascinating, and that's one of these places where you can experience this sense of place, this place. It's very moving. It's
a very powerful thing. It's one for everybody to kind of look for. Again, it's you're within miles and eye view of lots of big hills and mountains, but there's a story, a powerful place that it would get passed by. I think it's a remarkable story. I think my great-grandfather, who also came from Donegal, and to basically dig tunnels in Glasgow, aged 14, you know, and became a quarryman. He never worked on the dams. I did know one of the policemen that worked on the dams up in Perthshire, and so the 1950s he worked there. And I'm off at a tangent, so apologies about this. But if there was any trouble during these were wild, as you say, they were like the Wild West, these camps in some ways. But if anybody got into trouble, he couldn't arrest them because they were working. So what he would do is he would take their teeth off them. If they had false teeth, that would go in an envelope in the drawer, and that was their bail bonds, because they couldn't go home to wherever, to Glasgow, or they couldn't go home at the weekend without their teeth. So it was a kind of bond of assurance, you know. Anyway, that's a completely off a tangent.
It's quite interesting. Recently, I did a television thing with a woman called Marion Pallister, who'd written the book about the Cruachan electric scheme. You know, the below the mountain Cruachan. There's this great big power scheme. And I think that was in the 1950s that was built. And she tells some great stories of people, you know, coming and working there, and they got good wages. You know, they were well paid, and quite often some of them would go back to Glasgow at the weekend, and they'd buy these sort of pale blue and pale green suits like Francie Joseph used to wear, and they would come back up to wearing these suits, these sort of Italian suits, you know, and they were quite a thing. So she tells some great stories, but it was kind of similar, a later period, but very, very similar. And there was a case of a murder. A body was discovered hidden under a bus that had gone to Oban, and they found this body there, and goodness knows what had happened. To this day, they've never quite got to the bottom of it. So all sorts of things going on, but these were tough guys. These were tough people.
You mentioned, and we mentioned before we got to this, we were talking about Duncan Bairn. And there's a lovely mention in your book of when you were walking down the Och Glen, and you passed what would have been Duncan Bairn's home.
That's right, yes.
And it just struck me as a kind of, I suppose it's the same to a certain extent with the Blackwater. There's a wee gem of a story there, or a piece of our shared history, and I guess our responsibility to make sure that's not lost. And I just found it incredibly sad that Duncan Bairn's home is basically a sheep fank now.
It is, and I think he would have found it very frustrating because he hated the sheep. He blamed the sheep for the clearances. And he wrote a wonderful poem in praise of the red fox because they didn't like sheep either, basically. So it is kind of cruelly ironic that his home there in the Och Glen is now a sheep fank.
Should we do something? Is there something, or should we do something about that kind of thing? I mean, I'm not suggesting we create more museums or statues or whatever, but how do we not lose that kind of history?
I don't know. I mean, Duncan Bairn McIntyre was apparently the greatest of all Gaelic bards, Gaelic poets.
Oh, very much so.
And I kind of knew him from a hill walking perspective, that he wrote this wonderful poem called In Praise of Bairn, and Bairn was a hill I was very fond of, and he lived down by Loch Tulla. So that was my introduction to Duncan Bairn. It's just, I started looking at it a bit more and finding out who he was, I realised he was this magnificent poet. And what fascinated me was he couldn't read or write. He composed these poems and he spoke them to a minister from Lismore who wrote it down for him.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is quite extraordinary. And well, again, we're talking about this earlier on, but Professor Alan Riach was talking at the festival last night, and Alan Riach has made a wonderful translation of In Praise of Bairn.
Yeah,
and he puts spirit into it. He puts life into this translation, which is
I would urge everybody to go and seek it out. It's a lovely wee window that easy to open and go into that kind of, to Duncan Bairn's importance basically in Scottish culture.
Absolutely, brilliant. But we have so many other great Gaelic poets too. I'm very fond of the work of Sorley MacLean, although it's much darker. His poetry is much darker, and so often it's kind of is about war and whatnot. But yeah, I had the great privilege not that long ago of going to Halig on the west coast of Rassie, the east coast rather of Rassie, and there's those lovely lines through the open window at Halig, and I looked to the west, I think, from through. I can't remember the exact words, but it was just this picture of a house where he could look out this open window and see the Coolin. And it's an extraordinary, Halig is an extraordinary poem. It's basically about people, but it's not. It's quite remarkable.
I have to mention, to me, the wonderful Dick Bulhary.
Did you know Dick?
No, it was one of those ones I wish I had, and just, and it was, we were saying there earlier, I'm going to see if I can find the quote from him there, but it was this: how can we introduce young people to the wildlife of Scotland if they can't go out and see it? I think that's a wonderful thing, and it's almost like a quote for today, from where we are right at the end of this, or hopefully at the end of this burach that we've been enduring. But
Dick was a man very much ahead of his time. He was a remarkable man, and Dick was a neighbour of mine here in Newtonmore, and I knew him very, very well. And Dick started life basically he ran away from home, from just outside Dundee, because he loved wildlife. And he got a job as a sort of trainee gamekeeper. So he came from that gamekeeping side of things, and eventually became one of the finest naturalists in the country. And from that gamekeeping side of things, where in those days they didn't want anybody else about the hills. We didn't have the access legislation we have now. and gamekeepers spent a lot of time chasing people off the hills. Where, you know, and Dick came through all of that to this man who wanted open access for it, particularly for young people. And, you know, as you've just said, how do they, you know, how can they appreciate what we have if they don't see it? That was a very important part of Dick's life.
Which kind of, where I was going with this is, well, I kind of half mentioned that when I was talking about, you know, my wife being the kind of cow parsley and out Bellifer expert, but he was very much saying, right, what is that? He would stop and say, what is that tree? And, you know, it's all of that, all of those layers of our landscape were important. And
yes, yeah.
And where I'm going with it is, obviously, I can see it happening. Probably from Monday, they'll be on the news. There'll be all the mess. There'll be, you know, with the car parks, they'll be fooling again. And I'm not railing against. How do we find the balance between? And I remember there was there was a social media thing. I can't remember which one it was, Cameron, but I think it was Kinlochleven were about to put some more facilities in for camper vans and stuff. But what is the balance between saying the place is full, go somewhere else, and no making and no trashing the beauty of what we've got? What do we do?
We've been really tested last year, and I suspect we'll be tested even more this year, in that people can't go abroad for holidays, so they're coming here. And I think there's an assumption within a certain element of society that we can't go to south of Spain and sit on the beach and get pissed, so we'll do it in Scotland. Now, people will look, that element will always be there. I remember when the Loch Lomond and Trossachs National Park first started, there was some shock that people were going to Loch Lomond on Maybank holidays and leaving litter and all that. I can remember that as being a wee boy. People always did that from Glasgow. It wasn't new. Yeah. The Loch Lomond Trossachs National Park, you know, they treated it in a certain way, which I think was kind of wrong by creating bylaws and stuff. And I think it's got to be education. Now, when our wonderful access legislation, the Land Reform Act, Scotland 2003, when that came about, there was a lot of publicity came from the Scottish government, came from Scottish Natural Heritage. It was on television and everything about our responsibilities. Right. I don't know if you remember the kind of traffic light thing, you know, red, amber and green and all sorts of messages. And I really think after last summer, the Scottish government should have been bringing back some of that. It might still come. I know there's, you know, Fergus Ewing's been doing some work on this, but we have to educate people. Yeah, we really have, from that level. You can't blame people who have been locked up in a city. I mean, I'm lucky. I was moaning a wee bit earlier on about being locked up in Highland region. You know, my son lives in the West End of Glasgow. He's not been able to get out of Glasgow for over a year now. Aye. You can't blame people for wanting to go out to the countryside. Exactly. And we're going to get a lot of them at the moment because they can't go anywhere else. Yeah. So I think we have to perhaps stop being so critical of people and trying to teach them a wee bit more.
I think, yeah, because the balance is somewhere in between all of that is the answer. To encourage, but to discourage making a mess. It's, at the end of the day, it's your own country that you're making a mess of. And,
absolutely.
Yeah. Because I was intrigued because well, way back in the book there, you talked about the Craigallien fire. You know which was part of you going out there and you know you and your pals would sit and you would make a fire and. Yeah. But you knew what to do at the end of it. I think that's the thing. You weren't bending down a live tree and burning it or any nonsense like that, you know.
I think the saddest thing last summer was going around and seeing all the attempts at lighting fires. You know, green boughs from trees they're trying to light. You know, and you know, huge, great big bits of wood, and you know, these people obviously didn't know how to light a fire and look after a fire. And
I saw a wonderful photograph, and again on the social media piece. It was the ingenuity of it was wonderful. The fire was there, and this poor tree had been bent over and tied down at one end, and they were basically
Oh no!
So it was just unbelievable. But anyway, I don't know why I'm laughing at it, because I was bloody angry watching it.
I know.
You know.
I know. I think we have to appreciate that not everybody knows these things, and that's, you know, and a lot of people, even though they're now adults, are quite new to the Scottish countryside. And we have, that's one thing. The other thing we have to do is actually be prepared, or create a proper infrastructure for all these visitors that we've got. And certainly I drive a camper van, and I've made television programs about camper vanning and going around Scotland in a camper van. There are 360,000 registered motorhomes and camper vans in the UK, and a lot of them go abroad every summer. Yeah. They can, and they're not going to give up their camper vans, so they're going to come, and they'll come to Scotland. So we need an infrastructure, and I'm delighted to say this is something the Scottish Government, and particularly here in the Highlands, Highland Council has embraced this, and they're trying to create more places. No frills, low cost, overnight stopping places, so people can't get
with
around.
Proper toilets, yeah.
Well, not always, because I mean, most camper vans and motorhomes have their own inbuilt facilities these days.
Not just for the camper van folk though, but just, you know, just a simple thing like toilets. You know?
And if toilets were, I mean, there's so many places to go to just now where toilets are locked up. And I know there's financial reasons and all the rest of it, but I think certainly during the summer there should be efforts made to make these facilities available. I
could go on a right rant about Perth. Perth, it was just no toilets open at all. You were encouraged to walk round, but there's no public toilet. But anyway, that's for another day.
It's something that's necessary. It's a natural function, and everybody will want to at some point in the day. But yeah,
we better get off our high horses here. Is there a favourite spot that Cameron McNeish would say, do you know what, whether it's a climb or a walk, you would just sit down and say, aye, this is fine. Sit with a dram and say, this is okay, other than at home, obviously. But is there a place, your favourite mountain or walk or place to sit and say, you might not want to tell us because there'll be 1,000 folk there by the end of next week. Or...
Well, there's a couple of wee places locally that I won't tell you about because they fall into that category. And the nice, but generally speaking, if I was to have one final view in my life, it would probably be from the Cairngorm Plateau, looking down onto Loch Ann. These great big crags round the head of Loch Ann, and I can't remember how many times I've visited that spot, but it still takes my breath away. When you walk along the Fay Buoy Burn and you come to that edge and it drops down into this beautiful, long, elongated loch, which always looks blue. It's just a wonderful. I'm quite passionate about the Cairngorms, actually. It's an area that I enjoy. I think it's because I can get up high and walk for long, long periods of time, kind of on a level, but that level is above 3,000 feet and quite often above 4,000.
On the plateau, I mean, I'm sure it was Jim Crumley that mentioned once it was the only place he's ever experienced nothing, complete silence.
Yeah.
Not even the wind, you know, that unbelievably on the plateau.
It's interesting that you mentioned Jim. Jim's a very old friend of mine, and I remember he stayed with me for a few days, and I took him a walk into a lovely big corrie just off Glenfeshie called Corrie Garblach, and it's a big long sort of winding corrie, eats its way into the Moyne Moor, that plateau. And Jim wrote about it later, and he says, we climbed up out of Corrie Garblach, and as we come over the lip, we come into nothing, nothingness, just this undulating plateau all around us. And it's just the way he described it. It's just exactly that. You come up and you can't expect to see hills and mountains, but it's basically just this undulations. Yeah. A little bit like we talked about the flow country earlier on, but at 3,000 feet.
It's a very difficult concept, and if anybody that's listening to try it, to figure out, to stand somewhere and actually hear nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always usually a wee birdie or a bit tree or a bit wind or whatever, but it's incredible. It's only ever happened to me once, and that was unbelievably at the back of sand dunes on the Makar away, not at Loch, at Fleet Estuary.
Just that's lovely up there.
Nothing. Just absolutely. It's just, and then you get an oyster catcher and it just goes away across.
It's that point where there's this, you can hear so little that you can't hear your blood pulsing in your body, but you can sense it.
Aye.
You know, it's that sense of you can almost hear your own heartbeat. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And
It's funny,
very few places that can happen.
We were talking, you mentioned Ian McGregor and Margaret, and I was speaking about when we did the Hamish Matters Festival a couple of years ago, and I had Tim Neate, who was Hamish Henderson's biographer.
Mm-hmm.
And I was asking him, what would your legacy be? What would you put, what would be a great thing to sort of, not necessarily for Tim, but for Hamish or whatever. What would we do for Cameron McNeish? I'm trying to get trying to bury you here, Cameron. I didn't mean that, but what would you think? Aye, that would be a nice thing. No a statue or that, but are we? And now the thing that Tim said for Hamish Henderson would be to plant trees in a circle with a big space in the middle for folk to gather and tell stories for like the travellers, tell stories and sing songs and whatever. And plant circles of trees up Glen Shee somewhere.
Lovely.
And have a wee space in the middle for meeting. And every year maybe plant some more trees. And it kind of get me onto this kind of, what would Cameron McNeish be? Would there be a walk named after you or a mountain or something? What?
Oh, I don't know. I think what I would really love, because another great passion in my life is traditional folk music. And I'd love the idea of a folk festival, perhaps named after me, with people like, I've got some great friends like Duncan Chisholm, the great fiddler, and I've known so many of the folk people over the years, and to think that these people would come and play at something like that. And it might be a folk festival, as you just described, actually in the countryside somewhere, rather than a town hall or whatever, an outdoor setting. It'd be lovely.
Well, you'll come to Blairgowrie when we do once we're allowed to have folk in festivals again.
Yeah.
What will we call it? The Cameron Cares or the Cameron Cayleys?
Something like that. I found out many years ago. I played in a wee band. I played the guitar in a wee band called. They called me Cammy in those days. Cammy's Cayley band. So and.
Do you play at all now? Then do you not?
I play the guitar a bit. I play the 5-string banjo a wee bit. I play an Irish bouzouki, which I've been learning over the past 2 or 3 years. So I used to run a folk club here in Newton Moor, the Bairnrhymes Folk Club, many years ago. And that's where I met Margaret Bennett. She was living in Kiyusi at the time.
Yes.
And we used to go around, from house to house and take the guitars and we sing songs and whatnot. And whenever we went to Margaret's house, she would get her young fella who was about 7 or 8 at the time. He'd get up from bed in his pajamas and come down and play his pipes for us. And we would listen to this wee lad standing there in his pajamas playing the pipe, never thinking that he'd become one of Scotland's finest ever pipers. And such an influence he was on other young people. Sadly, Martin died of cancer when he was in his early 30s, but he was hugely influential.
Huge talent.
Enormous talent.
A great loss.
Oh, a huge loss. Very, very sad. So that's where I first met Margaret Bennett, and we've kind of kept in touch and been to various folk festivals and various things over the years. But she's a remarkable woman, and it was really Margaret who introduced me to Hamish Henderson. And we all knew, every folkie knows freedom come all ye. But for a lot of people, that's Hamish, the freedom come all ye. But there's so much more to Hamish Henderson, as I've discovered over the years. And
yeah,
it's,
that's
a remarkable man.
That's him there.
Yeah,
that's him there in the background.
But this whole idea that he would go around the travelling people's encampments with his tape recorder and record some of this stuff. It's a remarkable story.
I think that was the thing for me with him. I was aware of Hamish. I lived in Blairgowrie as a lad. Went to the berries, whether your father was a millionaire or not, you went to the berries because that's what you did. And it wasn't till, but folk music to me when I was a youngster, I wanted to go and listen to T-Rex and Slade and everything. But but actually, it was back of that later on, understanding that was your history, and you needed whether you didn't have to like every bit of it, but it was, you had to make sure that we nurtured it and looked after it. And that's where I got back into Hamish.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I got sort of interested in folk music in my teenage years, and it seemed something that was just very akin to the hills. As I was discovering the hills, I was discovering folk music and traditional music, and the two just seemed to go together. And I found it amazing that I kept meeting these hill gangrels who are also involved in the traditional music scene. And I remember meeting one fascinating character in a bothy. His name was Davy Glenn, and he came from Angus. And Davy Glenn he had a big long beard down to his waist, and he basically lived from bothy to bothy. But I remember discovering he was the Scottish diddling champion, and he would go to the folk. It wasn't so much folk festivals in those days as bothy ballad competitions and stuff. And he was Scottish, and the diddling is all that kind of diddly diddle. And he was a Scottish champion. He was a remarkable guy. He was also like a one-man mountain rescue team in the Angus Glens. There's a bothy that commemorates him on Jocks Road in the Angus Glens called Davies Burach. And it's a wee bothy. And he was a remarkable man. But so many of these people were involved in the hills and involved in folk music, and I think that's where my love of folk music came from.
I'll need to look him up. I mean, one of my other hats that I wear is the maker of the Cateran Eco Museum, or the Eco Museum, and that's just been an absolute another door open to all of those things. Are important elements whether it's the landscape, the people that live and work and depend on it, or the history that's underneath it all. It's a wonderful thing and I've got this great excuse to go and explore it. Like you have had over the years. You've not excuse, but you've well, it's a good excuse, isn't it? You've given yourself a good excuse to explore Scotland. I decided at a fairly young age, kind of early 20s, that I wanted to climb hills, and if I could find a way of earning a living and climbing hills, that was fine. And I worked at the Scottish Youth Hostels for a while, and then I became an outdoor instructor for a while, and then started writing. And it seemed to me it's going to be an easier life writing about it than being an outdoor instructor. But what's next? What's next, Cameron? What's your current adventure?
Well, not a lot now. I'm kind of retired now. I still write a column in the Scots magazine every month, and that's really my only kind of writing commitment. And that's great because Robert White, who's the editor of the Scots magazine, has given me a free rein. I say, just write what you want. The column's called Cameron's Country, so it's kind of anything about Scotland. So it tends to be kind of outdoorish things.
So just bits and bobs to keep you going, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's loosely outdoors. Climbing hills, some cycling or whatever. But it's predominantly about the hills, because all these things flow from that. For me, as a in the broadest sense, a mountaineer, and all these kind of rivers flow from that. A bit of folk music, there's a bit of cycling there, and there's a bit of Scottish history comes down that side, and so it all comes from this kind of mountain.
There's a little kind of segue. It's a horrible word, that segue, but you mentioned obviously you still write for the Scots magazine, and back to the Hamish Henderson thing was sadly. A gentleman called Maurice Fleming. I don't know if you were aware of Maurice. Maurice passed away last August, and
did he?
And sadly, it's because of all the pandemic that it was certainly documented, and it was in the local newspapers, but it kind of just went without huge amount of say, and it was really quite sad. But for everybody else that's listening, and Maurice was the editor of the Scots magazine, but before that was hugely important in the story of Hamish Henderson, the School of Scottish Studies, and became what Maurice. I was very lucky to speak to him a couple of occasions, but he called himself one of Hamish's scouts when he was armed with a microwave-sized tape recorder and a
yeah.
bicycle and go out and seek out the stories. You know,
I remember these things. Ewers, they were called, just tape to tape things. I used to do a lot of work for BBC Radio Scotland. I used to have to drag one of these around before everything became digital. It was great. But my connection with the Scots magazine goes way back to my teenage years, because I think I was the only teenager in Scotland who had a subscription to the Scots magazine. And my mum and dad gave me it for a birthday, because I always wanted to read Tom Weir stuff. Tom Weir was my great hero when I was a youngster. And I loved reading Tom's column and his journeys and adventures around Scotland. And eventually I got to know Tom, and he became a real mentor to me. I knew him and his wife, Rona, very well, and was delighted a number of years ago when Rona rang me up and said, some people have raised some money to build a statue for Tom. Would you come and unveil it? Which was, you know, a fantastic honour for me. It was marvellous. Tom was a great character. He always came across as everybody's favourite uncle from his television programmes. But he was a fiery wee character too.
Aye. But that was his skill. That was a beautiful skill that you had to make you feel welcome.
Exactly. Yeah, and there was a period in a relationship where he didn't speak to me for 2 years because he was a staunch member of the Scottish Mountaineering Club, and when he was president of the Scottish Mountaineering Club, they didn't allow female members. It was a male-only club, and I had written something about this in one of the magazines I edited, saying, you know, surely the Scottish Mountain Club is drag themselves into the 20th century and allow females were climbing really hard then, and you know, I didn't see any reason why they shouldn't be members. Anyway, Tom rang me up and he said, I've just read your piece about female climbers. I said, oh yeah. He said, remember I invited you to join the SMCE? I said, well, forget it. And he slammed the phone down.
Oh, cool, right.
For 2 years.
Well, I'm conscious of time now, because that would we could. I see Kirsty's appeared now, because we're going to do some Q&As just in a wee second or two.
I can't believe
we're one. Is that 1 o'clock now? I think.
I believe that. My goodness.
I'm very much. Well, we could talk all afternoon, I think. You can indulge me. I'm going to read you a poem, which especially I think you'll appreciate, and then I'm going to hand over to Kirsty, and we'll do go through some Q&As. A very short poem. It's called A Full Hand of Bananas, because the Pap is a 2-banana climb, maybe with an added caramel wafer for the bonny view across Loch Leven. Aye, there's Monroe baggers and Corbett tickers, and I've bagged a few stotters and ticked a few beezers, and they're never the same. They're unique, and that's why we love them. They're like us. They're different. But all fused to the hills we climb, sweat, dream, and curse up in the sun and rain, ignoring the midges. Me, I'm now more a big, round, lumpy sort of person. I've clung to a few jaggy ones with my brother before Yorn Chanty Raster stole his pech and left him with yon MS thing. And besides now, my knees are 50% Lego and 100% peanut brittle. And it's no the same without him losing me somewhere along the polished skite of a ridge on a full hand of bananas kind of mountain, being jogged past by protein bars on legs. So here I am on the Pap, reminiscing on the rock where we toasted his big 4-0, eating my second banana with no one to share the view. I'll save my caramel wafer for the drive home up the glen. I'll smile and I'll respectfully nod to my right to the 3 banana sisters in a row, and a ridge of 6 bananas to my left before the majesty of the Buchels, the moody 4 bananas of the Beg and the extra wafer of the Moor, and the luminous folk on the Crowberry Ridge knotted together in their 4-wheel drive bally shoes. And I crazy love them because they're just pure bananas. So I was reading that last night and thinking, here, that could actually be.
That's fantastic.
We could. Is there any Q&As there, Kirsty, or will we keep blethering?
Yeah, no. We do have one. I would just like to say at this point, I'm going to thank you properly at the end, but I just felt that I was eavesdropping there on you both. That we were in a really nice pub somewhere and the two of you were having a blether over a whiskey, and that I was eavesdropping on two friends having a blether. It was just so natural, and just, I think everybody could probably have brought their sleeping bags down and listened to you well into the night, blethering away. It was lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Somebody's put no questions, but we've really enjoyed bacon sandwiches and homemade lentil soup. Thanks, Cameron and Jim. Great new book, Cameron, and the banana poem, Jim. So that's come up in the chat. That was from David's iPad. We do have one question. This could be slightly controversial. It'd be interesting. I'm really interested to hear both your views on this. And this is from Peter Gordon saying, with the advent of mountain bikes, I increasingly see bikes on places like the summit of Ben Macdui. Do you think the Scottish Outdoor Access Code is clear and appropriate in what it says about bikes? Good question.
Okay, shall I go first?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, okay. I can take that one step further. I now use not only a mountain bike, but an electric mountain bike. And that electric mountain bike, takes me to places that I can no longer kind of walk to. Mm-hmm. And it's quite interesting. I met a gamekeeper friend of mine the other day who stopped me when I was on a track in the Monolea Hills here. And he says, you've been writing for years and years about us building these bulldoze tracks in the hills, and now you're using them on your e-bike. And I had to agree, they've become very, very useful. So yeah, it's a very rare thing to see a mountain bike on Ben Macdui. I first took a mountain bike to Ben Macdui away back in the 70s when mountain bikes just became fashionable. And I thought, they're called mountain bikes, you must be able to cycle up mountains. I was a bit naive. And I encouraged the guys on the Cairngorm ski lift to take a friend of mine and myself up on the ski lift, the chair lift with our mountain bikes. And we got up there and we cycled down rather haphazardly from the summit of Cairngorm, made our way across to Ben Macdui, and quite often we were being overtaken by groups of ramblers. The progress was so slow. And on the way back, we were both absolutely, utterly exhausted from carrying these mountain bikes to Ben Macdui. And we came to the top of Corrie Cass, which is where all the ski development is. And there's a great big snow wreath there that lasts usually well into the summer, called the Cooey Crom. And I said to my friend Colin, listen, I'm too tired to carry the bike right down there. I'm going to try and cycle down the snow wreath. And my thinking was this, that if I come off the bike, if I hung on to it, it would be like an ice axe. I could use it like an ice axe and stop my fall. So he looked at me as though I was mad, and I set off. And within seconds, the bike and I parted company. Driving down the snow wreath on my backside, the fastest thing outside the Cresta Run. And I could see below, not great big boulders, but fine Cairngorm granite scree, which I hit on my backside about 120 miles an hour. And my backside was like a pound of raw mince when I stood up. And a real mess. And that night I stood in the shower with my wife, who was a nurse, with a very, one of these scrubbing brushes, scrubbing this granite scree out my backside. So mountain bikes can be used in all sorts of places. I don't think they detract from the hills for anybody. I don't think they do any more damage really than people with heavy boots and all the rest of it. But I wouldn't advise anybody to take a mountain bike to the summit of Ben Macdui. I think it's crazy. But mountain bikes are great, and e-bikes are great for people like myself who are getting on a wee bit in years and just need that wee bit of help.
There's two things I would say in response to that, Cameron. One is that I find it remarkable that you actually even risk assessed the fact that you were going to cycle down. You actually, I'm back to what you said, risk right at the very start there. Right? At least you did. I was
tired.
I think the other thing I would say is, I remember having a conversation with Mike Cheesewright, who was one of the Forestry Commission lads based at Dunkeld, and they were setting up for what I think it would be the Scottish rally that was going through at that time, motor rallies. And I said, does that not cause you an awful kind of, huge amount of damage? And he says, do you know, Jim, he says, we have more damage to the forestry tracks with horses than we do with rally. I mean, aside from the fact of the eco side of the fuel and all the rest, we have more damage from horses on the roads than we do cars, because the horses go down the middle of the road and they break it up. And he says, and to certain mountain bikes were still bikes in those days. They hadn't added the mountain bit and the chunky tires. And it's a balance. He said, if everybody just respected back to what we were saying there, that somewhere in that, I don't know if that really answers the question, but
okay. Thank you both. I'm just reading, it's a comment here from Lexi, just saying, most enjoyable, thanks. Jim thought the Campsies were his Himalayas, just as I thought I was in Tibet on the Rags over Loch Carron. And in those days, the Loch Seaforth failed out the Bay of Tibet from Kyle past Rassi, the joys of youth. Okay. Cuckoo arrived here today, and that's she's in Lexi's in Wester Ross. So that's a lovely comment from Lexi. Ian B has a question. And Ian B is in Ireland, which is fantastic. Living in Ireland, we often look to Scotland and the access legislation that many would love here. Has the legislation been a complete success, or what do you think could be changed, if anything, to make it better, considering the problems of last year?
Wow, that's a great question. And I think when we consider the Land Reform Scotland Act of 2003, which gave us this wonderful legislation, which is recognised by many people as the most progressive access legislation in the world, possibly. What we have to remember is that we actually had that. Sorry,
it's the editor of the Scotsman.
We've always been able to walk freely in Scotland. From time immemorial, we've been able to walk wherever we like in Scotland. But the problem was that was a de facto access. It wasn't de jure, which means it's legislated for. And there was a time when it became, climbing hills and whatnot in Scotland became a bit more popular. And some landowners used people's ignorance of this de facto access that we had, and started putting signs up saying keep out, and people see a keep out sign, they'll generally keep out. They don't want hassle. So quite a bunch of people over the years have been very keen to actually legislate that de facto access, codify it, put it into legislation. And really that's what happened in 1999 when the Scottish Parliament was formed. The Scottish Parliament was formed, and Donald Dewar in particular at the time said there are two things we could give to the Scottish public quite easily. One is access to the countryside, and the other one is national parks. Two items that we would never have had if we didn't have the Scottish Parliament, because people had suggested national parks and whatnot over the years. They always went to the House of Lords, where the landowning House of Lords threw it out. They weren't interested. So we wouldn't have had these access legislations and national parks if there wasn't the Scottish Parliament. So we got this in 2003. It came after quite a hard battle, I have to say. It wasn't as easy as Donald Dewar suggested. There was quite a lot of opposition from farmers and landowners, but we got there eventually. And the funny thing was, what really brought it about was the 2001 foot and mouth crisis. If you remember 2001, we were told to keep out of the countryside because of foot and mouth. And then when economically things went turtle in the countryside, they were saying, go back to the countryside. They realised that humans didn't pass foot and mouth. Go back to the countryside. And people came back, but a lot of the landowners hadn't taken the signs away. They kept the signs up deliberately, foot and mouth, keep out. And at the time it was a Lib Dem Labour coalition in the Scottish Parliament, and they realised, Jim Wallace was the minister in charge, he realised that give the landowners half a chance and they wouldn't have anybody in the countryside. So he kind of rewrote the drafts I came up with the access legislation we have. It's working really well. I think it's working better than anybody ever suggested. To our friend in Ireland, I would love your government to have something similar, because access in Ireland as a walker can be very, very difficult, as I'm sure he's well aware. And I'd love to see the access legislation we have in Scotland in Ireland as well, because it's a fantastic country for hill walking and wandering about, with much the same as Jim and I have been talking about, the cultural values and all these other things. It's exactly the same in Ireland. Slightly different cultures, but we're all the same family. It's wonderful.
I think a couple of things just I would add to that is it's just look at, don't take for granted what you've got. I mean, we've got brilliant access to the countryside, and the gentleman, the person asking the question there from Ireland, exactly what you're saying there. You makes you appreciate what access we do have, and everything that we've said in the last hour or so, those layers of what makes our country what it is, whether it's the people or the landscape or their history and Sheila. And I think was it Lexi mentioned the first cuckoo that she'd heard, and it always comes into my mind that without fail, the times I've visited Calvi to Croik Church, which is just my excuse to read you a wee poem, but it's the only place I ever regularly, every time I go there, I hear a cuckoo in the woods behind the church. And for people that are not aware of it, and it just kind of encapsulates everything we've been talking about here, but I think it was May 1845, there was about 90 people who were essentially evicted or conned from their homes in Glencalvie in Sutherland, part of the clearances. And they were obliged, they had nowhere to go, and they were forced, this had gone over, this wasn't people that hadn't paid their rent or were getting thrown out, they were conned out of their property. And they sought shelter in the graveyard, the Croik Church. And it was the making of these people, the mark of these people is that they wouldn't go in, they wouldn't shelter in the church. You couldn't do that. But they waited, they huddled together and made wee kind of tents, as it were, and survived outside in the graveyard. So it's a place, again, we talked earlier about sense of place and sense of your past and understanding, and it's a grand subject, the clearances that have been talked about.
What strikes me about Croik Church, Jim, is that on the windows,
well, I was going to wait. Yeah, on you go. Yeah.
The messages that people left, they scratched these little messages onto the glass windows. Well, you can still see them today.
If you're ever up that way, go and seek it out. It's because and even there they called themselves, they were the sinners. They were considered themselves that they were doing things wrong, even scratching your name on there. Will I read you this little poem? Would you like to hear this?
Yes.
It's called Calvi. For the siller, and this is for Lexi if you're still there for mentioning cuckoos. So it's your fault. Jim's reading poetry. For the siller birk on the far side, a movement. The cuckoo announces the forgotten quarters, as it would have to the wicked generation of Glencalvie's honest grafters. Terrible innocence herded like the sheep soon to replace them. Desperately couried amongst the headstones, the resting place of ancestors in equal turmoil. Centuries of sighs seeping up, hush, hush, sobbing through the green velvet oasis of Croik Kirksacre, offering only an embrace to the sorrowed plight of the tricked generation of Calvie's lazy bed runs. Even now the air hangs heavy with sadness, despair of their innocent crimes of toil, honesty and kinship. The original sin loosened from the greedy factor's grip, who stabbed hearts evicted for a distant master's coin. The lead-framed diamonds etched now in mizzled glass the words of their names, their desperate innocence, precious gems of those long departed, defeated yet remembered now, as the cuckoo announces the quarters to weave the bitter tone and never forget what they suffered. And it is one of those senses of place that I would urge folk to go and see, and it kind of grounds you back in we're doing okay, you know, in terms of access.
Yeah, wonderful.
Sorry, Kirsty.
Any more questions?
You still there, Kirsty?
Yeah, sorry, I needed my technical advisor to unmute me there, which is why, yes. We don't have any more questions. I will, while I'm giving everybody a last opportunity to put a question in if they have one, if I could just mention, I've put up a link to a donations button. Culture Perth and Kinross, we are a charity, and in order for us to carry on doing events like this, any donations are gratefully received. We're already planning for our 2022 Soutar Festival of Words, which I really can't get my head around. So again, if anybody has ideas, things that they'd like to see in a future festival, that would be wonderful. Please get in touch. So the donation button is there. Also, just to let you know, if you haven't had a look at the rest of the festival, there's some amazing events still to come. Jim is back on this afternoon. Jim is being so supportive to the festival, and really appreciate Jim's. Jim gave me lots of different ideas for the festival, and he's really been supportive, and he's coming on this afternoon as a Makar, and he's going to be with three other Makars, 4 of you all together?
Well, don't say that. I've only invited another 2.
3, right. Yes, 3 Makars this afternoon. Jennifer's looking forward to that, so she's going to be coming, which is great. Just listening as well to the way you've been talking, Sally Magnusson is coming, and her book, The Ninth Child, is really very much about social history and a sense of place. I don't know if either of you have read it. It's an absolutely brilliant book, and Sally Magnusson is going to be talking at 5:30. We've got Douglas Stewart tonight, Booker Prize winner, huge sense of place in his book. And then tomorrow, Andy Jackson, the poet. We've got Elaine C. Smith. So loads still to happen. So if you haven't had a look at the full festival, now, I think there's wait a minute, is there another question coming in? I've lost my chat. I think it's maybe just thanks that are coming through. Apologies, my chat button seems to have frozen. I think it's thanks for really interesting sessions. I hope I haven't missed a question.
I think so.
There's no more questions, Kirsty, but we've got some wonderful comments going. Wonderful interview, Cameron and Jim. Thank you very much. And we've got one as well from Adrina going, thanks for a really interesting discussion.
Oh, I know what that is, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dougie. Thank you. On behalf of everybody, I would just like to thank you both so much. I'm in complete awe of your knowledge and your experience, and how you retain all this information, from music to poetry to walking to you name it. The 2 of you have just got, I'm just...
It's called old age, Kirsty. Being around, Kirsty's frozen, so we can say what we like about her now. You can say.
Chat button's frozen again. Yeah. That's a term that will stay with me now. My chat button is frozen.
See, Cameron, you're old enough to mind Cameron's old enough to mind when a Zoom was actually a nice lolly that you got in the 60s.
Indeed.
Well, yes. Yeah.
And long may it...
yeah.
Well, thank you very much for it, all of those things. I mean, I'll just wave Cameron's book again at that. It's just because if you're still about...
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
It's just it is a lovely... I don't mean it in an insulting way when I say it's an easy, comfortable read. It's just, you just sit and you think, oh, you know, that could be myself. You recognise yourself if you're at all passionate in walking or being around in the landscape. It's a lovely thing to read.
Thank you.
And I think it's all about, it will be teaching everybody as well. The book will help and support everybody reconnect and discover local places and discover their heritage and their culture. which is what I think one of the main messages of your talk today has taught me, is that I need to get out there, reconnect, connect. And I also think that, you know, in 300 times, when you two will be part of the social history that everybody will be talking about, which I think is a lovely idea. That, oh, you will be, most definitely. Two icons will definitely part of the social history. So I would like to thank you very, very much.
Right.
Oh.
No, it just minded me of a thing when you're saying people going out in there. I mean, Cameron says it in his book about folk walking the Larry Grew, and of course they've got the big bits on and they've bought all the equipment, and that's, you don't need it. Just buy the right equipment. Go and buy yourself a bike, but you don't have to spend £5,000 on it or whatever.
Oh.
But be equipped for whatever you're going to do.
I think Nike were right when their advert where they said, "Just do it."
Aye, just do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. Just do it.
Just do it. Take a piece with you and just do it.
Just do it. And when, as you say, this burach is all over, Jim, we'll all be out just doing it. So on that note, thank you both very, very much. And great to see you both. Thank you. And thank you very much for everybody for coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers,
everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you.
This year, as part of Doors Open Day, Culture Perth and Kinross are delighted to take you on a trip behind the scenes at William Soutar's house. Join Dr. Nikki Small in this special recording produced exclusively for Doors Open Day.
As a local history officer for Perth and Kinross, we've long looked after this house, Soutar House, here in Wilson Street. Now, many people will pass this house as they go about their business. It's in Wilson Street, a residential area, but we look after it. The library service has looked after it for a long time, and Culture Perth and Kinross now look after this house. It was gifted to the town by the father of the poet, William Soutar, and this house tells everybody about his life and his work, and it's where he actually lived and died. Some of the house remains exactly as it was. This room particularly, all the woodwork that you see in the fireplace and stained windows is just exactly how it would have been in Soutar's time. Some changes have been made to the house, decoration, a bit of carpeting, things like that, but overall the house is very much as it was. Soutar lived here until his death in 1943, and he was born and brought up in Perth, and his father actually built this house and the one next door. From the front they actually look quite small. There's only 2 windows on either side of the front door, but the house goes all the way back. It's a bit of a TARDIS, and we'll show you a little bit about that today. The room that we're in just now is one of the front rooms. There's another one, a lovely parlour, really. These would have been the good rooms of the house, I imagine. These would have been the rooms where there was nice, as I say, panelling, nice fireplace. This one, we don't really know, probably a bit of a study. We've made it look like that now. But the other one would have been a room where people would have taken tea or afternoon tea, or maybe sat in the evening and relaxed by the fire. There's another room through the back here, and I'm going to show you that in a little while. That's the room that Soutar lived in when he came here to work. And there's a back kitchen, and then there's another little area at the very back as well, where there's a lovely porch which Soutar's father built for him when he was ill. It's quite TARDIS-like. There's another 3 bedrooms and other rooms upstairs, which we'll show you also, a lovely staircase. You'll see that, and quite a large hallway. It's a lovely house, it's very warm, it's very welcoming, it's very cosy with the wood, and it's just a nice place, and we're glad we're looking after it. People have looked after this house in the name of Willie Soutar for a long, long time, and people most affiliated with it are the Friends of William Soutar. Now, if you go online, you'll find their website, and they know lots about Soutar, far more than me, and they have been doing events, and they're trying hard all these years to keep the name of Willie Soutar alive. His poetry is quite astounding. Lots of lovely poems, lots of lovely work that he did, lots of it based in Perth, and some of it written obviously when he was in this house. His diary particularly was written here, The Diaries of a Dying Man, which sounds quite morose really, but it's not at all. The Diaries of a Dying Man are a wonderful exploration really of his life when he lived in this house, and I'll talk a wee bit more about that when we're in his room. But this room, as I say, would have been a room in the house that his father might have used, his mother would have used, and which would have been a formal room, and the other one the same. Coming into the hall and into a bigger space, you can see that too when you can see that we've hung some portraits there of Soutar that we have. Other ones are in the museum, and And as I say, this house has been looked after by the library service for a great number of years. Some of you may know the author, A.J. Close. She actually lived in this house, and before her, another writer. Writers in residence used to live in this house, and A.J. lived here for a year or so and enjoyed her time here very much, and wrote a great deal about Soutar, and is very involved with the Friends of Willie Soutar. And this house has always had a literary aspect, if you like, in that, because the librarian lived here before then, and Carol McDougall. If you can ever read A.J. or Carol on Willie Soutar, you'll learn a great deal. The house was actually renovated, if you like, in terms of the exhibition that's in here. There was a hope at one point that we could open it more to the public. We're not always able to do that. It's in a residential area. It's very small. There's a lot of health and safety issues around bringing people in, but we do our best to open it when we can. And these front two rooms actually have little exhibition panels in them, and you can explore these and read through them, and you'll see all the things that you need to know about Soutar and his life, where he was born here in Perthshire, his parents, his upbringing, going to local school, his work and life thereafter when he joined the Navy for a short time. He became ill at that time, and this was the start of his illness and his ill health. And he came home eventually after being at university and realised that he was too ill to manage on his own, and he came back to this house to live and work in his later years. The library has lots of good books on Soutar's life, lots of lovely poetry books and books about his life, but you'll find, as I say, a great deal on the William Soutar, Friends of William Soutar website. Lots of people on there talking about Soutar, as well as little podcasts and films. Lots of children doing Willie Soutar's poems. Always great fun with the Soutar writing competition that we've held every year, and the children's recitation, so the children learn Soutar's poems and perform them, which is always really exciting. The kids get very excited about all the Bairnrhymes. Great fun. This is a really interesting room in the house. This is the room that Soutar was given when he came home, and his parents devoted this room to him, and then his father extended this room to, so the old window would have been here in the middle of the room, and this fireplace was moved, probably off this wall, and then the room was extended out to give him a bigger space. His bookcases were put in to accommodate all his books, and these are from Soutar House. These were the ones that were built for here, and these cases as well. His bed would have been on this wall at the back of the room, looking out to the window. And remember, none of these houses would have been built over here, so he had a clear view to the Bucky Braes and up Craigie Hill, which are other places that he wrote about. Big window, a big picture window. His father put this in, and the garden there. And if you look through this window, you'll also see a porch, a big porch at the back of the house, which again his father built for him. Soutar was believed when he was ill that if he had fresh air and exercise and could be in the garden as much as possible, that was healthy. So that room was built to enable that. This room's also interesting because we have old photographs of it, so we can see how some of the furniture was. We've got a big table in here, and we sometimes have meetings in this room now. But there was a bell for Soutar to call for people. And this room is strange because it has two lovely mirrors in the room as well, big mirrors, which are quite unnerving. If you're in here on your own, you catch sight of yourself. But this was to enable Soutar, who was in his bed, and he was immobilised by his disability. So he was able to use the mirrors to see who was in the hall coming into the room. He was able to use this mirror on the door over here to look at his books, and I believe he also had a mirror beside him so he could angle it to make sure he could see who was coming and who was talking to him. This is the room where he writes a great deal in his diaries, and I recommend reading the diaries of a dying man. Soutar's diaries are fascinating, lots of wonderful insights into them, and we actually held a couple of events here. We held an evening at Soutar House where the actor Ian Grieve came and read from the diaries. We just let him choose what he wanted to read, and he wrote little excerpts, and we all sort of talked about what they might mean and who he was talking about. Soutar was a hugely vibrant character, and people came here to see him. And that was the amazing thing, and it was listening to Carl McDougall talk about him that I realised he had this way of describing Soutar's influence. He was in this room, he was in this bed, he was immobilised, he didn't travel, he didn't go to Edinburgh, he wasn't in Glasgow, he wasn't anywhere but here, and yet he was alive to the world. He had a huge influence on people around about him, and other writers came, most notably Hugh McDiarmid. Other people came and saw him here, and in the diaries you get that sense when ordinary people from Perth visit and pop in because he was an invalid and they were visiting for that kind of thing. He was a wee bit ungracious about that. They came in and he would write about them a wee bit and call them Mr. A or Mr. B. And he just was a bit frustrated at not getting out and about, and these visitors thought they were being kind, which was nice. They were, of course, and he understood that. But when he met somebody who was like him, who was maybe literary or had a view of the world, the sparks appear. You can see that he thinks differently. So Soutar, in this room, aware of so much in the world and writing about things, and that's where, if you read the diaries, you'll come across all sorts of insights, and this room didn't keep him in, and that's what real scholars of Soutar have helped me see, that he wasn't inhibited by just being here. This room was where he was, but he was alive to the world, and that's quite interesting for him as a character, and what he did and what he wrote. The Friends of Willie Soutar have got loads going on with poetry and books, and they were also here on our evenings at Soutar House, and they're also usually here on Doors Open Day, and they would do readings from the poetry. They're all really good. They do wonderful recitations and talk about the language. Soutar himself spoke in the Scots language. He said that speaking English was difficult for him. It didn't come naturally. He was brought up and learned in Scots, and to him speaking in an English way, in a refined way, actually didn't sound natural to him. He didn't like that. He was much more at home in the Scots language. And all of these books here that we look after are his books from his own library. They're not the things he wrote, but they are the books that he would refer to, and lovely bookcases for him to look through. So we can imagine him here in the bed. There was a maid in this house, somebody to help his mother look after him. In the diaries, they describe how, the general looking after of him went through the day, who came in the morning, what he would have for breakfast. He was a very dapper man, apparently. He liked to get dressed, but and when he was in his bed latterly, he would only wear, he would be dressed from the top half of him with bow tie and shirt, so he was always kept smart, even though he was still under covers in the bed. And he describes being looked after. Didn't always enjoy that, as people do, but he recalls seeing people in the garden going about their business, and of course this being immobilised here. Writing constantly, small signature on all these books, and lots of close writing, and published later. So you can read a huge amount about him. You can read his books, you can be inspired by the poetry itself, and you can also follow the Soutar walks around town. There are still details about them on the Friends of Willie Soutar website. 2 walks which relate to the poetry. One goes up and around Craigie in this area that he could see from his home, and one goes around the town, which also with highlights of poems, so you can actually read the poetry as you go and enjoy his poems while you're walking. Now this is a little bit sneaky because no one normally gets to see this room on Doors Open Day. You can see there's a tiny little staircase for getting up here, so it's really hard to give people access. But this was actually a room where the maid, the servant that worked for the family, would probably have been. This little door here is probably how she got through to the main house. It's closed up now. And this was her little stove and her little lookout at the back. So it's very nice, a very cute area of the house. And if we're ever able to bring people up here, they're always delighted to see it. It's one of the old features of the home that was one of the original features here when Soutar's father built the house.
Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. star dies, and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting, and is no return. When from the dark the day is born, a life's glory walks in white. Upon the hills the unicorn glitters for mortal sight. Out of their dream the hunters wake with brightness in their eyes. The foolish hurry forth to take, but gently go the wise. They only are the wise who claim this for their foolishness. To love them. Between the world elect and the world that is to be, a man with Uncle Sit sees war he cannot see. Gangs war he cannot walk, Rex war he cannot read, Hots war he cannot attack, Mel's with the unborn dead.
Butlin, and I'd been a poet and novelist for most of my life, and was, for a time, the Edinburgh Macker. Hugh McDiarmid's poem, The Bonnie Broukit Bairn, speaks of our world, our lonely planet, in a way that is even more powerful and more true in today's challenging times than when it was written nearly a century ago. It is one of the finest poems I know in Scots, in English, or in any language. Mars is braw in cramacy, Venus in a green silk goon. The old moon shakes her gowden feathers, their starry talks a wheen o' blethers, nane for thee a thochty sparing, earth thou bonny Broukit Bairn. But greet, and in your tears you'll droon their hail clan Jamfrey. Thank you.
In the world of lit and the world that is to be, a madly uncle sit money a soul mon see. Souls that are stark and dead, souls that would dream the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but can win their way. Hey, the uncle sick that sees a tween and a tween, this world that lies in licht, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim. When ye come hameless here, and can ye are at here. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spake nae word as he walked in, and when they sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bright, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind, and for the while he was near, glimmering in the gloom. I thought the halo, the world was there, say small in a small room. I thought the halo, the world was there, say small in a small room. Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. When from the dark the day is born, a life's glory walks in white. sees what he cannot see. Gangs where he canna walk, wrecks where he canna read, huts where he canna attack, mills where he unborn deed. Atween the world of late and the world that is to be, a man we uncosit, money a soul mon see. Souls that are stark and nesh, souls that would dream the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but cannot win their way. Hey, ye the uncle sect that sees a tween and a tween, this world that lies in light, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim, when ye come hameless here, and can ye are at here. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spake nae word as he walked in, and when they sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bright, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, and yet his een were kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind, and for the while he was near.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Soutar Festival of Words 2021. This afternoon, Culture Perth and Kinross are delighted to be hosting a squatter of Bairnrhymes with Stewart Paterson. Stuart was the Scots Writer of the Year in 2020, and his latest book is filled with Scots poems for children and adults alike, and it's received rave reviews on many sites, including Amazon. This session may even be a chance to try and get some writing done as well. So without me talking anymore, I'm just going to pass over to Stuart. But one last thing to say, there is a chat button function on Zoom. If you want to ask any questions during this, just use the chat button. And then before we finish the session, we'll get a chance to ask Stuart lots of questions. Thank you, and over to you, Stuart.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Well, I'm absolutely chuffed to bits to be asked along again to work with Weans and adults at Perth and Kinross libraries, this time remotely. The last time was in real life, but things have changed a wee bit in the past year and a bit, so most things are virtual, but hopefully I'll be back up there pretty soon in reality, in real life. So thank you very much for inviting me along to the Soutar Festival of Words. And William Soutar, in my mind, was one of the great poets, not just Scots poets, but great poets that Scotland have had in the last 100 years. So it's an absolute privilege to be asked to do a reading and read some poems in the Scots that I and William Soutar write today. So I'm going to read a few poems out in Scots. Scots is my first language. I grew up speaking it when I was knee-high to a sparrow down in Ayrshire, where I was born and brought up. I live in Galloway now, by the Solway Firth, and again, Galloway, great place, lots of fields, sun shining, so thanks everybody for turning up, tuning in, and not being outside getting a sun, or maybe you're outside getting a suntan and having a wee swally of lemonade or something while you're watching. It's a fantastic day, and it's great to be here doing this when the sun's shining through the window, as opposed to raining, as it usually is here in Galloway. And a quick hello before I start off to Ross, I believe, who's watching in with his wee boy Noah, who's only 10 months old. So hello Ross, and hello Noah, and hello my pal Morag Fortune for Dumfries as well, and anybody else I believe that I know. Aye, hello and thank you. And them that I don't ken, we can get to ken each other along the way, and please feel free to ask questions, put them in chat, anything you want to blather about before the next hours. I'd be absolutely delighted to answer questions or talk about whatever it is you want to raise about Scots or poetry or the weather, because we're Scottish, that's what we do, we talk about the weather. So this is essentially a session of poems in Scots for Wains, but we're all Wains really, we're all wee Wains, big Wains, under the skin really. And this book here is called A Squatter, although a squatter, you could pronounce it like that. Squatter's something that you have biding in your house that you don't want there maybe, but a squatter is just a load of things, a big wheen of things in Scots. And A Squatter of Bairnrhymes has been published last year by Tippermuir Books up in Perth, so I was absolutely chuffed to bits when that happened. And one of my big influences in writing Scots, and a lot of Scots poems for Wains, was indeed the man himself, William Soutar, and his book Seeds in the Wind, which I believe, an illustrated like this one, this was beautifully illustrated by Josh Meny. No Josh Meny, sorry, that's terrible. You know when you forget names and all the rest of it, and it's like, oh jings, what am I doing, what am I talking about? But aye, Zach Fumi, I do apologise, Zach Fumi, sorry Zach if you're listening in, you're no Josh, you're Zach. And again, Seeds in the Wind was beautifully illustrated, as Zach has beautifully illustrated this book. So I'm really chuffed to bits with it. If you want to order a copy, get on to Tippermuir's website, Tippermuir Books, and you can find it there easy enough. Post-free in the UK, no less. A wee bit about Scots. As I said, I grew up speaking Scots. I consider it to be my first language. And we all speak in English. We all ken English. But in the last census, national census in 2011, 1.5 million folk said that they spoke or knew Scots. And that's a huge amount of folk. Think about that. That's like, that's a about a third of the population, maybe more. The next census next year, again, that question is going to be in it, and I think a lot more folk are going to say, aye, they speak Scots, because Scots right now in schools and right out there in the modern world, right across the place, is enjoying a real, well, I say comeback, it's always been here, but it wasn't always like that. I remember going to the school and getting told off for speaking in Scots or using Scots, and some folk used to get the belt. Back in the old days when you used to get the strap, the toes off the teacher, if you didn't speak in proper English, that was you. You were up in the corner and you were marked as Broukit and no speaking proper English. But I'll come on to that in a bit. These days, I also work for the SQA as an external verifier in the Scots Language Award. And as Elaine's said, I was dead chuffed last year to be voted Scots Writer of the Year. Absolutely chuffed to bits. For somebody who got told off a lot, no for my family, but maybe teachers and folk here and there for speaking Scots. Now to be actually told by folk, what you're doing's good, is absolutely brilliant for the folk that matter most to you. So Scots is one of the 3 native languages in Scotland. Then of course is English, Scots and Gaelic as well. Don't let anybody tell you off for speaking Scots or Gaelic or English. They're all protected languages. And Scots in poetry and song and written down in books goes back 800 years. We've got 800 years of tradition. It's amazing. And now we've got qualifications in it at Open University level. We've got the award in schools, as I said, the Scots Language Award. All sorts of great stuff going on with Scots. And I work in a lot of schools throughout Scotland and communities, and the amount of Weans I see now, or Bairns, writing in Scots and coming out of their soul and being able to speak in their own language. And if you're listening in and you're at the school, go back into the school, use your Scots, write in your Scots, because that's your natural voice. And I'll be reading a wee poem about that in a bit. So I'd like to start off by reading one or 2 poems in Scots. This book, Squatter of Bairnrhymes, and I think I'll be reading a poem later on that I just wrote an hour ago, believe it or not, in the garden, sitting out there, and I saw something crawling across the grass out for the wood pile, and I thought, I've got to write a poem about that, and I did. But I'll start off by reading 1 or 2 poems for the book about things that I like, and folks say to me, Stuart, you're a poet, what do you write about? Well, Ken, what? And anybody listening in, wee Weans, big Weans, anybody, write about whatever you like. That's the great thing about writing and about poetry and about stories. Not just speaking in your own voice in Scots or Gaelic or English or any language that you speak first, is actually you can write about whatever you like. And that's the great thing about it. And it doesn't always have to be things that you like. It might be things you don't like. But I'll read 1 or 2 poems about both. And my first poem, if you're listening in and you don't ken what a spiog is, it's a sparrow. And I've got a sparrow that I feed out the back garden. He comes all the time, and I call him Shug. That's the Scots name for Hugh. My pal Shug is awfy wee. He keeks on windies and bides in a tree. He hooks for his dinner, richt in the grun, and swallies hail, whatever his fun. He wears nae claes, nae socks or boxers, and likes a good pook or in his oxters. His hoose is made on nocht but wood. His singing's braw, and his fleeing's good. I'm sure yous all ken my pal Shug, a feathery felly, a toty wee spiog. And I saw Shug when I was out in the garden earlier on, and he said to say hello to everybody listening, but no in any language we don't understand, because they talk a different language being birds, mostly whistles. The next poem is about something that I actually like, a wee beastie. And there's a lot of wee poems in the book about wee beasties. And I like some wee beasties and others I don't. And I'll come on to one of them in a bit. But this one is called Slater. And a slater, as a lot of folk will ken, and if you don't ken, I'll tell you now, a slater is what you call a woodlouse in English. And you get a lot of them in damp places, and sometimes in the bath, sometimes in the toilet or the cludgy. And this is about a person I ken who has dead fear and doesn't like slaters at all. And if they find one in the bathroom, they cludgy. This is what happens. On the flare of my cludgy, I fin a slater. It isn't there 10 minutes later. I'm feared of spiders and alligators, but more than them, I'm feared of slaters. I'll scalp and I'll leather, I'll stamp and but nae matter. It seems that there's nae way to kill a slater. I'll whack and I'll whum and I'll belt and I'll batter. I'll cover it in shampoo and I'll chuck it in water. And just when I'm sure that the slater is dead, it shiggles its shanks and starts wiggling its head. It's made out of armour, it's old as the hills, it's ancient and scary and can't be killed. I'm still looking for it, a hale 2 hours later, and I'm no haeing my bath till I ken there's nae slater. And I like slaters. They get a bad press with some folk, but I like them. The next poem is about something that I don't like. I've got to like them a wee bit more during lockdown because we've all been in the house that much that, you tend to see what's run about you more often, and I'm starting to see these wee things quite a lot. And I'm not as bad as I used to be with them, but they still give me the willies. And it's an old word, the title, for a spider, and it's ettercap. And if you've ever read The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, if you've not, I recommend it. Fantastic book, Bilbo Baggins, The Hobbit. And in that, there are attercops or ettercaps, big giant yins, big muckle yins that kidnap Bilbo and his dwarf pals. So get a hold of that if you can. But this is based on a true story about me and what happened the other night with an ettercap. The other night, as after sleep I dropped, I fancied that an ettercap was in a blow my braw warm sheet and skitting around my toasted feet. I woke up fear, but can I glad that nae such thing was in my bed, but as I shut my een, guess what? I felt a tickling on my foot. You've never seen a man alive could jump sae high and duck and dive. Yin mean it in, the next you out and screeching like a big galoot. I'm bringing into everything, the wa, the winter dikes, the bin, and try as madly as I micht. I can't find the bedroom licht. You ken, it's doonright daft and wrang when something just 2 inches long can make you sweat and hold your breath and frighten you near half to death. There's something though, it doesn't reckon, for he got a secret weapon. It's muckle, terrible and affy, the ettercap destroying baffy. 10 minutes later, maybe more, I find my baffy by the chair, switch on the licht, dicht down my brew, must pull mysel together noo. 10 minutes later, maybe more, my baffy poised, I'm nearly there, above the bed and what it hods, and praying to baffy blessing gods. An hour later, maybe more, I'm ready now, I'm nearly there, and whoosh, I birrel the bedclothes back and nearly hae a heart attack. Bang, bang, and bang again, just yints. I'm pulverising it to mince and scalp and belt and hurl abuse until I see it's only use. 2 hours on, all warm and happed, I laugh about the ettercap that wasn't in my bed at all, and dozing, birrel towards the wall, all sleepy, cosy, snug and bean. I start to shut my wabbit een, but just afore I'm too far gone. What's the one that's tickling at my horn? If you don't know what oos is, ask your mum or dad if they're watching, if you can, and if you can't, then I'll tell you. Oos is a good Scots word for a wee bit of fluff, and that's what was in the bed. That's what I thought it was, a spider. I saw it and I thought, it's a spider. No, it was just a wee bit of oos. But then later on, after I'd settled back in, aye, what was that tickling at my horn? The next poem I'm going to read you is one I wrote about 3 or 4 years ago, and I was absolutely chuffed to bits to be made the BBC Scotland Poet in Residence. It was great. I got to write about all sorts of things for a really, really big company, a big platform, and also to use a lot of Scots as well, and to put, because you don't get a lot of Scots on the telly still or the radio. On the internet, aye, but not so much on the telly or the radio. And this gave me a chance to take Scots out there to mere folk. And they asked me to write a few poems. And they said, you can write it in Scots or English. And a few of them I did write in Scots. And the one that they asked me to write was on Children in Need Day, about 3 or 4 years ago. And they asked me to write a poem for Wean's about this, about children in need and Pudsey. And I thought about Pudsey and I thought he's a bear. So what did I do? I wrote a poem about bears called Bears, because as far as I can, there's no a Scots word for bear. Well, unless it's muckle, big, scary galoot. Bears. There are bears in the world who are black and are brown. There are bears who climb trees and hang upside down. There are bears who are scary and bears who are braw. Some bears live in woods, and a few live on snow. There are bears in America, bears in Peru, that love marmalade pieces and wear coats of blue. There are bears in your telly, and bears who are super, like Yogi and Fozzie and Sooty and Rupert. A bear in a big blue house, and Baloo and Kung Fu Panda and Winnie the Pooh. And rare bears and care bears and bears who are gummy and bears who are crabbit and bears who are funny. There are bears, there are bears, there are bears everywhere, for the yin in your bed to the yin in your chair. The bears where you kugel in and kiss with the licht. The bears where you gear dower you into the night. The bears you'll take with you wherever you flit. The bears will stay with you, no matter what. But let's hear a screch for yon rarest still breeds, who's gi'en o'er his hale life to bairnies in need. Who thinks no to girn when the going gets tough, when wheeling up bends or when cowping in shucks. And Clarty and Kelpit, with his feet wet and smelly, who smiles and who bears it each year on the telly. The bear who stands up for the wains, 'cause he must do. The felly in yelly, the bear who is Pudsey. I get asked a lot in schools when I work with Wains, young folk, about what to call certain things. Now, a lot of young folk use Scots words without even realising that words like we for little or I for yes. And if I'm in a classroom working with young folk, when I ask them a question and I want them to say yes, I say, no, don't say yes, say I. And don't say no, say no. And this poem is one that I do with young folk, and we get them to act it out. So I'm going to kind of act it out just to demonstrate what it is that I'm talking about. It's about parts of the body. And in Scots, there are lots and lots of different words for parts of the body. And I hope this shows how that is. Parts of the body. This is your neb. And this is your mow. And these are your lugs at the side of your pow. This is your brew. And these are your een. Some folks are blue and others are green. And these are your chacks, as red as an apple. And in a below them are your chin and your thrapple. This is your horn at the end of your airn. You can make it a neve if you want to cause harm. And these are your lunsies, and abin them, your wame. Some folks are muckle, and others hae nane. And these are your shanks, in the middle, your naps. your fits at the bottom, your hurdies at the top. And in a blow them are your blood and your veins. And in a blow them, just a rickle o' banes. In Scotland, I think it's a great thing that we've got so many brilliant languages that we can all speak or learn, especially. And sometimes with English, and when you'll ken this yourself, a lot of folk listening, in Scotland, we all speak English, but when you come up for England, say, English words sometimes take on a wee bit of a different meaning in Scotland. They become different meanings. And this poem demonstrates, I hope, what I mean by that. It's called Mixter Maxter, which is a Scots phrase meaning just a mixture of stuff, or a squatter of stuff, a wheen of stuff. So this poem's called Mixter Maxter, and I think you'll recognise quite a lot of the words in it. As I said, they're no Scots per se, but I think they are Scots because we've taken English and made it our own in a lot of ways. So this is called Mixter Maxter. In Scotland, our words are gey different. Aye. When you ask someone how, then you're asking them why. Peace isn't a fragment. It's something you eat with 2 dods of meat and cheese or cold meat. And when you feel down, then you mix out your greeting. Elsewhere, it's something pals do when they're meeting. When you bide here in Scotland, in north, south or centre, then minds know your mind. It's the word to remember. A tap isn't something you turn on for water. It's something you wear in cold chittering weather. And a burn will they burn you. Burns are all round you, but dinna fall in case the burn drowns you. A press will nae press you. A press, you'll discover, is what them in England will aye cry a cupboard. And messages are nae the texts that you've got. They're what you bring home for the tune when you shop. A poke's no a prod, and what's in it's delish, your braw sausage supper or chips with your fish. Ginger elsewhere is aye kent as a spice. In Scotland, it's juice and tastes 4 times as nice. Mince isn't aye what you hae with your tatties. If you talk it, they'll call you a richt glaikit dafty. Ken is a name, just like Jimmy or Joe. Up here, it's the word that some Scots use for no. A hen is a chookie, lays eggs and scrans grass. In Scotland, it's what you cry woman or lass. And dinna tell folk that you fair like to hum. It means you've no washed or no dicht it your bum. I was saying earlier that you get to write about whatever you like as a poet, and as a writer, as a story writer, and as a singer as well. If you're playing an instrument or writing songs or poems or stories, you get to write about whatever you. Don't let anybody tell you what to write. Everything is fair game. And sometimes I look up to the skies. I'm sure some of us do, and think, wonder what's up there. This wee poem's called Space. The universe is long and wide, but has nae bottom, top or side. When did it start? When will it finish? Thinking of it makes me squeamish. And in Scots as well, a great thing about any language really is we can make up words for things. If it hasn't got a name, give it a name. Make up a name for something, like, I don't know, that's a pen. Everybody calls it a pen. I don't know, caught a paper yerker, or a scroller, or a screeving thing to screeve, to write with. As far as I ken, there wasn't any Scots word for meteorite. And I love meteorite showers, and I love the thought of these big rocks hurling through space. So I made up a name for meteorite, and I called it space stain. A meteorite, that's what I am. A cosmic kind of wham bam slam where flitters at the speed of licht, past stars and moons and through the night. A muckle space stain in the lift. That's the Scots word for sky, the lift. Know what you got stairs in. A muckle space stain in the lift. I'll travel licht years in a jiff. And if I'm kelp, or mock it, I'll stone for hours. I blow a braw warm meteor shower. A muckle space stain pocked me plooks. I've no got what you'd cry good looks. In fact, I'm just a boxing boulder with scraps with suns and supernovas. I'll stick the brew on ony planet if I should think they're trying to come it. Rassel, Halley, Botbar, Halleys are ony o' their fiery fellies. But after all the breenge and strain, you'll no believe me when I'm saying, for all I'm sick of hardy stain, I much prefer it on my ain. To keek at rockets, ships and probes, we look for others or for God. To slither sleigh through space and time, past things to come or gain, lang syne. This is about a wee felly that I know, Bobby, and the lobby is the hallway of your house, and this is what happened to Bobby in the lobby. I had a pal cried Bobby. He got awful loud and gobby when his folks bocht him a moby that cost over £100. They hardly spoke, did Bobby, yince his folks bocht him on moby. It was mair than just a hobby. Looking at it's all he did. He was never off a Snapchat, TikTok, Tumblr, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook and all that. Bobby thought was awfully good. But yin day, poor wee Bobby went his full length in the lobby and fell richt onto his moby that broke into 50 bits. His time-consuming hobby is now sweeping out the lobby, paying his folks back for the moby that cost over £100. And a very short poem about a woman that my mum told me about, a wee poem that she kind of made up where she lived in Ayrshire, about a woman called Jenny Rennie. Jenny Rennie lost her penny in among the snow. And when she went to look for it, she lost her cell and all. This is a poem that I wrote on Mother's Day for my mum. Most folk love their mums. I ken everybody doesn't it all the time, sometimes, but I love my mammy. And my mammy, I got a lot of Scots when I was growing up. I was never told off by my mammy for using Scots words, for speaking in Scots. That's how we spoke in the house. You'll never get told off by the skill. But I love my mammy, and this poem is called My Wee Mammy. Oh, by the way, if you don't know what a chamois is, it's a wee bit of an older word, but it's a wet duster, a wet clout, a leather clout for wiping down things. So that's what a chamois is. My wee mammy is the bravest wee mammy. She doesn't grate her whinge when her leg gets gammy. She just gets to work with a duster or a chamois. My wee mammy is the bravest wee mammy. And my wee mother is the hardiest wee mother. And a Stushy or a Barney, she'll no stop or swither. She'll tell you what's what, and she'll clap your heads together. My wee mother is the hardiest wee mother. And my wee maw is the smartest wee maw. She kens just about all thing, but there's no way she's a blaw. Her heed's aye in a book, and what she doesna kens, hee haw. My wee maw is the smartest wee mo. And my wee mammy is the smashingest wee mammy. I'm telling you, I'm lucky, pure fortuitous and jammy, that my ma, my mother, mammy, is the very cat's pyjamas. And if you say, oh, different, then we're going to hear Amy. My wee mammy is the best wee mammy in the world. And so is yours. I'd like to finish up now, and thanks everybody for tuning in, for listening, for putting up with me and all the rest of it. But I've really enjoyed myself so far. And as I said, if you have any questions, anything you want to blather to me about, or ask anything like that, put it in chat, and hopefully Elaine will be able to ask me. I've got a bit of time yet. But this last poem is one that I get Wayne's to read aloud in the class and stand up and learn it, because I think it's a really important way of looking at things, and it's about the way you speak. And remember what I said earlier on about don't let anybody tell you that Scots is bad English or slang or dialect. Scots is its own language. It's its own language. It's ours. It belongs to us. We've been using it for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years in books and poems and songs, television programmes even, you know, and more so these days. It's a great language. I love it. I love speaking it. And anybody that wants to speak it, write in it, anything like that, do it. Don't let anybody tell you different. So I'll finish up with this poem called The Way You Speak. The way you speak, the words you use, are closer to you than your clays. The way you speak, the words you use, are pair to you, for lugs to tays. The way you speak, the words you use, no matter what your voice app says, is proper Scots and braw and fine. It's no bad English, no a grind. The way you speak, the words you use, that come from out your gob most days, they are no slang, no dialect. They're ours, they're yours, they're Scots. Respect. Thanks very much for listening. It's been lovely to read to you, and thank you very much. And I think I'll pass you back to Elaine now. Cheers.
Hello. Thank you, Stuart. That was absolutely wonderful. At the moment, we've just got one question in, so if anybody else wants to do some questions, just put them in. But the questions come from Katie and Isla, and they were asking, what is your favourite Scots book?
My favourite Scots book? What, you mean apart from that one that I wrote last year? Well, there's so many out there, there really are, that I don't know is the answer. Tippermuir Books that published this one actually had a fantastic book published just last Christmas called The Night Before Christmas. And it's a Scots translation of that great poem. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, nothing was stirring, not even a mouse. And a woman's translated it called, now I'm going to get her name wrong and I'm terrible at this. I think it's Irene McFarlane. And if it's Catherine McFarlane, I'm sorry if you're listening, if you get a hold of this, but you need to get a hold of that. It's great for Wayne's, it's great for relearning Scots. And I think probably though, my favourite Scots book of all that's been most useful to me down the years has been, what people don't realise about Scots, Elena, is that we've got lots of dictionaries, Scots thesaurus, lots of books in Scots out there, but probably my favourite that I've used in the years, I love dictionaries, and I like going into dictionaries and looking at them and reading them and just finding new words. And I love the Concise Scots Dictionary that first came out about 35 years ago, and a new edition came out about 5-6 years ago now, and it's absolutely brilliant. And I love just dipping into it because throughout Scotland, it's Katie and Isla. Katie, Isla, thanks for coming along. Get a hold of the Concise Scots Dictionary, because Scots is a great language, but it's lots of dialects right through Scotland, from Orkney all the way down here to where I stay in Galloway, and over at the borders, Shetland, Glasgow, Ayrshire, Fife, Aberdeen, Peterhead, all these places, they've all got different words for different things at times. And this dictionary is great for having that. It's great to dip into it and find out a word for something that you never knew. You use a completely different word yourself, no matter where you stay. I mean, sort of an example of that is when I grew up in Ayrshire, the word wersh, W-E-R-S-H, wersh meant something that was weak, or if you got a weak cup of tea and it wasn't very strong, you say, oh, that's Guy Wersh. But down here in Galloway, wersh means if something's bitter, if it makes you grew, that's awfully bitter or not very nice. They say so, and that's only a few miles apart. So the concise Scots dictionary is great for just dipping into and finding out all that kind of thing. I love it.
We've got another question for you, Stuart, from Isla again. Is there a Scots word for lion?
Well, I'm lying about all the time, so what can I say? I'm lazy as ocht, but we've never really had lions in Scotland. Usually when you get names for things in places, that's where they are. And I don't think we've had lions in Scotland for millions of years, but what I like about any language, and especially Scots, Isla, is that you can make up your own word, like I did with a space stain for meteorite. So why don't you make up a word for a lion? I don't know what it'll be. It might be based on what it looks like, but maybe big hairy head, something like that. That's the male lion, of course. Lionesses don't have manes, but hairy head, or I don't know. It depends on what it looks like, maybe what it sounds like, how it looks, where it lives. And I think you, Isla, should make us a Scots word for lion, and let's get it in the dictionary.
Excellent. And on that topic, the unicorn's a national animal of Scotland. So is there a Scots word for unicorn?
Ooh, I don't know. It's not that I know about. Big horn, maybe. I don't know. Yin horny head. Aye, horn head, maybe. I don't know. But you're right. The national animal of Scotland now. If anybody's listening in and turn off the new, I don't want to disappoint anybody, but unicorns aren't real, or they're not real now. Maybe they used to be. But Scotland, so I love the fact that Scotland's national animal is an animal that doesn't exist. And I love the fact that Scotland's national flower, the thistle, is a weed. What other country in the world's got a weed for their national flower? I think that's brilliant. And an animal that doesn't exist for their national animal. And of course, they were unicorns were famous for killing those lions, I think, actually, if I remember right. So, aye, dragons. Sorry, it was dragons. As far as I can, we don't have a Scots word for dragon either. So, I don't know. There's another one that folk make them up. Keys words for these in Scots. We don't have enough Scots words for things. Let's make them up. Let's have a Scots word for dragon, and a Scots word for unicorn, and a Scots word for lion. Absolutely, aye.
That's excellent, Stuart. I think that's all the questions for just now. So I'd like to say thank you for that session. It was absolutely fantastic. And I'm actually delighted we recorded your session and still recording it just now, so we can see it again and use it. It'll be fantastic. But I'd like to say thank you to everybody for coming along this afternoon. There's lots more events today and tomorrow. There's family events, adult events, and we have the Booker Prize winner at 7 o'clock this evening, Shuggy Bairn. Douglas Stewart wrote that. That could be an excellent interview. And before that, Sally Magnusson. So, and Elaine C. Smith with the Glasgow Gruffalo with a young girl, Jessica, who was a sensation. She's appearing tomorrow. So
there's a great book to get a hold of, the Gruffalo in Scots. And there's 7 different versions of the Gruffalo in Scots for different dialects throughout Scotland. So it's definitely worth getting a hold of that. I think it's black and white books at the Gruffalo. Brilliant.
It's excellent. I'd like to say thank you. I hope you've enjoyed your Soutar Festival event. Culture Perth and Kinross is a charitable organisation, and that looks after the libraries in the region as well as the museums and the archives. We're incredibly grateful to all our donors, supporters and sponsors whose generosity helps us deliver a wide range of culture, art and learning across the region. If you want to donate to Culture Perth and Kinross to help us continue our work, please do so. The link will be up soon and it'll also be in the survey, and we'd love to hear your feedback on this lovely session with Stuart Paterson this afternoon. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you.
clicking of the clock. A star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. Crowing of the cock, love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. From the dark, the day is born. A life's glory walks in white. Upon the hills, the unicorn glitters far. Mortal sight. Out of their dream, the hunters wake with brightness in their eyes. The foolish Atween the world o' licht and the world that is to be, a man wi' unco sick sees what he canna see. Gangs where he canna walk, rags where he canna read, huts where he canna attack, mills where he unborn deed. Atween the world o' licht and the world that is to be, a man wi' unco sicht, money a soul maun see. Souls that are stark and dead, souls that would dree the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but canna win their way. Hey, ye the unco sect that sees atween and atween this world that lies in licht, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim, when ye come hameless here, and can ye are at home. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spak nae word as he walked in, and when they sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bricht, and white was, and for the while he was near, glimmering in the gloom. I thought the halo of the world was there, say small in a small room. I thought the halo of the world was there, say small in a small room. Ooh. love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. When from the dark the day is born, a life's glory walks in white. Upon the hills the unicorn glitters for mortal sight. Out of their dream the hunters wake with brightness in their eyes. The foolish hurry forth to take, but gently go the wise. war he cannot see. Gangs war he canna walk, Rex war he canna read, Hots war he canna attack, Mel's where he unborn deed. Atween the world o' lit and the world that is to be, a man we uncle sit, money a soul mon see. Souls that are stark and nesh, souls that would dream the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but cannot win their way. Hey ye the unco sect that sees a tween and a tween, this world that lies in licht, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim. When ye come hameless here, and can ye are at here. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spak nae word as he walked in, and when they sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bricked, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, and yet his een were kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind, and for the while he was near, glimmering in the gloom, I say small in a small room. I thought the halo of the world was there, say small in a small room. Ooh. The crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. Crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. From the dark, the day is born. A life's glory walks in white. Upon the hills, the unicorn glitters far. Mortal sight. Out of their dream, the hunters wake with brightness in their eyes. Atween the world o' licht and the world that is to be, a man wi' unco sick sees war he canna see. Gangs war he canna walk, Rex war he canna read, Hots war he canna attack, Mel's wi' the unborn deed. Atween the world o' licht and the world that is to be, a man wi' unco sicht, mony a soul maun see. Souls that are stark and nesh, souls that would dree the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but canna win their way. Hey ye the unco sect that sees atween and atween this world that lies in licht, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim, when ye come hameless here and can.
My name's Rebecca Sharp. I'm a writer of poetry and plays, and I'm from Glasgow, but these days I'm living in Fife. And I've chosen to read the poem Everything by Alexander Hutchison, which is from his collection Bones and Breath, which was actually the last collection published shortly before he died in 2015. And to me it's a deeply moving but really subtle poem that carries its power very lightly. It has this beautiful song-like repetitious structure that starts to behave a bit like an incantation or a meditation or a spell. And for all it's about these very immense thoughts and feelings, it brings them into very intimate and relatable focus. There's actually a gorgeous video of Sandy Hutchison himself reading this poem, which is easily findable online, and I recommend that you have a listen to that as well. Everything. Everything is racing, everything is vanishing, everything is hosted, everything is vanishing. Everything in the world that's seen, everything is vanishing. All the angels rise and sing, everything is vanishing. Everything that's clothed or bare, everything is vanishing. Anything for a second there, everything is vanishing. Everything is racing, everything is vanishing. Everything is hosted, everything is vanishing. Music, lovers, pillow slips, everything is vanishing. Lightning, thunder, hail and rain, everything is vanishing. In the mountains, on the streets, everything is vanishing. Scissors, paper, rock, hands, everything is vanishing. Everything is racing, everything is vanishing. Everything is hosted, everything is vanishing. The fox at night, the birds aloft, everything is vanishing. Speedwell, crocus, lotus, rose, everything is vanishing. With arms spread wide, everything is vanishing. With soft footfall, everything is vanishing. Everything is racing, everything is vanishing. Everything is hosted, Everything is vanishing. Hear it now. See me now. Everything is racing. Everything is vanishing. Love each other. Love each other. Everything is hosted. Everything is vanishing.
Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave crest is meeting and is no return. When from the dark the day is born, a life's glory walks in white. Upon the hills the unicorn glitters for mortal sight. Out of their dream gangs war he can walk, Rex war he can read, Hots war he can attack, Mel's with the unborn deed. Atween the world o' late and the world that is to be, a man we uncle sit, money a soul mon see. Souls that are stark and nesh, souls that would dree the day, souls that are fain for flesh, but can win their way. Hey, the uncle sect that sees a tween and a tween, this world that lies in licht, yon world that has not been. It is our late for fear, our early for disclaim. When ye come hameless here, and can ye are at here. Far in the night, one faint the moon, my love knocked at the door. He spake nae word as he walked in, and when they sound stepped o'er, white was his face in the thin light, and white his hands and feet, like snow that in itself is bright, and white was his winding sheet, and white was his winding sheet. He looked on me with sickless een, and yet his een were kind, and all the joys that we had ta'en thronged up into my mind, and for the while he was near, glimmering in the gloom. I thought the halo, the world was there, say small in a small room. I thought is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Soutar Festival of Words 2021. Culture Perth and Kinross are delighted to be hosting the three Makars this afternoon. Our three Makars are Jim Mackintosh, Finola Scott and Sheila Templeton. Jim's going to host the event today and introduce the others, but Jim is the current Makar of the Federation of Writers in Scotland, and he will be performing this afternoon along with Finola and Sheila to celebrate the world around us with poetry in Scots and English. I hope you all have a really good time. If anybody has questions throughout the event, there's a chat function within Zoom. Just post your questions in chat and I'll pick them up later and I can ask the Makars at the end of the session. Thank you very much for attending, and over to Jim Mackintosh.
Thank you, Elaine, and welcome everybody. Yes, I am the current Makar of the Federation of Writers Scotland, and the reason it's the three Makars, I was going to try and come up with some sort of fancy way of saying it's like the three kings and we'll bring you gold, frankincense and myrrh, but I think it's mere old, nae sense and a bit of mirth probably. But what the reason it's the three Makars is the very, very first one I'm going to introduce you is Sheila Templeton, who was the Makar of the Federation 10 years ago, Sheila. And then last year's Makar was Finola Scott. So that's why it's the three Makars. And then yours truly has the shield, hence the shield. We should have really got it a safety pin so we could wear it on our lapels, but it's a bit big for it. Anyway, without further ado, I'll shut up and introduce our first poet, who really needs no introduction. She's got more awards than you get on a berry field of berries. She's absolutely ridiculously well published and a fantastic poet, and that's all I'm going to say because she'll do all the rest herself. Please have a round of applause or whatever you do on Zoom for Sheila Templeton, and I'll mute myself now.
Thank you, Jim. I'm getting used to seeing all these wee faces and hands clapping in the wee boxes. It's very warming and very welcoming. Lovely to be here, and I'm happy to kick off. I'm going to read from Knaya, which is my new collection from Red Squirrel. So there it is. I'm going to read mainly from that, maybe all from that. So to start with, I'm going to read a couple of poems which I think of. I've got a few poems from this sequence, and I think of them as the railway poems because when I was 4, my dad got a job. He worked on the railways, railway maintenance, railway labourer, and he got a job over on the West Highland line as ganger of the maintenance gang. I think his stretch was something from Rannoch Station up to Fort William, and we lived in a tiny wee tied house right by the side of the railway line. I was 4 and my brother was 2. And the space between our tiny wee garden and the actual railway was like something like 2 yards, if that. You can still see the foundations of this wee house. So I've written a lot about it. It's so vivid in my memory. It's something I like to write about. And I realized when I was reading the last event that I am now the only person who remembers this in our family. My brother's still alive, but he was much younger. So this poem is about memory and the gaps in memory. Goodness knows if it's accurate or not, but it's my memory. So here's the poem. Gaps. A creased photograph, black and white. I'm scowling through tangled hair, my knees soft buckled, boneless, the way small children stand, holding my little brother's hand. He's oblivious to the scolding we've had, his lint-white head bent in contemplation of whatever small life trembles on the bell heather springing round our sandaled feet. I asked him, 70 years on, what he remembers. A thick white cup, stamped British rail, no handle, swimming in that bright green sphagnum moss. No memory of that first winter, deer leaping the 7-foot snow fence against a backdrop of mountains. Daddy saving you from the train, Prince Charlie's glass in Fort William. The gap between being 2 and being 4. And Mammy weeping, crouched on a cold slate doorstep as blue-white milk pooled under her knees, broken glass glinting like sudden frost. No more milk, it's midwinter, the train only once a day. My 4-year-old voice, the attempt to mend, to mop up this puddle of despair, my party piece for visitors, much admired. I know everyone, I know their names, Ben Nalap, Carndarg, Ben Doran, Bruchalet of Moor, the Black Mount. And look, it's clear, we can see Schiehallion. Not understanding how that couldn't help, how the Durrell of the burn with no company, the daylight swallowed by the grab of the dark. And then from the same sequence, still a memory poem from that time, living right by the railway line. And this is also a bit of a kind of hero worship of a small girl for her father. Priming the pump. It squatted by the railway fence round our garden, as if heaved up from iron roots, sturdy, pot-bellied shape, curved spout, long handle. Cat up and doon, gie it a' you've got. And I stretched my 4-year-old arms to the sky, jumped, hung on, yanked, pulled, up and down. Nothing. No arc of clear water, no gush of sparkles. Until my father poured a cup of water into its ready mouth. Gie it another go. And this time, and maybe he helped too, water stuttered, then flowed, stream upon stream, filling the 2 white enamel pails and the big jugs. Our water supply for the day. Magic, clear magic. Just like the filler which never filled each evening as darkness dropped, guiding paraffin into fat brass lamps. He never told me it was called a funnel, my father, this god who caused water to flow upwards, paraffin to disappear into gluggy mystery, this lang chiel who daily strode the heather miles of railway track, checking for worn fish plates, loose bolts, splintered sleepers, who could stop an entire train with only 2 detonators. Yes, bring its mighty steam rush to a hissing, grinding, fire-belching halt in any emergency, or even when we just needed milk. A poem about being a cotter wife. One of my grandmothers, my father's mother, was a cotter wife. And for those who don't know, being a cotter meant you were a farm labourer, but you were married, so you were entitled to, again, a tied house, a cottage, and the wife had to do some work for the farmer's wife. So it was a it was a very hard existence, and it depended on a 6-month contract where the farmers would go to the Fian market, and choose their workers for the next term. And if you got on fine with the farmer and the grieve, then you might stay there for years. But if you didn't, then you were out again at the end of the 6 months. And it was hard. Jessie Kesson was a Cotter wife, and she wrote about that too, and how she would have loved to have planted an apple tree. And that, plus knowing that my grandmother was a Cotter wife, gave me the idea for this poem. Cotter wife, there was a year, we lasted the hale 12 months, twa hale terms, fae Whitsunday and Roon again, afore my man fell out with the grieve, as was his wont. So it was back to the Fian market and a new fee, a different Cotter hoose, an outland wife for the big hoose, nae kennin fit should expect of me. Athin clyted on the kerty, bairnies, dishes, sticks of furniture, the shelty straining atween the shafts. And my man, dour-faced, black-brewed, ready wi' his hand gin onybody door and argy-bargy. My heart was wechty, wherein I war fae that place. My face be gruttin' and sat, but nae for the Cotter hoose, though it was bonny enough. My tears were for the grun, the black grun, its saft dirk, ease and hurt sares at Martinmas, crumbling through my hands, when I'd planted bulbs, bluarts, snaffite stars of Bethlehem, skyery tulips, vaunty in their silken skirts. Oh, and its bounty of the summertime keeping us in maid. The why it seemed to sigh after a rain dookin. And fit would I gie to plant a gian or an apple tree, its croon of white flowers brobbit with a pink adornin, elke spring. Would lichten my every step, lift the vera heart out my breast. But a tree takes time to spread its roots, to ease into the grun. Change doesn't agree with that. And change of tone, change of place as well. This is a poem about being a teenager in the 1950s. I often just think of saying 50s, but nowadays we're so into the 21st century, I have to say 1950s in case anybody thinks it's the 18th. No, anyway. It's a poem about being a teenager in the 1950s, getting ready to go out at the weekend. Digging in Pandora's box. On Friday nights came a ritual dipping, that paper nylon petticoat, all crunchy, 3 tiers of it, into heavily sugared hot water. Then that dash, dripping sweetness across the linoleum floor to the back door's handy clothesline. Always winter, those Friday nights, the rope already frost-furred under reddened fingers, stars stamping, moon blazing white encouragement, that half fear, half hope of a boy's spread hand on your waist, your cinched-in, gold-belted waist. And somehow, almost like women talk of birthing, of pain never remembered once a baby sleeps in your arms, the slights, the not being asked, the standing all night, keeping a bright smile. It's like a feckin' cattle market. Do you think they'll look at our teeth next? All forgotten in the hopeful crackle, the easing yet again of yards of hope into heavily sugared hot water on Friday nights. Just checking the time. This next poem, I guess, is in a way still about a teenager. This one is about translating, or my attempt at translating, Jane Eyre into Doric Scots. It was a project Sheila Blackhall, the very fine Northeast poet, was doing, and she asked me to help. And I did a little bit. She did by far the bulk of it. But even the wee bit I did, I found incredibly difficult. 18th century literary English is not easily translated into Doric Scots. So I decided to write a moany poem about this, about the difficulty of it. And here it is. Our setting, Jane Eyre. Fit quid ging wrang? I liked Jane weel anuch in the lang days of my bairnhood. Say, when the invite come to our set, Jane to Jean, oh, sic a grand notion, I thought, a lamgamache or heartfelt greeting and onslooket love, murder and munsies, rithmatics and rin the widdies, guid sakes, even a bidie in. This our setting would need smedum, but I could do smedum. Ablin's stammy gasker, friends and family, screevers and puckleys as scholars, my guid Scots tongue would fairly wallop through it. And at the half go, that was right enough. The unending gurnin of Mrs. Reid, the preen-heeded wise o' our bairns, Pierre Jane's mashanters and ill usage, skelp it on a suit muckle fast, but I hadna tent of the length of the thing. It didn't seem so wechty lang syne when I fair knipe it through it. No, it felt endless, 500 pages and more. Oh, and sic wordies. Mistress Bronte was fond o' her wordies, were nae so lang gabbit in Buchan. But on I trachled, stuitering fae Gateshead to Thornfield, Burlin, Rouen, Rochester and Grace Pool, I had nae mouse ongoings up in that laft. I told Rochester's smirking courtship of Miss Ingram and tried nae to grew at his lean words to Jean. He lo'ed her, nae argy-bargy with that, but a quine does prefer to ken gin her man is already married. Oh, the chav, the sweat, the scuttering o' it a', Card Dean Funert, never was I so pleased to be Dean wi' a darg, to win to that hinmost line, reader, I merit him. And by then, I just didn't care why or the other, didn't gie a doit nor a scronach if it happened to ony of them. And I'm going to read one last poem. So thank you all so much. It's a wonderful festival, really enjoying it. So my last poem is a meditation on silence. Silence. Takes its time, needs the queer to a bairn's hand, slip it into the calloused roch a granda's warm grip. The pairous jinking round the backway, to keep out the road of the Sabbath folk making their sonsy steps hame. Mangs for the skinkling of black and white wings aboon the siller o' an April sun as peasy weeps dance their spring. listens to the lang sough and clack of beddysteens shifting and shackling on our strong clear water. Disna mourn the sair fack of death, but marvels at the bleedy orals flurin at Todd's den. Says, tak tent for you plant your feet. I mind to walk down the side of a park, greening with early corn. Is to be hard learned, like nothing else. Thank you all so much. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next reader, who is Finola Scott, who was the Makar of the Federation last year, Federation of Writers in Scotland last year. And Finola writes in Scots and English as well. And her pamphlet, which was published by Red Squirrel, Much Left Unsaid, was published in 2019. Finola's won prizes, the US poetry competition, other competitions. If I were to list all the places she's been published and all the other awards and prizes she's had, there would be no time for her to read. So I'm not going to do that, but let me assure you, she's published widely, and her awards and prizes are marvellous. If you've not heard Finola Scott before, you are in for a huge treat. And if you have heard her, then you know what treat you're in for. So my pleasure to say, Finola, would you like to read now?
Well, thank you very much for that. It's always a problem living up to that. I loved your poem, Sheila. I love the picture, the slice of life that you give us, so neatly done, and from such a personal viewpoint is wonderful. And I laughed aloud at your translating. That was brilliant. We're nae like that in Buchan. It's brilliant. So I want to thank everyone for inviting me to this event. Thank you, Jim, and thanks everybody for coming, particularly in such a glorious day. I have a special thanks to give to Alex Scott, my father-in-law, who introduced me to Soutar's work. Most folk will know that Alec was the first to edit Soutar's diaries. I taught the Bairnrhymes to pupils who loved them, especially reading Bossie Broon at Halloween, where we all shouted, "Dinna gang out the night." I wasn't writing then. I was busy with work and prams in the hall. Maybe I was intimidated too by his craft and that of his pals that I used to meet. In honour of Alec, I'm going to start with a poem written for my bairns, his grandchildren's children. He knew both my children, and I'm sure he would have loved these little ones. I'm lucky enough to live in a bubble with them, so we often walk and picnic in Lenzie Moss. We built a den there, which not only lasted, but was added to. There is nothing sweeter for me than sitting in a den listening to children's chatter. I hope you agree. 98% of this poem is really true. I'm going to leave you to decide which is the fiction. But before that, I'm going to get the mouse that's run off underneath my desk. And I think I can feed it some cheese. Give me 2 seconds. Here we go. Sorry, folks, that's very unprofessional. Right, here we go. The lass wi' blithers to birdies strides into the woods, her unicorn bag pangit with seashells, toy breed, magnifying glass. She's prepared. In dapple bright she staps and tweetles, her by ordinaire would whistle, the ain the birdies ken, the ain she taught them. I do cruise, she smiles. Babby baned, arms outstretched, she twirls and caws. Flap your wings, birdies. Sign up, up she gangs, all sparkles and pink tutu. Rustling, clued Hugh, she burls, in whitters, all blue tit, green linty, and red rab. My family managed to slip into many of my poems. I find it helps to root my work when I link ideas to real events. It kind of keeps things grounded. These next couple of poems have the environment as a focus. Like many of us, I'm worried about what's going on. The other night I watched wee Greta Thunberg crying on TV, and that really got me. I cried too. Perhaps having Biden in the White House will help, but still the icebergs are melting. I know poems won't change the world, but apart from recycling and growing some veg, there's not much I can do, so I write. First aid for visitors. For emergencies, Mummy keeps an eyedropper at the back of the cutlery drawer. Tight aproned, she stands on the patio, a bundle of flutters snug in her hands. The trembling is pinky crooned, cooried to calm. Moss grey feathers softly settle. She spied it wobble beneath the heavy lilac, the careless discard of cat or magpie. Firmly she gifts a trembling chick. I cup its whole frame in the arc of my growing bones. Expert, casual, she eases the cheeping beak, slips in the pipette, water and a wee drop of whiskey. I tell my grandchildren, who ask, "What's a sparrow, Granny?" I was lucky enough to grow up in the suburbs with a garden. Mummy regularly rescued birds, bees and beetles. We regularly buried bees, birds and beetles in cigarette boxes and matchboxes. I bet lots of you did that as well. We would have wee funeral services. But from that, I got a love of birds that I share with my own children and grandchildren. But I alternate between being pleased at my grandchildren's knowledge of nature and being concerned about what's going to be left for them and their children. When you see birds that are on the endangered list, you think, what? How? When did that happen? So that poem arose from a walk on the moss near my daughter's house. It's an unusual bog because it's a raised dome peat bog and it stores water and carbon. Last week there was a radio programme talking about these places holding out hope, so fingers crossed. Certainly there's conservation work done there on the bog, putting in dams to hold the water. We see heron and deer there regularly, and it thrills me that that's going to be in my grandchildren's memory. I used to live near Victoria Park and often visited the fossil grove. My young son asked for an explanation of what happened to make these rock trees. I'm glad that my son retained that interest in trees. He now works as an arboriculturalist. We have crazy conversations about heartwood and processional ants that he took me to see once when I was visiting him in London. I don't know what other people do in London, but we go and look at processional ants. I do wonder though what the landscape is going to look like when the waters rise again. So this is a poem on that. Once there was a forest. It's Fossil Grove. Like a meandering drunk, singing water caroused this land. Reckless, the river swept through pastoral. Trunks, roots, sludge captured. Here, remnants of great trees dream of heat, of sap rising mornings. Scaled, stone-like stumps held in split rock, remember basking near the equator. All is drenched, canopies tumble, all creatures lost, drowned in pressing blackness. Tribes, packs and herds pass above. Below, debris is crushed to fossil fuel this estuary. Men turn moles, descend into darkness to dig and scour. Black diamonds matter more to some than life. Machines, ships, and engines flame. The forest turns prophet. My son counts perfect Noah roots, 2 by 2 by 2. Leaning over the barrier, he dreams of a Scotland wooded green. And after writing environmental poems, I have to hold my hand up and say I feel terribly guilty about all the travelling that I've done, all the air miles. Probably won't fly as much again as I've done, but I did take buses a lot. Went overnight from London to Prague to hear buskers play Brahms on the bridge, to drink vodka and visit the Jewish cemetery. I took my children by bus from Glasgow to southern Spain to investigate Dali's birthplace and museum. I had an aunt who was a great traveller. She sailed to New York, she went to Russia, she went to South Africa, and my parents held her up as an example of a good life, an alternative to marriage and family. I followed her lead, so I have a store of memories that will sustain me. And there's always the Scottish Islands I haven't visited, so the staycation won't be a chore. Lewis and Harris call, particularly with Maggie Rabatsky's fine book poems in my mind and probably in my suitcase. This next poem recalls a trip with a pal to Dublin in the depth of winter. I've gone to Ireland often by ferry, so that'd still be a possibility. I love Dublin. I love the little gold Viking boat that's in the museum there. And I've had lots of lockdown fun attending lectures by the National Library of Ireland. I've had Seamus Heaney in my living room on several nights. He's very fine company. The Old Country. Coffin. James Joyce rakes the bins. He huddles in doorways on Pulbeg Street, then falls into Madigan's for hot port with 3 women drinking for 10. He insists on lemon and that it'll snow tonight. I swear the folk here borrow each other's faces. They share them out on Sundays, stuffing boiled ham and scallion mash into fresh mouths, new words. Requests welcome if the harmony is known. One of the Dubliners, I forget his name, brings our Atlantic platters, asks if I want sauce. He knows I want sauce. In a thick voice he sighs, "Fair play to you," and goes to bestow chicken wings on the folk at the bar. On the halfpenny bridge in soft drizzle, that man in Donegal tweed with my father's face calls over to me. I wish I knew what he said. And the next poems about travel as well, next couple are about travel as well. I was persuaded recently in the last sort of 4 or 5 years to spend time in the Canary Islands. Winter sun, never mind the climate cost. I would sit in the botanic gardens eating canary bananas as a beast from the east savaged Scotland. I lay beneath palm trees and black sand, swam in salt pans, licked crusts of salt. I loved the lunar landscape of the volcano area of Tenerife, the white villages of Gran Canaria. The islands have different histories. The Museum of Columbus was wonderful. Astrolabes, huge globes, letters, maps. There are a few poems about the islands in my pamphlets. I like to imagine what life was like for the ordinary people there in the 17th and 18th century. On the volcanic rocks, burials were done in stone cists, and the excavated mummies are now displayed in the museum. But the next poem concerns Joanna, a character from one poem who was intrigued by the blue eyes of the pirate raiders. She's grown legs without my permission, to be honest, and she's grabbed a series to herself now. I'm slightly worried, to be absolutely honest, about what she's going to do next. But as I say, it's out of my control. Ripe for plucking, Tenerife, 1750. Guarded like a relic by her family, Juana sighs into the hot breeze. Balanced above the street, locked in her balcony cloister, her tongue longs for the town's stories. Mangy dogs yelp, flies swarm, boys play tag, women laugh returning from market. Through lattice work, she catches mosaics of striped skirts, red ribbons, baskets on heads. She thinks of the cause of her dry mouth. Papas agruduras at dinner last night. Brown, grey, wrinkled potatoes baked in salt. Balls like she imagines her father's. Old. Now comes a clip of boots and bridle jangles. Below a seigneur dismounts, burnished skin, sweeping cape, the scent of pomade. Joanna strokes the silk at her throat, wonders. And the next is a poem about travel as well. I feel most guilty probably about flying to Buenos Aires to visit my cousin. My father's sister married and emigrated there after the war. Her daughter, who was born there, craved the comfort of her Irish family. So I was persuaded and went. I flew 13 hours non-stop from London. But it was, I have to say, it was worth it. The scale of the country, the sights I saw. My cousin took me by bus and plane right up to the very north border. We drove for days beside the mountains. We went to pre-Inca villages, danced in squares with school children, visited vineyards, saw protests. There were white headscarves stenciled onto pavements to remind us of the missing, the disappeared. We drank a lot of Malbec. We shared a bottle of wine as the moon rose over the Andes. Seeing actual pampas grass on the pampas and gauchos sheltering under trees. Meanwhile, I was trying to untangle the web of the country's politics, trying to probe while staying a courteous visitor. This poem came out of a casual request to me about whether I'd like a trip to the beach. Now, in Scotland, that's an hour at the most. You fall off the edge if you go any further. So I didn't ask how far it was. It was only when I'd been in the back seat of the car for 2 hours, I thought I'd ask. And this was the answer I got. Just a 6-hour drive to the beach. Buenos Aires to Pinamara, Argentina. Journeying south, the sky dissolves into land, searches for horizons. High-rise shanty towns, not on any maps, appear in the distance. The cash crop cattle, just acres and acres of dark dots, settle to their allotted tasks. Mindless of the governments and the disappeared, heads down, the machine mow the green. The air is heavy with the death aromas of the roadside asados. Unfolding, the land rolled south to the Atlantic Ocean. On the unravelling pasture, occasional trees cluster for company. Huddled like those shipped into shanty towns, their bulk doesn't even dent this billiard table world. To be honest, I don't know if I understand South America or Argentina any better. It was so strange driving at night into the centre of the city and seeing the huge statue sculpture of, God, I've forgotten her name, Evita, and it was very difficult. It was also very difficult being a vegetarian. On that trip to the beach, I was absolutely starving. My cousin stopped at one of the asados, which is a place that it does outdoor barbecue, although you can sit inside because it's usually too hot. And my cousin and her husband were brought for their dinner slabs of meat that, honest to God, would have been a Sunday roast for a Glasgow family. And they were getting a plateful of it each. I think I was offered boiled potatoes. Again, it was either that or omelettes, but it was worth it because it was just stunning. And it was stunning to be standing at the south. It wasn't actually as far south as I thought. I mean, it was only 6 hours drive, but nonetheless. But as I say, I promised myself and my grandchildren that my days of doing long haul flying are over. Although I got to say, I'm so glad that I've seen the Great Wall of China and the Terracotta Warriors, but hell mend me. Now, I would like to finish with a poem for Alex Scott, who set up the department at Glasgow University, teaching many folk who went on to be lecturers themselves. I'd like to thank Hugh McMillan for giving me permission to read this poem in advance of it being published in his anthology. He's going to be coming out in September. It's got a terrific title, The Dead Good Scots. I know for sure that Sheila has a poem in here as well. I was tempted, of course, to pick a woman, to pick somebody who was unknown, to pick somebody who had done social things. But it was Alex at centenary the same year as Eddie Morgan, and I wanted to celebrate Alec because I think that he did a lot for Scottish literature. In almost every university, the lecturers in Scottish literature were possibly students of his. So thank you all for being kind listeners, and I hope that you enjoy I know that you're going to enjoy the rest of it. So, Alexander Scott, 1920, 1989, poet, academic, scholar. Alec watches the world, shapes it into words. He's meester o' his mither tongue, proud to use it. Meester o' world literature, he heists Scots upsides with all the rest. Max Glasgow Uni, tap whale. His wit weaves the Doric into poems and plays, unravels meaning, rakes Soutar's diaries, screeves articles and books for students. In every versity, lecturers knew we'll hap it in his learning. Thank you. And now I've to introduce Jim. What do you say? Where to start? My connection with Jim was initially through his fabulous football project. And I was challenged by various people, including Stephen Watt, to write a poem for the project. And I did admit at the time, I said, don't be daft, I don't know anything about football. And of course, Stephen, in his inimitable style, said, well, there's your poem. So thankfully, I did write a poem, and Jim did like it, because of that book, men started to talk to their sons. And it's just a wonderful thing. I remember Jim telling us at one of the launches that a man had spoken to his son for the first time. And when questioned, he said, why didn't you tell me, Dad? And his dad said, simply, you never asked me. And at that point, Jim's anthology just was wonderful. But since then, the man never stops. I get a project. Last year it was Hamish Henderson, which was fantastic. And now we've got the Soutar project. And I mean, every time I look on Facebook, there he is doing something And he, like Sheila and all the other Makars, has brought himself so strongly to the role of Makar and has thrown himself into it so wonderfully. I know that he's very widely published. He's got lots of pamphlets, but to be honest, it's the person that I celebrate as much as anything, because he's so warm and generous, and I know that you're going to absolutely love his poetry. So over to Jim now, and thank you again, everyone.
Oh, you've got me blushing now, Finola.
Oh, nice one! Result!
I'm just covering the emotion up now. Now, I'll get going. Thank you, everybody. I'll not do any much introductions. Here's one, just to follow on for the thing that Finola had said there about the world and the burach that we're making of it, and for our bairns' futures. Here's a poem called Siller Sooth. It's a bit of a rant. I tend to rant quite a bit, unfortunately. So if you can imagine Rabsy Nesbitt in Scots, that's probably it. Tidings of seasons stap at fu effect and spirit, spite and water, thrown o'er their bricht endeavours to soothe our kittle days with tunes of golden merit, rocked with chitters, hunkered down with Broukit feathers. And whiles they chirp and chat the mossy bark of siller birks and hollies circling the childless days, we ignore their joyful ballads with our fizzled spark, and a perilous trait o' bending Mother Nature's ways. Yon global warming, poking the swell of the bourgeoisie, layering the fat with blinding greed to toast with glee, the burning branch of the last of the mahogany. Ane of the sharpest truths, whiles we a drap and dee, let the lichty show up my words afore it's hour late. Whiles the warnings in their song fare for notes of truth fugged in our lugs o' ignorance, the comfiest state o' our wealthy pairts, no sense in yon endless sooth. We need a michty shack for our contented wander, afore the birds depart and the sangbook floats awa, on tides of forests drowned by our muckle squander. What is our worth if we dinna seize this opportunity? So that's the rant over. A wee bit of rant. It doesn't do you any harm. I'd like to read another poem which is dedicated to my dear old grandfather. I wrote a few poems about my granddad. He was a Black Watch soldier, and I like what Sheila called memory poems. I think that's a great, and we'd be doing ourselves a disservice if we didn't draw from our own personal experience and sharing that and putting in a wee message in about there as well at the same time. I think that's important, though it's not just because you're not just doing a thing that says a memory, it's a personal memory, but there's always a message in there of why you're doing that, and I think that's a good thing. And I wrote a series of poems for my granddad, and this is one just simply called Under My Granddad's Chair, which I haven't read for a long time, but I thought I'll give it a wee go, a wee airing. On a narrow road worn at the edges, with the odd passing place, a loop of golden braid, and shells of Axminster cream, there sat me, under his chair, distracted for a second on a jam sandwich. James Bond's Aston Martin was sliding across the frozen lake linoleum towards the skirting board, an instant confiscation. Under his chair, the voice landed assuring, "I'm still here, Jimmy, they've no got me yet." And my gaze would fix once more on the single shiny bullet standing on edge next to the capstan fags. Under his chair, with its polished bowed legs, our time began to match his own. There I sat in awe of a Black Watch soldier, burying his past deep in the fields of France. Under his chair, guarded by twa spindles, wrapped in bandages, secured by polished black shoes that twitched when the wrestling was on the telly, and a coffee table moved further away in defiance of Big Daddy. Under his chair, a grey blizzard would gently flake onto the Axminster Road with the ash from a volcanic Capstan eruption, caused by the 3 falls, but never a submission under his chair, the slightest of touch of the fiddle propped next to the shining bullet, and a heavy silence would descend as if to expect the flares ignite his memory, or the whistle blown back then on the gloom of the Somme. Under his chair, the guards moved off, the fiddle went, the shiny bullet shimmered yet stayed, the whistle inside him blew, and he was up and over the district nurse's fence in his polished black shoes to the roll call at the Athol Arms. And he probably suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder like a lot of his generation and never ever talked about the war, and I think that was his way of it. He always had this single rifle bullet, which I assumed was a blank, but never ever found out. I'd like to read a poem. I'm just checking my time. All right. And a little bit of a promotion for Poetry Scotland, if anybody in the audience isn't aware of it. Poetry Scotland has resurrected itself under the safe hands of Andy Jackson and Jude Taylor. That's it there. Available at all good websites. I'm not very sure where to get it. Actually, I'm not that prepared. I should have said where it got. I think if you just Google Poetry Scotland, Andy Jackson, you'll find it. www.poetryscotland.com. There you are. And I'm very lucky to have a wee poem in it, and it's called The Ruins of Camas Michael Kirk. For a good friend of mine called Malcolm Cameron. And Malky sent me a photograph of Camas Michael Kirk, which is on the east bank of the River Tay, just up from Perth. Like one of many, many abandoned kirks that are across our landscape. Hunkert Doon, forgotten, lost in the place of paths crossing. Birk-strapped, frost-laden, nippet in a silver shawl of solemnity, yet still an echo chamber of soul standing 4 square as an arc. If you journey there, you become a congregation of one, offering prayer to the passing clouds, measured by hush, silenced only by the breeze snagging on the altar-free ground. I hear their voices still in the sombre carcass of the carved stone, faithful in the rise and fall of praise, the long-forgotten routine, the days of toil slowing into a single day of forgiveness. Precentor of line or confession huddle, it's all Bible. A grafter bond of boots and clogs tramping the yards to the call of drill and sacrament, unwilling to settle on death alone. In the last year, it's been a difficult year for so many of us, and amongst this tragic, as I call it, this cluster burach that we're all enduring, I found myself like everybody else. In fact, the last time I spoke to, the last time I spoke to Sheila, get teeth right. The last time I spoke to Sheila in person was at the Bairn Theatre in Stanza in March last year. And of course, little did we expect that we still would be sitting in amongst this burach at the moment. But I found myself writing a series of poems which I called the elements of isolation, and I think it would be remiss if I didn't read at least one of them. There were responses to getting up at 6:30 in the morning to the call of the birds and just my thoughts of the day as we were in isolation and lockdown. And this one is called Staying in the Phase, and it was just after the murder of George Floyd and the protests that, and the response to that. So Staying in the Phase, which was a Sunday at the end of week 13 of self-isolation. An all too familiar thud of bird hitting window sets the day. My ears work, although my eyes are still out of focus. I awaken to silence. The music has stopped, the online concert, my new Saturday normal gone, and the empty bottles like beach seals slumber on without a care for our shared history. The sun is unforgiving for either time or me as it breaches the blinds with smiling scorn. The coffee is good. The bird is dead. A young blackbird I'll take to the undergrowth later. Say a few words, recycle its life beyond this week 13 where images flood my isolation. A smartly dressed old white man, white linen, green tie, his placard, racism is the issue. Bulldog clipped to him, shares the space with a young black man, face covered, clipped in unity. Elsewhere, the horse bolts, the cop clatters the traffic lights, white woman abuses black child on normal street. Turns out she's a school teacher. Basingstoke has more coronavirus deaths than Australia. Rubber bullets for chlorinated chicken is the deal. And white man in wheelchair screams in pain. An old man in normal street didn't stumble. And the journalists doing their job are assaulted, and thousands march, give the virus a voice, a bridge, because they are angry, because they must. And another bird hits my window, is dead, where the coffee was good, where I stand alone, mourning on a morning, wrapped in fresh scars of my isolation. As humanity bubbles, boils, waving placards because it must, because Black Lives Matter, because the world is failing us all. I head for the undergrowth to bury the dead, and another layer of ash settles on the bed of the Rubicon. Right. I think I'm just about done for time, Elaine, am I? Have I got time for one more? You're...
On you go, Jim. Yeah, try, just have one other one.
Okay, this is dedicated to all poets and that who and screevers who write, and to poets who are used to getting things back from editors and publishers, and I know there are some in the audience, so this is dedicated to them. It's called Tak the Skite. The bothering with screevings muckle hard. Maist folk strive o'er much for glories, reaching yon stratosphere without regard, breathing life into their nurtured stories and taking pure sustenance for the icy glare of prunich publicity or social media might. But what can sustain such a fragile hope for scarf and fear at least to a gentle skite? Or worse, dangling for the rejection rope. Yet the risks drive us blindly on, despite alarm bells ringing with sense, but muffled by our gallus thrawn to fester and vanish in the dense body o' others' opinions. Was beaks and sharpened claws gather on the neighbouring wa's to scavenge gleeful on rank deflation, inch you're spurned by a fickle nation. I shall thank you very much to everybody, and I will hand you back to Elaine.
Thank you, Jim. And can I just say to Sheila, Finola and Jim, that was outstanding this afternoon. I just haven't heard that before, and I wasn't sure what to expect when I was asked to host this, but I am so delighted I was given this job, because that really was pretty impressive. Just listening to how poetry in its few words can express so much more than a whole book of prose. It's just, I think you have three wonderful examples of this beautiful use of language, and I think everybody else is delighted because we're getting all these amazing comments, no questions, but wonderful, wonderful comments coming through. Can you see the comments, Jim?
Yes.
You can. Can Sheila and Finola see the comments? Wonderful comments coming from people to say how wonderful they think this event is.
You're all live. You've clearly been in the pub all day, Elaine.
Yeah, you paid them all, didn't you, Jim?
Yes.
But thank you to everybody for coming along today. Culture Perth and Kinross are delighted we're getting these really great audiences for our events. The Soutar Festival goes on into tomorrow evening, and later today we've got Sally Magnusson being interviewed, and we've also got the Booker Prize winner Douglas Stewart at 7 o'clock, and that will be outstanding because he won with Shuggy Bain. Tomorrow, Elaine C. Smith with the Glasgow Gruffalo and the young girl Jessica, who was a bit of a sensation. She's going to be there. She's only 4 years old. And we're finishing off tomorrow night with Vic Galloway. And if people are interested in getting published, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, Zoe Strachan's doing a session on how to get published. So if you want to see my face again, I'll be there again at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So wonderful. Thank you for coming. And we'd just like to say to everybody, we hope you've enjoyed the Soutar Festival so far. That Culture Perth and Kinross is a charitable organisation that looks after the region's libraries, museums and archives. We're incredibly grateful to all our donors, supporters and sponsors whose generosity helps us deliver all this wide range of culture, arts and learning across the region. David, the technical guys, just put a link. If anybody would like to donate to Culture Perth and Kinross, they can do so there, or we'll be sending surveys out to everybody who attended so we can get some feedback. If anybody wants to do that as well, it'll be gratefully received, so we can keep doing these events like the Soutar Festival, because we're hoping to do it every year rather than every second year. So thank you, Jim Mackintosh, Sheila Templeton and Finola Scott. Thank you very, very much. It was outstanding this afternoon.
You're welcome. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Between the crowing of the cock, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the clicking of the clock, a star dies and a star is born. Between the beating of the breast, a love is fulfilled and is forlorn. Between the wave and the wave,
Hello, my name is Carly Brown and I am a performance poet and an author based in Edinburgh. I'm a former Scottish national champion of slam poetry, and my work often explores topics like history, sex and desire and relationships and politics, but in a hopefully lighthearted and often humorous way. So the poem that I've chosen to share with you today as my favorite Scottish poem is by a poet that I'm sure many of you are already familiar with, the Scots Makar herself, our national poet for Scotland, Jackie Kay. So the poem of hers that I particularly like is called Darling, and what I really like about this poem is that it's a poem of mourning without being particularly heavy or sad. It's still sad, but it has a real sense of joy in it as a poem, and I think that partly comes from the lovely musicality in the poem. And as a performance poet, I'm always thinking about how things sound, and I just love the kind of wistful, jaunty rhythm of this poem. It's sweet without being like saccharine. It's simple but without being simplistic, and I think that it's simply lovely. It's a lovely poem, so I hope that you enjoy hearing it. So this is Darling by Jackie Kay. Darling. You might forget the exact sound of her voice, or how her face looked when sleeping. You might forget the sound of her quiet weeping, curled into the shape of a half moon. When smaller than herself, she seemed already to be leaving. Before she left, when the blossom was on the trees and the sun was out and all seemed good in the world, I held her hand and sang a song from when I was a girl. Heel yo-ho, boys, let her go, boys. And when I stopped singing, she had slipped away, already a slip of a girl again, skipping off, her heart light, her face almost smiling. And what I didn't know or couldn't say then was that she hadn't really gone. The dead don't go till you do, loved ones. The dead are still here, holding our hands. Thank you. Yon world that has not been.
I'm Christine de Luca, Scottish poet, born and brought up in Shetland. I really like the old ballad tradition and how these poems in their early oral tradition often became embellished over the years and provide us with several versions. Sir Patrick Spens is one of my favourites. It was written down in the mid-18th century the first time. The king wants to bring the young maid of Norway to Scotland where she'll be crowned. But it's winter time and the voyage is perilous. So here's one version with the addition of 2 further stanzas. Sir Patrick Spens. The king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking the blood-red wine. Oh, where can I get a skilly skipper to sail this ship o' mine? Up and spack an eldern knight sat at the king's right knee. Sir Patrick Spens is the best sailor that sails upon the sea. The king has written a braid letter and sealed it with his hand and sent it to Sir Patrick Spens was walking on the strand. To Norroway, to Norroway, to Norroway o'er the fame, the king's daughter o' Norroway, 'tis thou mun bring her hame. The first line that Sir Patrick read, a loud laughed he. The next line that Sir Patrick read, a tear blinded his ee. Mak haste, my merry men, our good ship sails the morn. Oh, say na say, my master dear, I fear a deadly storm. Yestreen I saw the new moon, with the auld moon in her arm, and I fear, my master dear, that we will come to harm. They hadna sailed a league, but barely 3, when the lift grew dark and the wind blew loud and gurly grew the sea. The anchors brak and the topmasts lap, it was sick a deadly storm, and the waves came o'er the broken ship till a' her sides were torn. Oh, loth the Scots lords were to weet their cork-heeled shun, but lang or a the play were played, their hats they swam abin. Oh, lang may the ladies sit with their fans into their hand, or ere they see Sir Patrick Spens come sailing to the strand. Oh, lang may the ladies stand with their gold kems in their hair, waiting for their ain dear lords, for them they'll see nae mair. Half hour to Aberdour, 'tis 50 fathoms deep, and there lies good Sir Patrick Spens, the Scots lords at his feet.
Hi, hats off to the William Soutar Festival. My name's Stewart Conn. I live in Edinburgh, but I was brought up and went to school in Ayrshire. And the poem I've chosen is one which, although for different reasons, has been a favourite since those days. It's in this little book with which I was presented when I was in primary 7 by Kilmarnock Burns Club for recitation. I suspect hundreds of them were distributed. It's now, as you can see, pretty tatty and it's lost its cover, but I still treasure it. The poem is the one Burns wrote on turning up a mouse's nest with a plough. Spending my weekends and holidays on my cousin's farm meant that I could appreciate its immediacy. And in due course, I came to be aware of its metrical skill and the way in which, from verse to verse, it shifts from compassion through philosophising, so that, in fact, the poem is very much about Burns himself. And in today's COVID climate, the last couple of lines are all the more resonant. We sleekit, coorin, timorous beastie. Oh, what a panic's in thy breastie. Thou needna start the war sae hasty wi' bicker and brattle. I would be laith to run and chase thee wi' murder and pattle. I'm truly sorry man's dominion has broken nature's social union and justifies that ill opinion that makes thee startle at me, thy poor earthborn companion and fellow mortal. I don't know whiles, but thou may thieve. What then, puir beastie, thou maun leave? A dame an icker and a thrave's a small request. I'll get a blessing with a leave and never missed. A wee bit hussy, too, in ruin. It's silly was, the winds are strewin', and Nathan knew to big anew in a foggage green. And bleak December's winds ensuing, baith snell and keen. Thou saw the fields laid bare and waste, and weary winter coming fast. And cosy here beneath the blast, thou sought to dwell till crash the cruel coulter passed out through thy cell. That wee bit heap o' leaves and stubble has cost thee mony a weary nibble. Now thou's turned out for a' thy trouble, but hoose or hold, to thole o' the winter's sleety drizzle and cranrach cold. But Moussie, thou'rt no thy lane, in proving foresicht may be vain. The best laid schemes o' mice and men gang after gley, and lay us nocht but grief and pain for promised joy. Still thou art blessed compared with me. The present only toucheth thee, but oh, I backward cast my ee on prospects drear, and forward, though I canna see, I guess and fear.
The Brig by Violet Jacob. I whiles gang to the brig side that's past the briar tree, along the road when the licht is wide, our Angus and the sea. In by the dyke, yon briar grows wi' leaf and thorn, it's lane, where the spunk o' flame of the briar rose burns saft agin the stain. And whiles a step treads on by me, I maunna hear its fall, and atween the brig and the briar tree there gangs na ane but twa. Oot ower yon sea, through dool and strife, ye tak your road nae mair, for ye've crossed the brig to the fields o' life, and ye walk for ever there. I travel on to the brig side, where ilka road maun cease. My weary war may be lang to bide, and you hae won to peace. There's ne'er a nicht but turns today, nor a load that's never cast, and there's nae wind cries on the winter brae, but it spends itself at last. O you that never failed me yet, in ance my step ye hear, come to yon brig, atween us set, and bide till I win near. O will, I will, ye'll ken my tread, you'll seek nae word nor sign, and I'll no can fail at the brig o' dread, for your hand will be in mine.
welcome to the 9th event in the Soutar Festival of Words 2021, which is absolutely perfect when you consider the title of the book we are here for. We couldn't have planned that any better, to be honest. My name is Kirsty Brown, and I'm a Senior Officer for Culture Perth and Kinross. Last year, just as we went into lockdown, we sadly had to cancel an event with a fabulous author, Sally Magnusson. However, I was absolutely thrilled when I contacted Sally and she was able to join us at the festival this year. I think Sally is an absolutely perfect addition to the festival, as the aim of this weekend is to celebrate Scots language, literature and culture. And having just finished The Ninth Child, which I have here, I think it celebrates each of these themes perfectly. Sally Magnusson is a Scottish broadcaster and writer. Sally has written children's books and non-fiction, but we're here tonight to hear about Sally's second adult fiction novel, The Ninth Child. Having read feedback and chatted to other avid readers, all I've heard are rave reviews, and I totally agree with everybody else. We're also joined tonight by the Culture Perth and Kinross Chief Executive, Helen Smout, who is an avid reader and absolutely devours books. I was absolutely delighted when Helen offered to interview Sally, as I knew that Sally would be in very capable hands. So I would like to welcome both Helen and Sally. And before I do that, sorry, I forgot to say that if you have questions, which I'm sure you will, please put them in the chat button. I think on iPads it's at the bottom, and maybe on phones it's at the top. But if you have any questions, please feed them along as we go along, and we'll be collecting them for a question and answer at the end. So now I would like to welcome Helen Smout and of course Sally Magnusson.
Thank you, Kirsty. That's a great introduction, and welcome everybody. I am delighted to be acting as interviewer for tonight's event and speaking to Sally about her book. We're going to keep holding up the book so that anybody who's not yet read it knows what they're looking for in the bookshops. And just as Kirsty says, this is well worth a read, and actually it was a book that stayed with me for quite some time after I had read it. There was quite a lot to think about, and I have to say we planned a few day trips over the summer back to Loch Katrine and the region as well, following the descriptions of that area. So I'd love welcome Sally to this session. I wonder if you could maybe give us a little bit of background to the book, and then perhaps we could, I'll ask you maybe to give us a short reading by way of introduction to some of the characters we find in it.
Okay, hello everybody, and it's great to be here, and thank you very much for giving up the sunshine to come and join us for this. It's the background is what it's set in and around Loch Katrine in the middle of the 19th century, at the time when they were building the magnificent Loch Katrine waterworks that's still there today, of course, still feeding Glasgow with its water. It also explores the folklore of that area, which you'll be familiar with in Highland Perthshire as well. The wonderful secrets that are contained really in the place names of all these sort of areas where the Celtic peoples settled and where the culture reigned for so long, and that culture is embedded in the place names, which are so much about fairies, the Sheethachan, the little people, I was going to say gnomes, but it's not gnomes. The fairy culture is a much more rich and diverse and malignant and interesting culture and set of beliefs, and they are embedded all around Loch Katrine area as well. And I was interested in the sort of collision of what was progress at the time. It was the height of engineering and scientific progress was happening right there in Loch Katrine, amid this great long ancient Gaelic tradition fairies and folklore and all sorts of other things. And the genesis of the book really was in my head of thinking, wouldn't it be interesting to bring these two together? For a start, it would give me a chance to go back to Loch Katrine and do lots of research there and force myself up Doon Hill, which I find very spooky. And the novel has evolved from that. You're muted, Helen.
That's better, sorry.
That's better. There you go.
Not quite sure what happened there. Wouldn't let me unmute. The wonders of technology. Apologies. It's certainly very evocative, and having been up Doon Hill myself, I know that spookiness.
Isn't it amazing? I don't know whether, I mean, it must be because you go up there knowing the story. Knowing the story of Robert Kirk, and therefore it plays on your imagination. But honestly, I couldn't wait to get off it.
Yeah, it makes your skin prickle. And I remember the first time going up as a child, and my dad took great joy in horrifying my brother and I, that we were scared of every rabbit hole that we might disappear down it. So it's wonderful to have that as part of the story. And perhaps you'd like to do a reading from the book, and I think you're going to have a look at the first three.
Okay. Yes, if you say first 3 chapters, everybody will fall on the floor in a dead faint and think, what about my tea? But it's the first 3 are very, very short, introducing really the 3 voices. And there are 3 main characters. I mean, there are others, but 3 voices that we hear all the way through. One is the voice of the narrator, who is telling, by and large, in a sort of close third-person narration, the story of Isabel Aird. The second one is Robert Kirk, who is, and it's not a spoiler here, you learn very quickly, he is a minister from the 17th century who has been captured by the fairies in the story that is told of Doon Hill, and is back 200 years later. And the third is the voice of Kirsty McEachern, who is a Navy's wife. The Navy is working on the Loch Katrine waterworks, and she is living with them and also doing some domestic service for Isabel Aird in the big house. So this is chapter 1, for which, have I got a light? Oh yes, yeah. Alexander should have warned her. Explosions, Izzy, he might have said. Puddles, he could have mentioned. Grass of a less manicured variety than the Botanic Gardens. Pronounced absence of paths wider than your dress. A hint would have been helpful. Had he warned her? This morning's compliment on the strawberry bonnet had been, on reflection, a shade less than sincere, but no, nothing had been said. She would have paid attention to that much. Isabel sank majestically onto a hummock of grass, which is the only way a descent from the upright can be accomplished in a crinoline, and looked around. There were men everywhere, navvies distinguishable by their gay neckerchiefs and hobnail boots, sauntering about with armfuls of ironmongery, or leading the most enormous horses along the shore. Gentlemen guests, whooping themselves hoarse around a vast corporation of Glasgow banner, each boom accompanied by a frenzied waving of hats. By now, Alexander would probably be hollering right along with them. As the only lady for miles, and certainly the only woman braving the wilds today in a hooped lilac gown and a bonnet nodding with silken fruit, Isabel had been attracting so much attention that she barely noticed the other figure staring at her from a clump of bright trees. She might not have registered him at all. Black coat, something white at the neck, no hat of any kind. If she'd not been so struck by the man's eyes, which burned through the faint gunpowder haze with a peculiar energy. Hungry is how she would describe the look afterwards. Poor fellow, her husband would murmur, we need to find him work. Alexander was not easily engaged with a metaphor. The man was quickly gone, and Isabel, hot and disgruntled in her billow of skirts, had no more inkling of peril than a twinge of anxiety for her strawberries. There was certainly nothing to alert her that here on the banks of hidden Loch On was a beginning, or that this sunny May morning would ever remain for her a kind of ending too. And then chapter 2 Out, out, I'm out. The earth erupting in thunder and fire. Out, smoke drifting across the heavens. Out. A lady, attired in a fine gown and egregiously silly bonnet. Aye, I hear you, I see her. Robert Kirk is out of fairy, and one glance is enough. And chapter 3. Just start at the beginning, you see. Tell it your own way, Kirsty McEachern, and forget who's listening. But see, beginnings, endings, not always so easy to know which is which. Life's a circular sort of thing most of the time, and so's a story. Those of us at the heart of this one would likely all tell you differently where it began, and as for where it ended, well, is it even finished yet? That's what I ask myself sometimes. It's a long while since I've spoken about Robert Kirk, but maybe it's time. Maybe it's time right enough. I'm the one who knew Isabel Aird best in those years, unless you're counting her husband, and there were times I wasn't so sure you should. And I'm the one who warned her. Mrs. Aird says, "I be careful. I've got a feeling about this man." I get these feelings. When you grow up in the Highlands and Islands with Gaelic, your first tongue, you come away with an instinct for things that are that bit beyond what you might call the natural, though to us it's all the one. You see what can't exactly be seen in the names our ancestors gave to the hills and the hollows and the brown peat moors and the ancient mounds of the Sheila. That's fairies to you. English never quite catches the idea of any of it. Nor, to be honest with you, did Isabel Aird. You have to remember she was a lowlander, born and bred in a city. What did she know about matters that Highlanders drink in with their mother's milk? She thought they were no more than a quaint thing to read about in those fancy books that brought tourists to ooh and ah at the landscape of the Trossachs. There she came, all innocent, with her parasol a twirl and a background that had bred her useless. Broken inside though, awful broken. A woman like that has no defences. There you go. So that's my 3 main characters.
Thank you, Sally. And they are wonderful characters. And I'm glad you pronounced Kirsty McEachern there, because I was trying different variations of that the whole way through the book.
Well, you know, it's interesting because she's partly modelled on my great-grandmother, who was Annie McEachern. And she was Annie McEachern in the Isle of Mull, but when they came down to Glasgow, it became anglicised to McKechnie. So you can actually pronounce it any way you like, basically.
Well, that's good then. I get off the hook. The book is full of richly drawn characters, and those chapters are really good introductions to, as you say, the 3 key ones there. And the 2 main female characters there, Isabel and Kirsty, although there are other very good women characters, very strong women characters in the book, but they're experiencing Victorian Scotland in very different ways, which I don't think historical fiction often does. You know, it does much better than the real history, which often women's voices are not so pronounced in. How important was it to you when you were writing the book to give some agency to these women and to these characters, and alongside the non-fictional characters who appear in the book as well?
It was very important. I mean, it was really in many ways the point of the book. I mean, the reason that maybe not the only reason, but I think the main reason that I love historical fiction so much is because it can allow us into the lives of people that we are not easily given access to in historical documentation or in the history books that we read at school. And by and large, these are women of every class, except, you know, possibly the very aristocratic and the odd queen. But also, if you're a working class woman, you're kind of way beyond the pale, and that so interests me. I mean, we are all now much more aware and interested in the lives of women in the past, but it's very difficult to find out about them. And I, even writing this and having as my protagonist a woman who kept having miscarriages, could I find anything about miscarriage in the 19th century? Because they didn't write about it. There were some rather pompous sort of medical books, which basically, all a load of rubbish, because actually medicine doesn't entirely understand miscarriage even now, why a third of women, lose babies so early. Then they were just making up all sorts of things. It was about, a woman she had swum in the sea, that had caused it, or she'd used a sewing machine, that must have used up energy, which would be bad for the pregnancy. All sorts of nonsense. But the women themselves, you don't hear their voices. They were not writing about it. They were not even talking about it, I don't think. In the book that I'm actually working on now, I've got a character who's going through the menopause. When did we start talking about the menopause? About 5 years ago. You cannot access it. You can't access what people thought. And I started to think, my goodness, these Victorian women, they all had so many children, and they must have got to their 50s after 10 or 11 children and the menopause and prolapses right, left and centre. Their insides, goodness knows what they were like at that time. And we're utterly, utterly lost to any kind of documentation as to what that might have been like. But the novelist can do it. The novelist can do it because what we can grasp at down through the centuries is our common humanity, our common womanhood if you're a woman, but our humanity generally. And there are some things that I believe just never change. And these are the things that you can get at through a novel. So in Isabel's case, what it's like to keep losing babies before they're born in a society where a middle-class woman has got no other role but to have them. That's the only thing she's there to do, really. And that you can get to understand the Kirsty McEachern's, through trying to understand what it would be like, as my great-grandmother had to do to leave the Highlands, because my great-grandmother was evicted from her home in Mull in the latter end of the Highland clearances, and come down to a big city and to try and find herself work, and the only work you could ever find as a young woman was a domestic servant, and or you got married. And what did you do? You got married to somebody, in Kirsty's case, who is also being evicted from down there, and they look for work, and the work was on the railways, and the work was on the canals, and the work was on the waterworks, and they lived, and there is documentation about this, they lived in the most appalling places that were put up when they were involved in the construction. They were literally holes in the ground. There were sort of caves that they were buried into, and that's where whole families, it was often men on their own who just were single men and who lived a very rough life, but there were families there as well. So I think the great joy and the great privilege of writing historical fiction is to excavate what has not been excavated before.
Yeah, and it's done so well. I think that there are so many parts of history and so many different experiences of that time period, and indeed on the sort of more mythical legends, and so many women's voices in that story, which, for me it was a joy to explore. But they're written very concisely and quite well. It's a book that you can read through quite at pace, which again is another joy for many of us, because you're just following these characters and you're immersing yourself in their experiences. And I think the pain that Isabel was clearly suffering, the grief, and that desire to build a wall around that suffering and to try and distance herself as a protection, you know, is written so beautifully in the book, and is so recognizable, I think, for any woman who's had that experience. And as you say, I think bringing to life the history, you know, that voice is really important and so lost, that this becomes a very important story to read, I think, for many people. You talked a bit there about research and the challenges of research. How do you go about, you know, what's your process in terms of research, and is there a danger that you sometimes can get lost given the breadth of documentation out there? We have an archive that's very full. Or is it that, you know, the struggle to find what you're really looking for makes that a challenge?
Yes, I mean, it is certainly a danger that you get lost, or that you actually, I think that you go too deep. I've started to learn, I think, that it is better, well, for me, I mean the likes of Hilary Mantel, for instance, goes very, very deep, but she spends years, you know, she's produced that wonderful trilogy, but it's practically been a lifetime's work, you know, in the library to achieve it. And I'm, you know, I've started late on all this, and I've got a job and kids and all that sort of thing, and I don't really want to live in a library, nice and wonderful as they are, I'm sure, in Perth and Kinross. But what I do is a lot, but at a relatively shallow level, if I can put it that way. And then when I need more, then when I get started writing, I'm now sort of beginning to learn that that's what I need to do. I need to stop, because I love researching. I love reading. I mean, I could do it forever. But I have to learn to stop and not to go too deep, and then to start to write. And then as the story begins to form itself, then I get a clearer idea of what I need. And then I can go down into whatever area I need to try and find out more about, so that actually it's not a case entirely of just researching for months, shutting the books and then writing. It's researching a bit, starting to write, starting to feel the story, starting to feel the characters, and then sort of thinking, that's what she needs to do there. Goodness, I better find out about tenement life in Glasgow or whatever it might be, and then do some more reading on that. But I think if you know too much, then the danger as a writer is that you give too much, more than the reader actually wants. And I think even the great Hilary Mantel, for whom I have the most enormous admiration rather, I haven't managed to get through The Mirror and the Light yet, actually, because there's just too much detail. And I don't want that much. And sometimes, you know, that's the kind of balance. And sometimes also, when you have spent ages to try and find something out, there's a bit of you that's going, I'm jolly well going to show them that I know this, that I know exactly what the details of a house look like, or or even a landscape. You've just got to edit what you research as well as what you write, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see that, to give space for the reader as well to have their own experience of the story, and to be able to fill in the gaps and with their own imagination, and perhaps what sparks their desire to go and research and read and find out more about the different subject as well. Because there's certainly quite often, I think, a book that does that allows you then to go and explore other things, that sparks lots of ideas. It's a very rich experience for the reader. And I know that certainly the readers that we speak to all the time, they're looking for more than, you know, there's always a place for I read it in 10 minutes and put it to one side, but they do want something that's going to spark an interest and have that space for them in there, that all of the answers and all of the detail and all the information is not presented necessarily, but they can.
That's why I love picking out one or two historical characters as well that are less well known and perhaps unknown at all, like William McCorn Rankin in the book, who's this wonderful sort of Renaissance man in the 19th century, engineer, who's involved in the design of the Loch Katrine waterworks, but who also composed songs in his spare time, and also was leading a band of soldiers, you know, ornamental soldiers on the day that Queen Victoria opened the waterworks. So I thought, isn't that great? I'll just bring him in and I'll just use him a bit and explore what he might have been like. And then it's sort of allowing his name to continue, you know, and it's not the same as writing a biography of him, and his shade might be a little perplexed at some of the things I've got him doing or saying, but yeah, we all know who McCorn Rankin is once we read this book, you know.
Absolutely. And what about that? Are there challenges when you are writing fictional characters that you can fully form and play with alongside those historical characters, some of whom, like Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, are well documented, and you know, we believe we know quite a lot about them, probably not, but you know, does that present a challenge for you as a writer, and how do you manage that in the book?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a challenge. It's a challenge in a way, but I mean, Victoria and Albert, because they're so well known, then you know, there's a limit to what you can do with them. But for me, it was a delight. It was almost like a little holiday from the main plot. I mean, it's worked into the main plot, I hope you'll feel, but I just loved these two. I read huge swathes of Queen Victoria's diary to try and get a sense of her, you know, of her voice and the way that she would have interacted with Albert. And I just read a couple of biographies about Albert. I didn't go in too deep, but I think he's a terrific character. I mean, historically, you know, we're learning all these things about Prince Philip now. Albert was doing an awful lot of that, you know, 150 years ago, whatever. So taking these two, I thought, and obviously I wanted to do it because they opened the waterworks, and they were either going to have to just come on as a walk-on part, or I thought I could make some more of them. And when I realized that Queen Victoria also had 9 children, but only hers had lived, you know. So there was the opposite side of Isabel Eyre. This woman, this sort of most famous woman in the world, she can't stop having children. She doesn't like them. She didn't like babies. She, you know, she's going to like them later on, but she complained about them. She said, you know, being a mother of young babies made her feel like a cow. And she just wanted to get on with her life, and she envied Florence Nightingale because Florence Nightingale was able to go off to the Crimea and do her own thing because she didn't have a husband. And so there was you know, I was able to balance off these. And then also I thought the other thing that was an interesting sort of comparison to point up lightly in the novel was just that Victoria and Albert were up in Balmoral playing at being Highlanders, while the real Highlanders were being evicted from their homes and having to, or if not evicted, it wasn't always clearance, it was, you know, famine. They were being driven out into the cities and living the most appalling lives, most of them. I mean, they really had a terrible time of it when they came down to the cities, or they were going and being being navvies, Loch Katrine, or they were going off to the Crimea and being slaughtered. So meanwhile, Victoria and Albert putting their kilts on and having the pipes played and having a lovely time. But I didn't want to make that a cartoon, because it seemed to me that it's just so interesting to see inside, just a flash inside of their marriage and of her frustrations and of his frustrations. And it's not really a major part of the book, but I thought that was fun, and I think that you can do that with very well-known characters if there's if they're not the center of the whole piece.
Yeah. Now, of course, one of the key characters, I think, in the story, obviously, is the kind of Robert Kirk character, and that myth and legend. And there's so much in the book, as you said earlier, which is science and engineering and progress and the desire for public health and improvement, mixed with this sort of harsh reality, as you say, for the people who are there, but also this mysticism, myth, legend, which is the landscape and the language and the culture and the myth and legend, and that weaves into this very quite raw description sometimes of that life that people are living at the time. What was it? What drew you to that? And is that kind of the weaving of those two stories together, was that something that you found easy or difficult, or how do you make them sit so well? And they do sit really well together.
I'm glad you say that, because it was very difficult, and there was many times I thought, what on earth am I trying to do here? I'm actually trying to bring together social historical realism, serious stuff, difficult lives, with a story popularized by Sir Walter Scott about a minister who got captured by the fairies. How do you do that? How do you do that tonally? How do you do that without just the great crunching gear changes? And I don't know, it may, not everybody may agree with you that I got it right. It was very, very difficult. And the way I tackled it was to say to myself, well, let me just take Robert Kirk seriously. If you just take that story seriously, imagine that Walter Scott's story was right. That this blameless as he was minister, who is another fascinating person that historically that we should know more about. He was an antiquarian basically in the 17th century. He was interested. He was an Episcopalian minister in Aberfoyle, also in Balquhidder, who was interested in the Celtic beliefs of his parishioners. So instead of banging them in the head with his version of Christianity, he actually wanted to go around and find out what they were believing and why, and collected all sorts of stories about fairies. And the story was that he went up Doonhill one day. The fairies were annoyed at him for getting too close to them and poking his nose where it didn't belong. And so they captured him and took him off to Fairy. I thought, what about? Oh, he did according to Walter Scott, he did get out Fairy. That's right, and he came and he made an appearance and I was going to say something which would spoil the ending, so I won't say it. But basically that he came out again. And I thought, well, just supposing he did come out, he did escape from the land of Fairy, but he did it because the Loch Katrine waterworks were being built, and the earth was erupting round about, and it disturbed the place where he was. And suppose you take that seriously, and suppose Robert Kirk, as a serious character, emerges from a place where time has been completely different anyway and finds himself somewhere completely different time from what he thought it was. And he has a reason, a very, very strong reason for needing to take action in this world, if you put it that way. If you told these stories and you told them so that you were hearing Robert Kirk's voice, I thought, so that you're inside him to an extent, so that you can then dramatize conflict within a man's head, and the fairies, who, if you're not careful, they become silly.
Yeah.
But if they can be dramatized as a psychological impulse, as a collision inside a man's head of what he knows he should do, and what his worst side is telling him that you know, would be better for him if he did. If you dramatize it that way, you could maybe get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can bring and they come together in Isabel Aird, who is very much suffering from very real things in the very real world, but she's also in touch with Robert Kirk, who is yes, he's a character from another world, but he is, for the purposes of the book, I think he is introducing us to another set of ways of looking at the world and dramatizing at its core, dramatizing good and evil, I suppose.
Yeah, and you get the sense of that torment, and I think the tormenting voice of the fairy, and his grief and loss alongside Isabel's, I think is a really, you know, it's a really powerful way of exploring that, which again, I just think is a really interesting part of the book. What drew you to historical fiction? You've written other styles in the past, and you know, wonderful books, and a wonderful memoir about dementia, which, you know, is a must read, I think, for any family around that, and other books, including children's books. What takes you to historical fiction, and what are the differences in those styles and ways of working?
Sorry, I'm just looking at a message to somebody. Please, can you turn your camera off? Oh, sorry. Right. That's for the end. That's okay. I saw please can you, and I thought, oh, something I need to do here, but I'll get it later. What's the question again?
Yeah, I was just wondering about, you know, what drew you to historical fiction, and written lots of different styles.
Yes, that's right. Well, that was by sheer accident. It was I had done the memoir Where Memories Go. It was published. It was a new publisher at that time, Two Roads, who are part of John Murray Press, and a lovely editor, Lisa Highton, who wanted me very much to write something else. And she said, "What do you want to write? What you know?" And I couldn't really think of anything to write. And she said, "Well, what are the stories? What are the stories that interest you?" And I found myself telling her about something that I had come across in Iceland, or in fact I had known for years, but I had got interested in it and found out more. And there was an English translation recently which had sort of prompted my interest. And I said to her, I told her the story, and it was about a group of Icelanders in the 16th century who had been abducted by Algerian pirates. And these pirates had sailed all the way up. Iceland was the furthest north they ever got, but they had actually been marauding the coasts of Europe for decades. And they got to Iceland, they abducted 200 Icelanders, one of whom was the family of a minister on the Westman Islands, and they took them back to Algiers. on the ship, the story was told by this minister himself in a little volume, which was the one that had been just recently done in English, because he's Icelandic, was very hard to understand. And she gave birth on the ship, and she got back to got to Algiers. She became, they were all sold as slaves. She was a slave. Well, I made up the fact that she was a slave in the house of a very rich man, but he was based on somebody real at the time. And Oliver, the minister, was sent back to Denmark, which was the colonial head of Iceland, to negotiate a ransom. And thus the story went on. And I told her about this, and she said, "That's a fantastic story. That's a really great story. We need that. You've got to tell that." And I said, "Oh no, but to do that as a non-fiction story. I mean, I didn't say non-fiction because I wasn't even thinking of fiction at that time, but there would be so much research in this, and there's professors all over the world that would be jumping on me if I got it wrong." And she said, "Well, write it as a novel then. Write it as a novel." I said, "No, I don't do novels. I can't write it as a novel." I had never thought about it at all. Mm-hmm. Although I had done these wee children's books, I mean, that was kind of a bit of fun, but I've always taken the novel very seriously, actually. I studied English literature at university, and I've got, huge admiration for the really great novelists, and the idea that I would tackle one and not be brilliant. Do you know what I mean? I didn't like the idea of that at all. And she said, never mind about being brilliant, just go and write it. And so I did. I went off and I wrote what became the Seal Woman's Gift, and that was my first stab at historical fiction. And I realized that if I was going to write fiction, which it was difficult, but I enjoyed, historical fiction was what I wanted to do, because I enjoyed the past so much, and researching and reading. I mean, that's what I love to do. But also, I began to realize the gateway to empathy with the past that you're opening through historical fiction, and that examining the lives of these Icelandic women, for instance, in the 17th century, finding my way into somebody's head like that, and then thinking, I could do this again. So that was why it was historical fiction for me.
You've been bitten by the bug. That's what. And we're the richer for it, so that's good. Sally, I'm conscious of the time, and I know that people have questions that they want to ask. I wonder if you want to give us another reading from the book as well, just to sort of whet people's appetites even more, if they haven't yet ordered the book. The one thing about doing this online is that people can be ordering on Amazon as they're actually, or on the online catalogue for the library as they're listening to this. So hopefully everybody's got their pre-orders in for the next book too.
Great stuff. Right. Well, this is. It's always difficult to choose a book to choose a reading that's not right at the beginning, in case you spoil things. But this is fairly all right, because this is the point where Queen Victoria has come to open the Loch Katrine waterworks. She's come with Albert, and Albert, I mean, the fun I have with Albert is that Albert also meets Robert Kirk at one point, which is what's slightly referred to here, but it is a bit of fun. But here they come anyway. So this is 1859. The captain of the little Rob Roy steamer, charged with ferrying the royal party up Loch Katrine later that afternoon, could find no grounds for optimism. As he muttered gloomily to his first mate, "Take my word for it, man, I'll be pissing like this all day." And so it proved. The rain that arrived on the 14th of October, 1859, the day appointed for the ceremonial turning on of Glasgow's new water supply, was not a collars-up autumn drizzle, or even your average Trossachs head-to-toe drenching. It was the heaviest windiest, most umbrella-savaging, face-slashing deluge that Scotland had experienced in 20 years. Nobody missed the irony or much appreciated the symbolism. Water poured through birch and oak woods as if the heavens were tipping out giant jugs of the stuff. It oozed out of sphagnum mosses expressly designed to keep it in. It gushed into burns, dripped from bronzed ferns, and streamed down the black rocks in a million rivulets, drowning the brambles beneath and turning the whole earth, so it felt to the city-bred hordes who'd seen nothing like it, to mud. It played miserable symphonies on the umbrellas gathered by the commissioner's cottage, dubbed from this day forth Royal Cottage, where those who had risen before dawn in town and city to trail here by some testing combination of horse, carriage, train, steamer, rowing boat, and very wet foot, were gazing between other people's brollies at lethal clouds and furious waves, counting the hours until royalty arrived. The Queen herself had at least enjoyed the luxury of breakfasting in Edinburgh at a civilised hour, although that might fairly be described as the sum of her enjoyments at Holyrood House that morning. Victoria had failed for years to warm to the gloomy palace of her ancestors, with its dark, draughty rooms and a gallery of the most frightful portraits of the kings of Scotland. So she was not at all unhappy to board a train to the village of Callander at 10:15, even if the weather was a trifle inclement. Albert, grateful for a diversion from the recitation of what they might have been doing in Aberdeenshire today and the imputation that it was somehow his fault that they were not, was looking forward to the uncomplicated company of engineers. From Callander, damply en fête to receive them, the royal party was transported to the craggy head of Loch Katrine by 4 muddy horses and an escort of dragoons. Victoria, appreciating the tenacity of the well-wishers, was sorry to have to order Albert to order the carriage to be closed over. Although she was not a jot concerned for her tartan dress and grey mantle or her white bonnet, secured with her usual lofty indifference to the frivolities of fashion by a black veil, the rain really was getting worse, and there was Helena's peacock hat feather to consider. The people greeted them with touching cheers and halloos, springing up in the mist from tussocks of sodden heather as the carriage passed, exactly like Roderick Dhu's clansmen in The Lady of the Lake. Dear Sir Walter, one really did feel oneself right in the middle of his poem here. Such enchanting creeks and inlets, such an abundance of trees and shrubs growing right to the water's edge. That's straight from her diaries, actually. On board, the freshly painted and newly betartaned Rob Roy, panelled, how perfect, with carved vignettes of scenes from The Lady of the Lake. The captain duly assumed personal responsibility for the weather and apologised handsomely. Victoria was charmed by the specially erected glass pavilion on deck, declaring, as moisture beaded down the glass, that what she could see of the loch was all she had imagined, although she did consider privately that the mountains in these parts were really rather tame compared with Balmoral's, as she was sure Albert would agree. If only he would pay attention and stop staring at those wooded crags as if he had seen a ghost. Really, it was too vexing. Mr. Bateman was waxing lyrical about Dice Rock and aqueducts, and she required her husband's help. But Albert was not paying attention. He had just been assailed by a memory, unbidden, long buried, of the man he and Brown had caught by the Dee. It must be all this chatter about fairy dreams. Must be the mist. Must be the effect of a train journey with Victoria, always trying on the nerves. All the same, he could not quite stop himself imagining the man emerging from the sudden foliage along the bank as the boat steamed past, calling out impudent questions in that shockingly beautiful voice. Albert swallowed hard and tried to restore his attention to the triumph of Frederick Bateman and the great British labourer over Slate, Bog and Highland Brook in a feat that exceeded the 9 famous aqueducts of Rome and would last until the end of time. Mr. Bateman was beginning to get carried away, as indestructible as the very hills themselves. Albert stroked his chin a little too sagely to convince the one who knew him best. Victoria glared at him. There you are.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that the Scottish weather features as it always does on these events.
Yeah, interesting. It was the worst weather they'd had for 20 years. Fascinating.
I think the descriptions of this sort of quagmire of mud and everything up there, in terms of were so evocative. They were wonderful. I have one last question, Sally, before we open it up to our lovely audience here today, which is, what is next? This is, 2 books in. You've mentioned that you're working on something else. Is there anything that you can tell us about of what you're working on, when we might expect to see it?
I'm not sure when you would see it. I think it might be next year. It's women, actually. It's the story of women in the clearances, in fact. Although it takes place in 1884, but is actually about 2 specific clearances in the 1840s and 1850s, and the effect on the women who tried to resist and suffered the effects for the whole of their lives. So again, it's trying to get into, because there's not a lot written about there's not a lot written actually about the Highlanders in the clearances from their perspective, but even less from the women.
Yeah, that sounds like it will be a fascinating read, and again, that opportunity to explore women's voice and women's experience, particularly in those very challenging circumstances, I'm sure will be another great read. Sally, it's been wonderful to talk to you today, and I just total fangirl on the book, really enjoyed it. So thank you for sharing it with us. I'm going to hand back to Kirsty, who I think is going to manage the questions that we have from our audience tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Helen. You're a great interviewer. I have to watch my laurels.
I don't think I'll be on the 6 o'clock news anytime soon.
I would just like to thank Helen very much as well. The questions that you asked really gave Sally the ability to really to let us know more and more about the book. So thank you, Helen, for your great questions. There are a few questions from the audience. I am very aware, though, that I know quite a few members of the audience, and including Sally herself, are all heading off to see Douglas Stewart at 7 o'clock. So I am watching the time, because I think everybody will probably want to go and get their cup of tea or their glass of wine poured ready for Douglas Stewart. So quickly, from Helen, did you have any sense of guilt in Kirsty leaving her children to fend for themselves while she escaped to the Airds, albeit to do the rough?
No. I think that's the answer. I mean, women at that time had to do, in somebody in Kirsty's position, who had to look after kids but also work for a living in order to be able to live. The kids would have had to make do. So it doesn't. I don't think. I'm just trying to think my way into Kirsty's head. I don't think it reflects her love or otherwise for them. But I don't imagine she would have felt guilty. I mean, there were so many of them in these days. The older ones would look after the younger ones anyway.
Fiona made just a comment, a comment that I totally resonate with. So interesting, the line between historical accuracy with all the research that underpins it and an engaging narrative in historical fiction, which is very much what I felt too. I'm quite sure a number of people in the audience will have felt that. Now, this is quite a long question, so I think sadly we won't have time to go through all the questions, but this is quite an interesting one. It's from Elaine, so it is quite long. I found the way you juxtaposed ancient folklore with the new technology of the day in Victorian times so thought-provoking. What's your view of the function of folklore for us today, especially in view of current technology sweeping us ahead?
Well, I think folklore is part of our history. It's part of our culture. Gaelic folklore. I mean, even if you're a Lowlander, where there's obviously a slightly different cultural dimension, I think we all live in Scotland, and we should know and we should treasure as much of our history and our culture as we can. And folklore is part of that, and it's part of people in the past making an attempt to understand the world that they lived in without access to a lot of the, obviously, a lot of the scientific tools that we have now, trying to understand, you know, the agony of children being born, for instance, disabled or deformed. Well, that was the fairies. That's it. My child is obviously a changeling. The fairies must have come along and changed my child, and that's why I've got a deformed child. You know, there were stories made up in order to try and explain the world. You know, in Iceland, it's the same there. They have a very rich folklore tradition as well, and you know, their landscape. They see trolls. You know, you can see trolls in it. You can, they imagined elves living alternative lives to explain all sorts of natural phenomena. So it's something that folklore lets us see into the heads and into the hearts and into the fears and the frailties and the strengths of people who we are related to, but whose lives are difficult to access these days. And also, I think they had strengths. I mean, what Isabel Aird finds in the book is that Kirsty is able to say things that help her through the kind of grief that she's feeling, and the Gaelic Celtic sort of belief that actually when people die, they're still with us somehow in the stones, in the trees, in the moors, in the hills, and so on. That was a source of great comfort. So it's a very long answer to a very long question, but I suppose what I'm saying is we should respect our folklore. We should learn it and read it and enjoy it and not forget it.
What a fabulous answer. That was a fabulous question and a fabulous answer. I would like to thank Sally so much. I would like to thank the audience very much for coming as well this evening, on this beautiful evening, you know, second weekend when we can all be with our friends and family, but we've all chosen to be with Sally. So thank you very much for coming as an audience. I do think that if you have a shallow level of research, then I absolutely cannot imagine what you would be like with a full level of research. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. I'm going to say this, I'm actually really envious of your knowledge and your talent. I really am envious. I think jealous is too strong a word, but I really am envious. I think you're just amazing. The book was fantastic. And I'm just going to finish with this final thought that I think that you do perfectly, is provide a gateway of empathy to the past. I love that phrase that you use, and I might just have to steal that because I thought it was wonderful.
You can have it.
Thank you. As libraries, one thing that we're going to be featuring heavily over the next year as we come out of re-emerge, it's health and well-being. So I'm already thinking with your book with the menopause, and so I've got all sorts of things brewing away. So I really do hope that we can work with Sally again in Perth and Kinross, because it's been an absolute pleasure.
I'd love to. Maybe we can actually see each other this time.
I know, that would be. Having said that, I think this has been a few glitchy moments, but you know, it's better than nothing. And we've had, you know, people in the audience that wouldn't perhaps have been able to come because they live further away. So thank you. Oh, one last thing. We have put up a link to our donations. Culture Perth and Kinross is a charity. We are planning a 2022 Soutar Festival of Words, so any donations are really gratefully received, and it makes it much easier for us to plan, knowing that we've got a little bit of money coming in. So if you've enjoyed this evening and you're planning to go to anything else in the festival, then do have a look at the donation link. Thank you all very, very much, and I hope to see you at some of the other events. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Good evening and welcome to the Soutar Festival of Words 2021. Tonight, Culture Perth and Kinross are delighted to be hosting an evening with Douglas Stewart. Tonight, Douglas will be interviewed by Anna Day, and this event has been kindly sponsored by Thornton's Law, who've been very generously supporting Culture Perth and Kinross for the last couple of years with our events. Douglas Stewart's debut novel has made him a star in less than a year. His novel is Shuggie Bairn. She's just here. I think we can see that maybe. Shuggie, this book sold more than 500,000 copies already, and it's only just come out in paperback this month in the UK. This novel won the Booker Prize and won the Paterson Scottish Book of the Year, and it's been shortlisted for countless other awards and nominations. Although it's a work of fiction, this book is really important because it describes what Glasgow was like in the 1980s under Thatcher government for many communities when they saw the decimation of the heavy industry, the mines and the manufacturing. It's fiction, but so much of it is relevant to how people lived in those days. It's a wonderful book, and I'm delighted that Douglas is going to be speaking tonight with Anna Day. During the event, if you have any questions, please just use the chat button, and I will come back at the end and we'll start asking Douglas the questions when we've got time. Thank you for coming tonight, and I'll hand you over to Anna Day.
Thank you very much, Elaine, and thank you, Douglas, for joining us tonight. I thought we could start. How this evening will work is, as Elaine says, we'll have maybe a little reading from Douglas, and then he and I will have a chat, and then there'll be plenty of time for your questions. So just put them in the chat box, and Elaine will be monitoring that. So Douglas, I think people want to hear from you and very little from me. So it'd be great if you would introduce Shuggie Bairn yourself and maybe introduce us to that main character.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, and thank you for talking to me tonight, and for everyone for tuning in on this Saturday. Shuggie Bairn is the story of a mother and a son who are trying to love each other and survive in 1980s Glasgow. And the section, or the little part I'm going to read to you now, actually comes from the heart of the book. Agnes, who is the mother of the Bairn family, is having her first date after losing her husband. And she has asked her youngest son, Shuggie, to teach her how to dance. How do kids today dance? But she's made a mistake because Shuggie's a very flamboyant kid. And so he's actually teaching her, I think, a Janet Jackson routine. But he's dancing and he doesn't know people are watching behind him. He dipped and popped, using his hips too much for a boy. He emoted along with the song like it was a grand opera, not a 3-bar pop factory hit for 13-year-old girls. Brilliant. What a smooth mover, she said. I'm going to do all this up the dancing next week. Eugene'll just die. Just you wait. He was enjoying her attention. Something inside him flowered, and he started popping his body like he'd seen the black boys on telly do. The self-consciousness left him, and he spun and shimmied and shook in all the telly ways. He was mid-cat sleep when he let out a sharp scream. It was high-pitched and womanly, the same shriek he let loose when Leek leapt out of the dark at him. Shuggie stood with his fingers outstretched, frozen in time. He hadn't seen them at first, and he would never know how long they had been there, but across the street, in the window of the front room, stood the McAvenis. They pressed against the large glass window, and they were gutting themselves with laughter. The window throbbed as they beat their hands against it with glee. Dirty Mouse did a little, sexy, girlish pirouette, and Shuggie realised that that was him. He looked at his mother. When had she noticed? She only looked up at him and took a draw of her fag. Without looking out the window, she spoke through clenched teeth. If I were you, I would keep dancing. I can't. The tears were coming. You know they only win if you let them. I can't. His arms and his fingers were still outstretched and frozen like a dead tree. Don't give them the satisfaction. Mammy, help, I can't. Yes, you can. She was still smiling through her open teeth. Just hold your head up high and gie it laldy. She was no use at maths homework, and some days you could starve rather than get a hot meal from her. But Shuggie looked at her now and understood this was where she excelled. Every day, with her makeup on and her hair done, she climbed out of her grave and held her head high. When she had disgraced herself with drink, she got up the next day, put on her best coat, and faced the world. When her belly was empty and her wains were hungry, she did her hair and let the world think otherwise. It was hard to start moving again, to feel the music, to go to that other place in your head where you kept your confidence. It didn't go together, the shuffling feet and the jangly limbs, but like a slow train, it caught speed, and soon he was flying again. He tried to tone it down, the big showy moves, the shaking hips, and the big sweeping arms, but it was in him, and as it poured out, he found he was helpless to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, that was lovely. It could have been called Agnes Bairn, this story. She's kind of the centre, she's the heart of it. What brought you to the conclusion that it was Shuggy's story?
Yeah, I think it could have been called Agnes Bairn. But when I was thinking about the book, I was thinking about how the book begins and ends with Shuggy. And in a lot of ways, Agnes is sort of trapped in her situation and she will or she won't make it out. You know, I won't spoil it for anyone. But I think when parents are in those positions, they always hope for better for their children. And in a lot of ways, Shuggy is the splinter of hope that comes off of Agnes. You know, we always hope for a better future for our kids, no matter what we're going through. And I wanted the book to focus on hope rather than to just focus on loss. And so that's why I pivoted it and called it Shuggy Bairn.
Right.
Also, Shuggy's just a weird name. I love having to explain it to people all around the world.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was going to ask if people knew, because in Scotland, of course, Shuggy is a name that you still hear quite frequently, but it won't be known anywhere else.
Yeah, it's really funny. And I mean, people call him Shuggy and call him all kinds of things. But a lot of people don't even know it's a name until they read the book. It could be a train. It could be, it could be a place. Nobody knows. Yeah.
Which came first for you? Was it a need to write, or was it a need to write this particular story?
I've always found that a hard question to answer because I didn't have a conscious thought that I was going to sit down and write a book. It was much more of a subconscious feeling, and I came to what eventually became the book one day in 2008, and I sat down and I actually wrote chapter 13 first, which is the chapter where the two brothers are on the Sea of Slag. They go scrapping for copper. And for the longest time, Anna, I wouldn't allow myself to admit that I was trying to write a book because I had a really strong inferiority complex, and I found the notion that I was going to write a book too intimidating. And so all I really did was try to sit down and write stories, or just write the scenes as they came to me. And I actually wrote the first draft of Shuggy Bairn out of chronological order, chapter 13 and chapter 23 and then chapter 2. And it was when I had a really strong sense of what was happening in these vignettes or these stories that I would sit down and write it.
Amazing. You said this isn't a story of addiction. This is a story of love. Mm. What do you mean by that? Which love are you talking about? Because there's Agnes's love for Big Shug, but there's love between Agnes and her son Shuggy as well. And they're two very different kinds of love.
Yeah, thank you for recognizing that, because I think a lot of people think I'm just talking about the love between Shuggy and Agnes. And it is, a really remarkable love, I think. And I think children are remarkable in that way. Shuggy has a very all-forgiving, unconditional, tenacious love for Agnes, who's quite a flawed parent. She's deeply, deeply hurt. But it's also about love between Agnes and her second husband, Shug. It's about the unspoken love that Leek has for his younger brother Shuggy, and he makes an enormous sacrifice there. And then it's also about Agnes's search for self-love and the love she finds with Eugene, and Shuggy's sense of loving himself and his own self-worth. And so, people think I tried to sit down and write a very political book because it deals with unemployment and addiction and misogyny and homophobia and lots of different things. But I didn't actually sit down to directly do that. I sat down to write a love story. I sat down to write only about this mother and son that were clinging to each other while Glasgow disintegrates behind them.
Do you think what did you say, that she's a slightly flawed parent, is underplaying her flaws? Exactly.
I just think of it as an incredibly complicated woman. I grew up, and I tell everybody this, so I don't feel it's a big secret, but my own mother, from my first memories of her, suffered with alcoholism, and she eventually died when I was at school one day, when I was at high school, just a very ordinary Tuesday. And but I'd known that although she was an alcoholic and she suffered in that way, she was still a really complex person behind it. And so when I was writing the character of Agnes and using my mother as an inspiration in a way for that, I wanted to show someone who was a woman who had all these different roles in society, a mother, a wife, a lover, a friend, a foe, but also someone who was very brave and determined and exhausting and hurt and generous and glamorous and just all of these different things. And then she was an alcoholic, but she's definitely, you know, she's deeply, deeply hurt, and she wounds herself very deeply in the book.
And where is that line? Because you've been honest about saying that this book takes parts of it from your life, but it's not an autobiography. That you're not Shuggie isn't you, and Agnes isn't your mother. She's taken from, you know, lots of women that were around you when you were a child and from your imagination. What were the things that you couldn't from life that you couldn't put in, or where did you draw that line?
I think it's such a squiggly line, to be honest, Anna. It's not a very straight line at all. But one of the things is I sat to write some stories from very personal recollection. You know, I grew up next to a coal mine. We did go scrapping for copper. But very quickly, as soon as the characters came onto the page, they started to dwarf my own experience. And, you know, I was only a young boy at the time, maybe 5 to 16, let's say. But the book spans quite a broad timeline within Glasgow. I think it goes about 40 years. It looks at many different neighbourhoods within the city, and I just couldn't have access to that, you know, so I couldn't have written it from my point of view or had Shuggie be just me. And the characters almost told me that instantly. I knew that I didn't want to be interpreting this mother at the centre of a book just through a little boy's eyes, because I felt that would really reduce her and make her a less dimensional character. You know, she has, like anybody does, has wants and dreams and wishes that are separate from their children, you know, and if I'd made everything we saw about her through Shuggie's eyes, it would mean her whole life almost came from her child, and I'd never found that true about people, and so I wanted to enlist everybody. And honestly, you're not going to write a working class narrative set in Glasgow and not have a chorus of characters. You know, there's so many characters in the city, but also everyone was going through such a collective time that you want to draw them in and to use them for parallels and for contrast.
I think when we were talking about love before, the friendship actually is one of the things that came through it for me, that strong female friendship and the women, you know, supporting each other when the men, you know, brought them down often. But the women were theirs, and they were funny and they were brave and they were, you know, exciting women.
Yeah. I mean, I had always known Glasgow to be a city of women. I think because I grew up queer and the son of a single mother, my entire childhood was women and girls. You know, that was just my universe, and I was so grateful for it because it's an interesting universe to grow up in. You know, it was hard as well because I was ostracized by other boys, and I was quite lonely in that way. But I was grateful for the world that I got to see and I got to glimpse. But you know, women. You know, Shuggie stands in quite a long literary tradition of poor souls struggling against like in a post-industrial background. I think obviously of James Kelman and Sammy. I think of Agnes Owens. I think of Alistair Gray. You know, Lanark is about that as well. But I had wanted to focus on a mother and a queer boy or a gay boy at the heart of it, because I hadn't heard so much from them in West of Scotland literature, and I wanted to really focus them in the moment, because we tend to think of this whole post-industrial thing being something that happened to men, but actually, in fact, when men struggle, it's women and children that suffer worst, and that was the way of it. And so they almost have the most dignity and hardship to their story to explore. But female friendship was really important in the book. It's important for Agnes at the beginning. At the beginning, she is thick with friends. She really has a very close society, a sorority in the Sighthill Flats. And then as her addiction starts to escalate, the solidarity you sometimes get in working class communities can be turned against you. You know, people can really pull together in Glasgow, we know this, but when you're outside of that, they can also pull together against you. You can be excluded from it. And that's kind of what Agnes goes through. But then female friendship totally saves Shuggie's life by the end of the novel. You know, it's really through Annie and through Leanne and the girls who are working the till at Killfeathers supermarket that start to give Shuggie a roadmap to discovering himself.
And did you find those voices hard to write, those women's voices? Did they immediately come back to you from that Glasgow childhood, or did you have to search around for them?
No, I found them I found them actually really easy to write. I found the men harder to write because men are generally just, West of Scotland men are less expressive. But I always had, you know, the women are just so expressive and they're always telling stories, and I really enjoyed spending time with each character and trying to give them a very individual characterization, whether it was vocal tics or, you know, dialect tics, or just how they would answer a question. You know, Ginty's a very different woman to Agnes, who's a very different woman to Lizzie. And, you know, I wanted to sort of celebrate femininity in that way. And in a way, you know, the women are the heart of the book and they carry through, they're the vein at the center of it. And it's the men that are affecting everything in the backdrop, but you don't actually hear so much from them.
Yeah. Why do you think Shuggie manages to ignore what's happening with his mother when Leek and Catherine see it so clearly? Because that was a really, you know, you're almost egging him on as a reader to go, can't you see?
Yeah, that was actually something that I had to reckon with through my own family and sit down and think about. You know, I have siblings. My siblings also suffered through my mother's addiction, but they are older than me, and so they had very different perspectives on who my mother was as a person. You know, they understood her before addiction took hold. They remember her from them, and so they were angry in a way that I wasn't angry as a kid because I had no other context. I only knew that this was my mother, this was how she was, and what you have to do is sort of get on and get through it. You know, there's a comfort, I think, when you don't have any other reference points. You can deal with, and children especially can deal with an enormous amount, because it's only really when you become an adult and you start to see other lives and you're like, you didn't grow up like that, or, you know, the town you grew up in isn't what you did, that you can start to compare. But when everybody's going through something, you just go through it, you get on with it. And so Shuggie, I wanted just to love his mother and to be almost a very pure, like, beam of love for his mother. He's very forgiving. You know, he never really judges her. He never gets angry with her, not in the way that Catherine and Leek do. But the truth is they all have different feelings about their mother, and that's, you know, that's just life as well. That's how we all feel sometimes. We don't share the same feelings about our parents that our siblings do, because we know different sides of them.
Was it cathartic writing this book?
You know, cathartic's maybe sometimes a wee bit of an overused word. It was cathartic in a way. And the way that it helped me was, when you're a child that goes through trauma or loss or homophobia or bullying or, you know, or you see bad things happen to your mother or the women in your community, you're very powerless to it. You know, kids can't really take control of those things. So they spend a lot of time trying to manage it, but they don't necessarily have the power to drive the situation. And so in writing Shuggie Bain, I could describe and write very clearly what was happening to the characters. But I had to go back and sort of think, you know, why would a mother in 1980s Glasgow want to drink herself the way she did when she's got 3 kids who love her? Why were men doing that? What was happening with Catholics and Protestants? You know, I come from a divided family myself, or from a mixed family. But what was really behind all of that and all of those feelings that I would just see every single day? What was the root cause? You know, as a kid, you're born into these things and you don't ever have time to stop and question, you know, why do people act like that? Why are they doing that? And so part of the reason why it took me 10 years to write, I think, Anna, was because I had to have a lesson in empathy myself. You know, even when Shug was doing something horrible in the book, I had to go back in and be like, why would he do that? You know, why were men allowed that mobility and not held to task? And why was it okay in the 70s and 80s for men to up and leave their wife and kids and have no sort of society make them answer for it? And so I had to, like, think of all those things.
You wrote this in New York, and you've been in New York. We'll come back to that in a bit, but you've been there for 20 years. Would it have been the same book if you were writing it while you were still in Glasgow?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I'll never know, I guess, but I don't think so. New York did a lot of things for me. Just anywhere far from home would have done a lot of things. But the one thing it does is, first of all, it gives you clarity when you can step away from a time or a place, and it allows you to look back. But it also made me incredibly homesick. And it made me have a real sense of longing, which allowed me to keep coming back to this project over 10 years. But I also never felt at home in the world, no matter where I was, whether it was in London or Galashiels, where I studied for 4 years, or New York, no matter where it was. And I understood that people just didn't understand me. You know, there's a stoicism to Scottish people, I think, and especially men, that we don't often express ourselves or talk about our childhood or how we grew up or what it was like. You know, there's a thing about exceptionalism where we're not really encouraged to think of ourselves as exceptionally great, but also we're not allowed to think of ourselves as exceptionally hard done to. You just sort of, everyone's got a sad story, you get up, you get going with it. And that's fine, but what that made me feel like by the time I get into my mid-30s is that just, you know, my parents are dead, never knew my father, my mother's dead. No one really understood me in the universe, you know. Even my husband, who I've been with for 20 years, didn't really understand what it was like to grow up in 1980s Glasgow until he read Shuggie Bain. And here's a person who comes home with me 2-3 times a year, knows my family still live on the streets I write about, but still he couldn't project himself. And I think that's the power of literature. So the distance, I guess, gave me a longing and a need to sort of to create this world.
You were writing this for 10 years. Did you miss Shuggie and Agnes and Leek living in your head when you finally finished the book?
Yeah, I definitely did. I went through a lot of different emotions with the book. For the longest time, the book was finished a couple of years before you know, I actually shared it with anybody, but I couldn't say goodbye. Part of it was because I was dealing with my personal grief and my personal loss. And so I couldn't just let go of the characters. It was such a balm to me. And it's a funny thing to say because it's quite a sad book, but it was such a balm to me to be with these characters and to even to hear the funny things they said or the remarkable things and to just sit with them. But by about the 10-year point, I realized that I can't proceed with any more work, Anna, because I just couldn't let go. And so it stopped being a sail and started being an anchor in my creative life. And that's when I sort of decided, oh, I've got to let Shuggie go. I've got to like give him away because I couldn't move on.
It must be strange now. I mean, you haven't let him go because you're still talking about him during these events. We've touched on the book being about addiction and being about love, but it's about so much more because there's homophobia and there's sectarianism and, you know, were they part of your daily life?
Yeah, they were. And sometimes, I mean, it has lots of different frequencies. And so some, you know, sometimes it's nothing there. You can have a Tuesday where nothing happens and it's a very low level frequency and maybe somebody calls you the P word at school and there's that. And then there's other times where there could be whole stretches of time where you're the loneliest on the planet because, you know, you're being bullied or you're being picked on. And then there was like extreme violence when I was a teenager. With gangs setting about me on the street on Saturday afternoon. And so it had very different sort of frequencies for me. But I think the thing that I wanted to show with homophobia, especially with Shuggie, was how he takes it and he internalizes it and it makes him hate himself. Because there wasn't even the language at the time, you know, there was only derogatory language. Why are you a bender? Why are you all these other things? I won't use the words, but, you know, there was no sense in the early 80s of gay pride, or you could grow up to be a fulfilled, happy, queer person with, you know, that got on in the world. And although that was starting in the world, it hadn't quite permeated, I think, to the housing schemes of the East End of Glasgow, you know, or not all the way there. And so people just, even people that love Shuggie keep sort of saying to him, why can't you be normal? You know, why can't you be normal? Because even the people that love him want him to fit in, because they want him to be happy and they can't imagine him, if he doesn't fit in, how can you be happy? And so that's what I wanted to show with Shuggie. You know, he spends a lot of the book trying to correct his own natural nature, how he walks, how he talks, how he runs, you know, football scores. He does all of these things and of course you can't change it, nor should you.
Let's talk a little bit about the journey from finishing and then it coming out last year and this amazing sort of, you know, journey that it's gone on to winning the Booker. So it took a decade to write, and then how did you go from those pages to getting an agent and getting it published? And it's really interesting that it's with an American publisher because it's a very Scottish book. The language is Scottish, and we're here at the Soutar Festival, which is a festival about language and about words. You know, was there a push from the editorial team to edit some of that? Did you agree to edit some of that? Because there are lots of words in there that are very West Coast words.
Yeah. When I was writing the book, I only wanted to write it from the truth of the characters. You know, I felt like if I pulled any punches with them or if I twisted it with some kind of reader in mind, then I was denying them their dignity. And so I've tried to write it with them at the heart always. And also, I never knew the book would be published, Anna. So what is this reader that's going to read it? Who am I trying to please? And so every single time it comes back to what is true for the characters. But the book, after about 10 years, I'm working in textiles and fashion, and I do what every debut novelist does. You send a very blank letter to agents and you submit your manuscript and you say, please, will you represent me? And very quickly, I got some responses. I got a lot of rejections there. And then I was offered an agent who turned out to be an agent I really admired. And so I signed with my agent, and then we worked on the book together for probably about 3 months. This is the first time I have anyone with a professional feedback or a professional point of view give me feedback. And so we tweaked very, very small things, not much, but and then the book is sent out for submission. And you're right, I'm a Scotsman. I think of myself first and foremost as Glaswegian and Scottish, but I've lived in New York for, at that point, 18 years. And so the book, just because of where I sat, where I physically lived, begins life as an American novel in a way. But my agent sent it out to publishing houses, and very quickly it was rejected 20 times. It was actually rejected 32 times, but she only told me 20 because she saw how crushed I was getting. And it was only after it was accepted that she told me the full number. But what was the book was also rejected in the United Kingdom. It was rejected in Scotland. I think that's important to sort of say, Scottish publishing houses also rejected it. But no one came out and said to me the reason they were rejecting it was because of the language and the heart of it, because of the Scots. But I imagine it gave a lot of people pause. I think what was harder for people, for editors, was that they didn't know how to connect a readership with this family in Scotland. This felt like a time and a place that not a lot of people knew enough about, that editors and publishing houses could be like, oh, here is a book about this. Yeah. And so I think it felt like a very uphill struggle for a lot of them. But at the end of the day, there was one publisher who read it and just said, oh my God, I have to publish this. And after all the rejection I'd had, I could see how excited they were about this book, just because they thought it was, they thought it was a very powerful book. And so part of the reason that rejection is important for a writer is because it also helps you find your champions. It helps you to find the people that love your work as much as, you do.
It was released in February in America, last February, and a bit later in the UK. Were you sitting there? Did you worry about it finding an audience? Because in the middle of a pandemic and you can see the bookshops shutting their doors, it must have felt like a slightly terrifying time to be putting this book out there into the world.
Yeah, it's been such a year of really terrifying moments and then insane highs as well. But I published right at the mouth of the pandemic. And so after 10 years, I was so excited to be sharing this with the world. And I think a week and a half, 2 weeks after the book was published, everything shut down in America. All the stores were closed. We were all sent home. And what that does to a debut novelist is it makes you just essentially invisible. If people can't go into a bookstore, see that book on the table, be like, what's that? Then it's really difficult. My tour was cancelled. And it was also, this is not about me, because ultimately it turns right for me as the year goes on. But for a lot of my friends who publish at the same time, their books vanish, their work disappears because no one can find it. And so for the first part of Shuggy's life, I'm grieving a wee bit, or I'm lowering my expectations massively. But, Shuggy still hadn't come home yet. So this is February. March is the pandemic. Everything goes silent, absolutely silent. But August is coming and Shuggy is going to be published at home. He's coming home to Scotland. So that's what I really care about. That's what I'm really waiting to see. And just before he publishes there, he makes the Booker long list, which, no one warns you about, no one says, you don't even know if you're in submission for it. And that's really when the book became a revenant and people started to talk about it.
And I have to say, those of us in the book world in Scotland, it was a particular high point in a very difficult year when we were all sitting watching, and a Scottish book won the Booker for the first time, I think, since 1994.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I mean, James Kelman is always over my shoulder here. He's right behind me. But he's an enormous influence on my work and on my life. But also, anytime I felt maybe a little tentative about the usage of Glaswegian or dialect, I would think about what James could do with language, and he would help me to forge on. But I'm incredibly proud that I'm also surprised that it's only the second time a Scottish writer has won the booker, because certainly it's not James Kelman and myself. There's phenomenal Scottish books published every single year. But what I'm hoping the booker does for Scottish writing is it just gives a bit more global curiosity for Scottish literature, because the part of the journey that Shuggy's on now is translating in other languages around the world, Mongolian being the latest, you know, which will be wild. I can't wait to see how they how they sort of translate Gallus or Tenement, or I don't know, you know. I spend most of my working day actually explaining what running the messages is to people all around the world. And it's so funny because you don't interrogate language sometimes until you talk to a translator, and you get a lot of you have to explain what messages are, and then they're like, so are these women running? And you're like, no, they're not physically running, they're just, you know, they're going to get the messages. But anyway, I'm hoping it creates more curiosity for Scottish literature.
I think it already has. You know, I've seen you interviewed a couple of times, and I know people have asked you about, you know, other Scottish authors that you admire. So you know, even from that, it starts bringing people like Jenny Fagan and Kirsten Innes into the mix, which, you know, and so that in itself is a great thing for Scottish books. But as you said, writing isn't your first career. So when we leave Shuggy, age 16, we also, you know, that bit resonated with your life, and you were in a bedsit age 16. And tell us about how that journey from that 16-year-old boy how did you come to be in New York? It feels like a long way to be from home.
Yeah, I have to always say that I had the love and the support of my siblings, but you know, at 16, we all find ourselves without parents. But I was 16 and my siblings were much older. And, you know, I come from a really proud long line of tradesmen, people who like to work with their hands, who like to do a hard job and make an earnest living. But I had seen that they were all struggling, you know, even when they could find employment, it was hard to make ends meet and make it to payday after payday. And so I realized that there was no jobs in that field for me in Glasgow. This is 1992, 93. And I have teachers at school who suddenly see that there's this kid who's struggling, who you know, the first person in my family to finish high school, but didn't know that education existed, didn't know higher education existed. And so it was really the intervention of 4 teachers actually at Crookston Castle Secondary School in Pollock, who just mapped out a path for me that I had no way, you know, kids like me can't see it. We just don't know where to go. We need a Sherpa. And they really provided that. And whenever I had a question, you know, what's next and what would that lead to, they just said, well, it'll lead to these kind of things, and they led me through it. But I was living in a bedsit, trying to finish high school, working at school all day, going to a supermarket at night and all day on the weekend. But I knew I had to get an education because I'd seen my brother especially not be able to get that, not be afforded that, and I'd seen how hard things had been for him. But you know, I'd wanted to study English and literature, but I hadn't really read a book until I was 17, to be honest, Anna, because some kids just don't grow up with books, and then other kids don't have enough peace inside them or peace in their environment to be able to read. You know, you need a lot of tranquility. And so it was too late for me to think about going into English and academia. And so instead I was encouraged towards, which was a great encouragement, towards textiles. Because it's an incredibly pragmatic artistic trade for Scottish people. You know, you get to be creative. If you're not a very bright kid, you're a very creative, you know, I was a very creative kid, but it was also a very practical trade because I could always work and make cloth or make knitwear or do that. But it was really studying textiles that sort of opened up and brought me to New York. You know, I'm a knitwear designer by trade. I design jumpers. But at the height of my career here in New York in 2008, I was incredibly unfulfilled because my first love has always been books. My first love has always been writing. And so in 2008, I sat down to write Shuggy Bairn.
And are there similarities between the way you would create a new piece of textile, a new textile design, and the way you start writing?
Yeah, I always try to draw those out. I'm not very good at answering this question, but I think so. I think what I learned when I first sat down to begin writing is I was trying to be a version of what I thought a writer should be or how a writer should write. And I realized maybe about 6 months into it that I'd always been explaining the world visually and creating worlds using color and texture and details. And so if I used those skills and translated them to the written word, perhaps I could find my own strength on the page and not just be a bad version of the writers I admired. And so I learned to use all of my observation skills, all my visual skills. Fashion and textile design is all about creating these worlds that people can immerse themselves in and paying attention to how the smallest detail can shift something. And so I really just tried to apply that to the book, because I also wanted to make as immersive a world as I could for the reader. I wanted the reader to understand what the room smelled like, what the light was like when it came into the room, what Agnes's dress felt like on her body. I wanted them really to be in the room with Agnes and Shuggie, and just really feel what they felt.
And some of Agnes's outfits, you can see them, they're absolutely beautiful, and you can see that crossover between your previous career or your first career and your second career. Difficult one. So book one came out, there was very little expectation, we hadn't heard of you before. How terrifying is it thinking about book two coming into the world with all this expectation around it now?
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying, I have to say. One thing I'm really grateful for is actually I had finished book two before Shuggie was longlisted for the Booker. Like I said, I'd been writing for a long time, I just hadn't been publishing, no one would publish me. And so my second novel was more or less finished by the time I won the Booker, which I'm really grateful for, because I think the expectations of the Booker would have muted me. But as a writer, Shuggie's also lost a lot of prizes in another way to think about. I know he won the Booker, but he also didn't win a lot of other prizes.
And so as a writer,
it's a very Glaswegian way, exactly. Yeah. But what I mean by that is you've got to, as any kind of creative, you just got to get on with the work, because you can't control what comes around it. I feel a lot more pressure trying to create characters that people feel as deeply about as they do about Agnes and Shuggie. I've been really overwhelmed by how readers have taken those two to their hearts. And that's where I actually feel intimidated. Can I create a world and characters that readers feel as strongly about?
So tell us about the second book. When is it out?
I think it is out next April. I haven't heard the official month yet. I think it will be announced soon. But, at the end of Shuggie Bain, we leave Shuggie on the brink of manhood. And, he doesn't really have a sexual exploration. He doesn't really sort of explore his queerness. And so I wanted to go back and look at a different life, a different set of characters, and really put queerness in the middle of industrial Glasgow of the time, And so my next novel is about two young men who fall in love with each other in the East End of Glasgow, but they're divided along territorial scheme lines and also by sectarian sort of recreational gang violence, I guess is the best way to put it. But, the character at the heart of it, Mungo, is a really kind, sweet, gentle young boy, but he's constantly being asked to man up by his older brother, by his mother, by the people around him, by the other boys, and it's just not within him. So I was trying to explore sort of masculinity and how narrow it can be at times, and how we ask young working class boys to be violent, to be heavy drinking, to be lots of different things, and we don't always allow them to express their tender feelings or their fears or their gentle natures. And so it's really a love story about these two boys that are trying to be together but keep being ripped apart.
Sounds brilliant. And in the meantime, we haven't quite heard the last from Shuggie, because I believe there's the potential for a TV series.
But that's what I'm challenging myself with at the moment. So I'm very excited to be working with A24 Pictures. And we are working right now on a script and a script treatment for Shuggie in the hope that we can bring him to a series to television. I just, first of all, want to show more dimensions to the characters and bring them to life, but I also want to celebrate Glasgow and working class Glasgow on the screen, not just in the UK, but also here in America. I want people to see what that's like, to see the resilience and the compassion and the humor and the violence at times, and all the things that make the Glaswegian spirit. And I want to just see that on the screen. And I think that'll be hopefully we can do that. But it also is going to give me a chance to tell deeper stories with some of the characters in the book that we don't hear as much from as I would like Leek.
Yeah, I would love to hear more from Leek. I can see Elaine has appeared in the top of the screen here, which I can see also there's a lot of questions come through. So Elaine, will I let you bring in some of the audience questions just now?
Yes, I can do that. We've had quite a few really good questions here. So I'll just start at the top. I read, this is from Oliver Crane. I read somewhere that your first manuscript was 900 pages. How much did the editorial process change the story?
Oh, thanks, Oliver. That's a good question. Actually, you know, it's 900 pages, but if it had been formatted for a manuscript, it would have been 1,800 pages. It was massive. And part of that problem was I wasn't very disciplined when I didn't know it was going to be a book. I didn't expect it to be a book. I was just writing. And so it ended up, you know, in, I think, 12-inch legal binders, 2 of them, and it was absolutely enormous. But the book, it's a strange thing to tell you that and then tell you what I'm about to tell you, but the book actually didn't change over the 10 years that I worked on it. What happened was it sort of distilled, and I had to be hard on myself to get to the point quicker, to be a sort of a harder editor on myself. For the 10 years, by the time the book is ready to submit at the end, it's 550 pages, I think. And so I'd winnowed it back through draft down to that, and then it enters the editorial process. But actually, my publishers didn't change the book very much. The one bit of advice they gave me, which let me cut out paragraphs here and there, is they just said they loved Shuggy and Agnes so much. So if I could keep the lens on them as much as possible, that would be really helpful. And so that's what I did through the editing process.
Excellent. There's a question here from Nicola. It says, I noticed the use of the word gotten a few times in the book, which fell at odds with the Glasgow dialect. Can I ask if this was due to the editor?
What word, gotten?
Gotten, yeah.
G-O-T-T-E-N?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what the context for that is, but I would use the word gotten.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's me. No, my editor didn't have much change of the language. In fact, if ever I tried to sort of clean up a sentence or make it a little bit more accessible to someone who wasn't from Scotland, my editor sort of resisted that and said, no, keep the original strength to it. But I use the word gotten a lot. Maybe it's me.
Okay. And here's a question from Chris and John. It's from Chris. When you return to Glasgow, what changes do you see in the sort of communities Shuggy lived in?
It's a good question. It's a complicated question, that. I'm always asked to sort of answer for Glasgow and its progress in a way. And of course, Glasgow has changed enormously. There's so much more opportunity for young people. It's a city that's had such a huge resurgence. It remains the same in a lot of ways. It's still compassionate, it's still creative, it's still, you know, has a lot of troubles as well. But I'm always keen to speak for the people who always feel left behind. And I think there's still kids who are living in poverty who maybe don't know much beyond the housing schemes that they're on, and who are still struggling and not feeling like they have much of a voice. And so it's like any city in the world, whether that's, you know, New York or Detroit or Paris, there's a tale of two cities, I think. I think, you know, everything in Glasgow on the surface is much, much better, and there's still people being left behind.
Good question here from Catherine Ogston. What do New Yorkers make of the book?
New Yorkers, I think people take a minute to get into the rhythm of the language, and then by about the 20th page, everyone suddenly can speak Scottish, is what I hear, and everyone can sort of feel what the characters are going through. But the reception, I think, around the world has been really interesting and really positive. What's been interesting is only in the United Kingdom does it intersect with class conversations, because we understand it and we understand what the book is really talking about there. But for everyone else in the world, this is just a story of characters who are going through a time in their life. And the book either succeeds or fails based on that. Whereas when it comes back to the United Kingdom and it's published here, it becomes a very political book.
Here's a good question from Debbie Murray. It says, having also had an 80s Glasgow Lanarkshire upbringing, the book is deeply evocative of that time and place and community. How is that strong sense of a local identity transferred to an international audience? Do they appreciate it and get it?
Yeah, I think they get the emotion of the book, and I think they get the hope and the love, and a woman especially struggling, and a young gay boy trying to find himself. And I think that's the thing that people have attached to. I don't know how much they get the sort of the milieu or what they're seeing and feeling and the truth in it from that, you know, gas meters and rented tellies and, you know, ice cream vans. I don't know what that means to them. But I think the thing that's been universal about the book is Shuggie and Agnes, actually.
This is a question from Lorraine. It says, was there any significance in why many of the male characters being taxi drivers? I grew up in the 80s, working class Glasgow too, and taxis were a common mode of transport, even though my parents didn't have a lot of money. Just wondered if there was a particular reason.
Yeah, that's a great question, Lorraine. I've never been asked that, actually, so thank you. Yeah, taxis, much like yourself, taxis were a part of my childhood. You know, we didn't have a car, but I think very few people on our street had a car. And so when you had to go somewhere, a taxi was both right there, but also felt like this thing that was unspeakably luxurious. But at the same time, I was thinking about these two men, and there are taxi drivers in my family. I won't name them, but taxis run in my family. But I was thinking about both the archetype of Shug and of Eugene almost as the archetype of heroes or of knights. And I wanted these men to have a mobility in a way that Agnes isn't afforded. And when I thought about taxi drivers, I thought about how they could go all across the city and see everything and be a part of all of it, whereas Agnes and Shuggie were really contained on that pit mining town. But I also wanted them to be taxi drivers because Eugene especially comes in almost like a white knight at the end, and he can't be riding a horse because you wouldn't have ridden a horse in 1980s Glasgow, but you can ride a black hackney. And so he kind of sweeps in and almost seems like he's going to sweep Agnes, you know, off her feet. And in fact, he's a make-believe sheriff for part of the book. And then of course he's not a knight because, you know, that's what happens in the book, but also it was a comment on how often men think themselves as heroes and how often men, especially if you think about Thomas Hardy or some of that literature, how they have a oversized effect on the outcome of women's lives.
Okay, this is a question from Finn and Anna. I thoroughly enjoyed Shuggie being something completely new for me, and I thank you for your amazing creativity. I found your writing style and how you wrote each character's perspectives very unique. Was this something that took a while to develop and evolve over 10 years, or something that came very naturally for you?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a huge compliment. Part of it was it allowed me to be braver. I felt if I had written the book from just Agnes and Shuggie's perspective, then by proxy I was taking a lot of responsibility for the things that happened in the book, because people would associate me squarely with Shuggie. And although I'm okay with that for a lot of it, I wanted to enlist a lot of characters and a lot of different perspectives to explain some of the more difficult things in the book. You know, addiction, even from losing my own mother, I still don't fully understand it. And I'm still every single day trying to process why this happens and why people feel like that. And I think even people with addiction, that's why they go and they seek help, because they're always trying to process why this is part of their life. And so I wanted to create as rich a portrait of Agnes and of Shuggie as possible by asking a lot of other characters to look back at them and to affect them and to sort of show what was going on in their lives. And so it was something that I had made a conscious decision to do from the very first page. And part of that was, it just came naturally, I guess. But the characters as well felt very natural to me. I never tried to, if someone felt too fictional or someone that wouldn't be believable, then I wasn't happy with the character. I wanted them just to be everyday Glaswegians, specific Glaswegians, but I wanted them to feel very real to me first.
Philippa Russell says, who would you like to play Shuggie on screen?
Philippa, that's a brilliant question. I don't know that we've met Shuggie yet. Like as an actor, I don't know. But I think there was a young actor who did some readings of the book called, I think his name's Alistair Campbell, and he's out of Bells Hill. And I had one of those moments when I saw him do a reading. He did the Booker reading. I don't know if you saw it, but I suddenly thought to myself, oh my God, that's Leek. And that can only be Leek. Only he can be Leek. He was just that perfect.
It's a quick question from Jenny. I was struck by how much insight we got into characters through fairly ordinary interactions. For example, the scene when Agnes and the mechanic, when she's going to try and pawn her mink coat. Did this come from your process of writing scenes as they came to you, or not in order?
Yeah, I think so. I tried to write the scenes as almost they were contained short stories, so that they had a reason for existing on their own and then told a larger narrative. But I also knew from experience I also knew from experience that loving an alcoholic can feel very much like a non sequitur. And what I mean by that is you can have 3 great months or lots of okay Wednesdays, and then you have this really pivotal moment that changes everything to come next. And so I wanted to hinge the book on these really important moments and not focus so much on the Tuesdays and Thursdays, if that makes sense. But the mechanic for me was important because growing up as a kid whose mother suffered with addiction, AA was a big part of my life too. You know, my mother could never afford babysitters, so I would always go to meetings with her. I would go to Alateen, you know, the fellowship would come to the house. And the taxi driver for me is that first glint of hope in the book. The taxi mechanic is the first glint of hope. He's the guy that sort of gives Agnes a shake. It says, what are you doing? Why are you trying to destroy yourself to make him feel bad, to make your husband feel bad? You know, give yourself a shake. And I always knew that to be the power of fellowship.
And there's a wonderful comment here from a woman called Irene Barber. She said, "You're just as I imagined Shuggy would turn out to be as an adult, given half a chance, full of decency and goodwill. Loved the book, thanks."
Thank you so much. That's like super touching. I think Shuggy would be better than me. Shuggy's got his head screwed on properly, but thank you.
One last question then. Did you struggle at all with writing a book that was both autobiographical and fictional? Did that bring its own challenges, or did the old adage of write what you know really work for you?
I think write what you know worked for me. And also, I struggled mostly with not pulling my punches. There were several times, I think, where you try and tidy something up or turn it to make it a little bit more polite or acceptable. And I felt anytime I did that I was letting Agnes down, actually, at the heart of the book, because I'd actually known addiction to be really ugly, really horrible, really sad. And if I, you know, infused it with something that was not for Agnes's benefit to sort of lift it up, then I was denying her a basic dignity. Because the only reason why I wanted to write the book was, and truth is a hard word in fiction because there is no truth in fiction, but I had wanted it to feel as real and to hew as closely to my own experience with my mother as I possibly could. And so I just wanted to write that from the very inside. But what I was struck about is how many things people hadn't experienced or lived through. And a lot of people have, but you know, there was a lot of things that people are like, gas meters, what's a gas meter? There's meters on the television, you know, things like that. And I was like, yeah, I didn't, you know, a lot of people just didn't know.
And somebody's popped in with a question. This will be the final question for Catherine, saying the chapter where the baby that was born in wartime is given away. Did this come from your imagination, or was this a reality?
There wasn't directly a reality, but I certainly grew up knowing a lot of stories where people, especially in wartime and after wartime, had to make really difficult decisions with their children. What happened with Wally and Lizzie doesn't come from my direct family, but it's not entirely a fiction, if that answers it. But really that chapter, that was actually one of the chapters I had a big wrangle with my editor on, because I needed that chapter to be in the book. And for me, what you see in the book is you see Shuggy doing whatever he needs to survive at the beginning of the book. There's a very weird relationship with that older gentleman. You see Agnes do it all the way throughout the book. And Lizzie, who's been very hard on her daughter for the first half of the book, suddenly reveals that she understands this. You know, this is a moment of empathy for Lizzie when she says this about the baby, because she's been hard on her daughter, like, sort yourself out, pick yourself up, stop drinking, as if it's as easy as that. And then you see that as a mother on her own, she had also done whatever she needed to get by.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I think that's all our questions now, and we're just about to wrap up. But I want to say thank you, Douglas. That was wonderful. And Anna Day, thanks for asking such great questions. You said something earlier, Douglas, when you were being interviewed, that I think, I'm speaking as a librarian, you said some children don't have enough peace within themselves or in their homes to be able to read. And I think that's very, very true. It's still true today. And I think that's why we need the public library service, and we need to protect it, to ensure that everybody has the opportunity to read, because it's so powerful. And I think unless you're a reader, you don't understand how powerful it can be. So thank you for saying that. I've taken a note of it, and I'm going to use it everywhere.
Please. Yeah.
So thank you very much. That was wonderful. Thank you, everybody, for coming in and asking such great questions. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I did. And I got to ask my own question about leek before the event started, so I'm delighted with the answer. I just want to say thank you to Thornton's again for sponsoring this event and many others in the past. It's been wonderful to be able to do that for us. And we just want to say Culture Perth and Kinross is a charitable organisation that looks after the libraries, the museums and the archives across Perth and Kinross. We're incredibly grateful to all our donors, our supporters and sponsors with their generosity to deliver the services. So if you're able to donate, that would be wonderful if you could. And the link has just been put up there and it'll be in the survey we send out later. So thank you very much. And that was a wonderful night. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you to everyone for coming. Thanks for spending your Saturday evening with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.